Today, we're going to talk about a lot of topics. The first one is Joe Biden is kind of trying to start World War III before he gets out of office with giving Ukraine the right to use long range missiles into Russia. We'll talk about that. The real reason that everybody is trying to stop Matt Gaetz and Tulsi Gabbard, we've talked about it a little bit, but now even the New York Post, which claims to be a Republican and a conservative media organization owned by Rupert Murdoch, is running smear pieces against Trump's choices because I guess they think they know better. Interesting. We'll talk about that. I got a few other stories I think to surprise you with. And then also I want to show you guys that the joke I always make that we're running the playbook of the liberal gay world order, that it's really not a joke. And I'll just show you more proof of that. So that's the show for today. Dream Rare Podcast starts now. Thanks for being here.
It's the Dream Rare Podcast. Welcome to the show. The way to get the news at the desk or on the road. Let's go. God is great and success in our control. The world is crazy, but we get better from obstacles.
What's going on YouTube? What's going on Facebook? Oh, they changed the color on my thing. Now it's not red. It's like black. Anyway, Jennifer said, "Happy Hump Day." Relax there. This is a news analysis show. We're not getting into that. No, but jokes aside, let's start the show today while people are coming in. I want to go through a lot of clips, and then if you guys could save your super chats and stuff like that till the end, and then I'll read them all. If you do it early, I won't. I've constantly made this joke, and I said that America's running the liberal gay world order because if you look at America's foreign policy, it seems like mysteriously we're going to places that aren't super gay and trying to make them gayer. Like, for example, the Middle East. It's like, oh, they're too conservative and, they don't give women enough rights and they don't like gay people as much as we do. And it's like, okay. And then with Russia, it's like we go to Ukraine. Ukraine gets really gay. Russia is like, no, I'm not into all that LGBTQ++ stuff. And we're like, you should be, though, like Zelensky. And it's like, I came to the conclusion a long time ago, and I made the joke that the New World Order is the liberal gay world order. And look at this bit of reporting from Sagar. Look at this. He did some diving in Sagar and GD. He said, one of the interesting things that happened in Japan recently is that our ambassador, Rahm Emanuel, was pushing LGBTQ rights or whatever, LGBT rights, and their lawmakers, newspapers were like, shut up and mind your own business, dude. So our ambassador to Japan is Rahm Emanuel. I believe he used to be the Chicago mayor. I think he worked with Obama. And his brother, Ari Emanuel, owns the UFC. He's the owner above Dana White. A lot of people don't know that. But anyway, Rahm Emanuel, I guess that's what he's doing on behalf of the Americans. He's going to Japan and be like, do you guys ever think about being like a little bit gayer? And I'm telling people, like, I know I like to be funny on the show and make jokes because if you don't make jokes, then you're just like sad all the time. But I'm kind of not kidding. It is the liberal gay world order. Japan's not gay enough. We send Rahm Emanuel to go gay him up a little bit. Russia's not gay. We have to start a war with them and make Ukraine gayer. The Middle East isn't gay enough. We have Charlie Kirk saying that Palestine's not as gay as Israel. And it's like, is that really our mission? Is that really what we want to do, America? Something to think about. I'm going to get into another topic. I think this encapsulates the Republican Party and how bad and pathetic they are. But right now, Biden is trying to essentially start World War III. He's out of office. He knows that Trump's going to strike a deal. Even Zelensky is saying that Trump will probably get a deal done. I watched an interview between Trey Yingst on Fox News. He does some good work, and he interviewed Zelensky. If you watch clips from that interview, you could tell that Ukraine is losing the war. I already kind of suspected they were losing the war. Tucker Carlson has been saying for a year now that they are losing the war. But when you listen to that interview, if you listen to clips, I don't have any here, but you can go to Trey Yingst's Twitter if you want to listen for yourself. Zelensky sounds defeated, beaten. He sounds like he lost territories. He's saying he can't get them back without American help. So I think at this point, it's pretty clear Ukraine is losing the war, and they're going to have to, he said he has to get the one territory back diplomatically because he can't beat them. So it's just like, it's really sad. So on his way out, Biden is trying to escalate tensions. And this is what the Republicans in the House are doing. They're having the bathroom transgender argument right now. Like Mike Johnson stood there and he's like, Patriots, I have something to say to you. A man is a man and a woman is a woman. It's like, whoa, dude, thanks so much for... Dude, if we want to listen to man is man, woman is woman, everybody has Daily Wire for that. Matt Walsh makes funny movies about it that are much funnier than Mike Johnson. Every Republican and their baby mamas talks about the man is the man and the woman is the woman. Tom McDonald raps about it. Bryson Gray's mentioned it in a bunch of songs. Tyson James has mentioned it in songs. And I'm not knocking any of these people. I'm just saying, like, we have outlets to do that. And I'm glad that they're saying that. But at the same time, are you going to let Joe Biden do these long-range missile strikes in Ukraine, and are you going to fund it? Because they're getting ready to, and I don't know if this is going through the executive branch or they're trying to run it through the House and Congress again. I'm pretty sure they'll probably try everything they could do to just dump as much money as they possibly can into the hands of Ukraine. And I'm glad that Mike Johnson can say a man is a man and a woman is a woman. Once again, if I want to really dive into that topic, I think Matt Walsh does a great job. I that's awesome that they're doing that and whatever, but it's like they wait until there's something super serious that they're selling out on, and this is how they always trick us. They take these culture war issues that I'm not saying are not important. I think, now that there's a transgender House person or something in the Congress, it's like this is the encapsulation of the left and the right in America, and this is why we become such a foolish and goofy country. It's like we got the president of the United States is 81 years old. I don't even think he knows where he is. He's being ghosted by God knows who his puppet masters are. I'm sure you guys have some ideas. And he's saying, let's just, casually try to strike Russia, even though the people that we're funding are losing the war. And it's like, okay, that's a serious moment. The border's wide open. You got Tom Homan. He has the task of trying to, really not only send back millions of illegals, but also work against his own governors in America, because a lot of them are trying to make a sanctuary city, which he believes is illegal. The economy has been really bad. Housing's been rough. There's homelessness in the major cities. Crime's been on the rise, even though they say it's not, then they say it is. Like, there's all these issues that are adult issues that it's like, okay, we got to figure out how to solve these issues and make America great. And then Congress is stuck on the transgender in the bathroom argument from 15 years ago, because one, the Democrats have some sort of transgender nominee. And now, Mike Johnson and Nancy Mace have to figure out what bathroom they go in. It's just so embarrassing. We got big boy issues to talk about and solve. Can you figure out what bathroom to use and just everybody stop? But I get it. Like, it is weird, but it's just like, why is Congress dealing with this issue? Why is this even a thing? Why can't we just have people go in their bathrooms and stop being weird with it? But on that note, the Democrats do that. They make the whole narrative about that instead of all the important issues. Then Republicans virtue signal on those issues, like, we're standing up for you, patriots. Yeah, Nancy Mace, you say that, but I bet you'll still be crying anti-Semitism 100 times. And when they push anti-Semitism speech laws, which side of the fence are you going to be on? I'm going to talk about that later, like I always do, because that's the number one issue that Republicans are going to try to infringe on the First Amendment. When it comes to Ukraine, they're trying to greenlight billions of dollars out the door to them. Is Mike Johnson going to stand in the way? Probably not, because he never stands in the way. But the only way Mike Johnson can convince Republicans that he's cool is to pick little cherry-picked issues that they agree with and be like, look, I'm on your team. And that's the job of a politician. A lot of times it's to appeal to the voter and say, I'm just like you, patriots. I'm a corn shucking, husky jiving, I'm out in the woods hunting and fishing, and I know where the bathrooms lie. And then they sell us out. And then they go and have a meeting with BlackRock, or they'll have a meeting with their donors or their lobbyists. And then they come back to us and say, yeehaw, patriots, I like Garth Brooks too. And it's like, all right, Mike Johnson, we get it. You shouldn't have ever been at that UFC event. You stuck out like a sore thumb, but a man's a man's, a woman's a woman. Good for you, bro. Good for you. But what are you doing with Ukraine? As Tucker Carlson and many pointed out, he hasn't really said a word about that. And he probably plans to bend over like a good boy and let Joe Biden's administration do whatever they want. So hopefully these psychopaths don't get our country in more trouble come January 20th. But I do have confidence that Trump will. I think he has a plan, and I think they're just trying to get as much money out the door before he gets in. And I want to say this real quick before I move on to the next topic about foreign aid. I don't care if it's to Ukraine. I don't care if it's to Israel. I don't care if it's to Taiwan. I don't care if it's to Mexico, anywhere. Pick a country that we send foreign aid to. I believe all of it is either a tax on the taxpayer, which it 100% is, or it's all money laundering to some extent, because if we're selling weapons to Ukraine, right, we have weapons. It's our business. Fortunately or unfortunately, that's the business of America. Raytheon, Boeing, we sell weapons. We have a lot of those. We make a lot of money with them. Okay, fair enough. Are we selling them to Ukraine? Is Ukraine buying them? Ukraine has money. Are they buying them? Israel has a lot of money. Are they buying them? No, they're getting them for free. They're just taking them. Why aren't we selling them? We give defense to Israel. They, in turn, try to flood our country with migrants and call us anti-Semitic. Some do, some don't, but that seems to be the deal. And then evangelical Christians are like, but my pastor told me to not pay attention. It's like, you got lied to. That's not, the Bible doesn't say to flood your country with migrants and completely ignore the people who rejected Christ and literally create a new religion where you worship them instead of your Lord and Savior that they reject. That's not Christianity. But I'm not a pastor. I'm just letting you guys know you got psyop for like 100 years, and that's why the country is the way it is. Not completely. I'm not blaming everything on that, but it's like no one even realizes it's happening. It's like, why aren't we selling our defense to these countries? Why aren't we selling our weapons to them? Why are they getting them for free? Because they've bought out our politicians and brainwashed people through mass media on both sides, including on the evangelical right side, into thinking it's totally normal. It's like why would they buy weapons when they could get them for free? Why would they pay for our defense when they could just take our money? Like these countries have no incentive to do otherwise because they've gotten hundreds of billions of dollars over the last 30, 40, 50 years, and nobody seems to notice because all the politicians are sold out. We're going to get to the ones who aren't sold out, and those are the ones that are mysteriously now being attacked by right-wing controlled opposition media like Murdoch's New York Post, which will agree with us 85% of the time, and they'll be so good on issues that we care about, and they'll make jokes, and they'll say Hunter Biden's laptop. But when push comes to shove, for the people that are actually going to challenge the deep state to some extent, to the people that are actually going to challenge the intelligence communities or, be a better candidate than Merrick Garland, all of a sudden now these scumbags have a problem. Let's look at it real quick. The New York Post wrote an opinion piece with their entire editorial board. They said, please, Mr. President, ditch this dreadful duo, Gabbard and Gaetz. There's going to be a lot of people online who instinctually like Tulsi Gabbard because she's kind of pretty and she's nice. There's going to be people who like Matt Gaetz because he's funny and he talks a lot of trash and he likes Trump. And then there's going to be a lot of people who don't like Tulsi Gabbard for her past ties and people who don't like Matt Gaetz for his scandals or accusations or perhaps just, his support of a foreign country or whatever. But here's the real reason that they're going to be smeared by false opposition media. Matt Gaetz is not taking money from AIPAC. You can look it up. That is the Israeli lobby that really dominates politics. They brag about having like a 90+% win percentage. And Israel's influence in America is so astronomical that Robert Kennedy Jr., who knows everything about everything, just mysteriously doesn't want to answer that question with Dave Smith. He acts like he's never heard of it and he's not a politician. But everybody with two eyes knows, whether you think this or that about foreign policy, that the Israel lobby has a lot of influence in America in a multitude of ways. One of those ways is AIPAC, which a lot of people have found out about through social media. And you could look up the list of people taking money from them. It's almost everybody. With that being said, Matt Gaetz is not. Matt Gaetz is not taking money from them. And it's not just them. Matt Gaetz is one of the least sold out congressmen. You can make fun of his Botox if he does or doesn't have it, his hair, his style. He's too crass. He's rude. He does this. He shouldn't have done that. You could say whatever you want about him, but if you look at him, his voting record, what he says, what he stands for, and the rest of Congress, he is in the top percentile of great congressmen. Thomas Massey's my favorite. After Thomas Massey, there's a tier of other people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, like Matt Gaetz. They might not be your favorite personality, perhaps. They were a little rough around the edges, but push comes to shove, Matt Gaetz is one of the least sold out congressmen. He's one of the only people not being bullied by the foreign lobby, which is why they constantly smear him as anti-Semitic. And now they're trying to get him with other scandals. And the New York Post, which is supposed to be Republican and conservative that backs Trump, now they have a problem with Matt Gaetz. Here's my question to the New York Post. Who do you want there? Because for me, is he the most experienced person in law? Probably not, but sometimes experience, like Hillary Clinton's experienced in politics. I think she's a lawyer. Should we put her there because she's more experienced? Experience doesn't necessarily translate to greatness, as we found out with pretty much everything in politics. So, you could say John Bolton has more political experience, but he sucks. So I like Matt Gaetz. I think he's one of the best choices that Trump made. I told people that originally when he bought it or when he brought it up. And the truth is, like, regardless of what everybody thinks, their personality, everybody's got to be the truther and pretend like they know everything when they have no idea what they're talking about. But there are people that don't want Matt Gaetz there. There are people that are threatened by him. You could say it's the deep state. You could say it's false opposition media like New York Post. And I want to say this real quick because I like a lot of things New York Post writes. They covered Hunter Biden laptop, blah, blah, blah. here's the thing. These media, and I hate to be such a stickler for this stuff because I understand like everybody's not going to agree on everything, but I believe a lot of these media corporations, especially the Fox Newses and the New York Post that are owned by Rupert Murdoch, their whole role is suck you in with 85% of what you hear. And then as soon as the war breaks out, they're on the other side. They're just like Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity likes Trump, so a lot of people like Sean Hannity. I haven't trusted Sean Hannity for 20 years because I know what role he's playing. His role is I'm just like you, Patriots. Let's start the war with Iran. I'm just like you, Patriots. Let's start the war with Ukraine. I'm just like you, Patriots. Let's start the war in Iraq. That's his job. That's New York Post job. They're sucking you in with everything you want to hear. You start trusting them. You start believing them. And then they lure you into something that's so against your interests that it's going to hurt you and your family for generations to come. Another person that people, for some reason, obsess on my Facebook page, God bless people. I don't know what people are watching, perhaps Fox, but people are like, Trey Gowdy would be a good replacement for Matt Gaetz. Trey Gowdy sucks. He would not be a good replacement for Matt Gaetz. He would be exactly what they want. They want somebody like Matt Gaetz that's way less controllable than Trey Gowdy, that's way less sold out than Trey Gowdy. First of all, Trey Gowdy looks like a lesbian bald eagle. He looks like literally like if you ever saw an eagle flying and it was like, "Baka," but it looked a little lesbian, like has some element. He looks like a lesbian eagle. That's fine. It's not about looks. It's about, ethics. But the only reason I'm calling him lesbian eagle is because he's such a sneaky guy. Like he's I'm just like you, Patriots, but he's 1/1000th as, I would say ethical and organic and authentic as Matt Gaetz. So that's who they'd want to replace him with and be like, hey, we won. We got Trey Gowdy in there instead of Matt Gaetz. That's not a win. That's who they want. He's not your buddy, okay? He's like Sean Hannity. He sounds like your buddy on television because he's figured out that men belong in men's bathrooms and women belong in women's bathrooms. But if you go to key points, even in Trump's administration, people like Cernovich are pointing this out on Twitter, he's playing the fence and turning against Trump at the craziest times when it is like the deep state in the swamp is trying to close the walls in on Trump for these scandals. He's played a really weird role. So I'm just saying, like, God bless the lesbian eagle or whatever, but Matt Gaetz is who you want, not the replacement that they're going to try to take him out for. So they don't like Matt Gaetz because he's one of the least controllable members of Congress. He is one of the least sold out. And I think perhaps either most importantly or in the discussion is he's not taking Israel lobby money, which is so rare for politics. Like Trump even says, and he gets called anti-Semitic for it. He said Israel used to totally run Congress. Now they don't. I'm not saying Matt Gaetz is anti-Israel. He's not. Some people are pointing out he's pro-Israel. He's done this, that. Sure. Okay. That's fine. But he's not taking money and he's not, he prioritizes the First Amendment over that country. And that's an issue with the lobbyists. They want you to prioritize their speech laws over the First Amendment. So for me, I can't speak for everybody. Everybody draws a different line. I'm America first, so you need to prioritize our country over Ukraine, our country over Israel. If you can't do that, I don't like you. If you think a speech law belongs in America over the First Amendment of the Constitution, I don't like it. And it's not a coincidence that almost everybody that thinks that way also takes donor money. I think it's a huge reason that they're doing it. They're being swarmed, they're being paid, and then they sell out our Constitution. Matt Gaetz did not do that. Matt Gaetz spoke against it. Matt Gaetz told Christians that the speech laws are actually making parts of the Bible illegal, which no matter how many times they fact check, it's true. It makes parts of the Bible illegal. It makes parts of Revelations hate speech, and it makes the discussion around who killed Jesus a hate and a thought crime. Okay? So Christians, wake up. Your religion doesn't say that the people who reject Christ, you have to worship them more than you worship Christ and sell out your country for the people that don't believe in Jesus. That's not what the Bible says. I'm sorry that your pastor pointed to one thing in a footnote from the Schofield Bible and brainwashed you for 100 years. It's time for America first now, okay? We can have allies, but it has to be a fair alignment. It's not Ukraine taking a bunch of our money and calling us names. It's not Israel lobbyists saying, oh, it's anti-Semitic to stand against the speech laws, because that's what they're doing. That's why they're smearing Matt Gaetz as anti-Semitic. He's pro-Israel. I think he's met with Netanyahu, but he rejects the speech laws. And if they can't get the speech laws through, they're just going to smear you as an anti-Semite. That's why they hate Matt Gaetz. Everybody else having these discussions, feel free. It's the internet, but that's the truth. When it comes to Tulsi Gabbard, a lot of people will say she's this, she's that, she's liberal. Syria, Ukraine, and Russia. Those are the three reasons that the deep state doesn't like her. That's the reason that the New York Post doesn't like her. The New York Post, their media company that is so intertwined with foreign policy that their job is basically to agree with you domestically to some extent, but then control the foreign policy, to brainwash and mind control conservatives into having a certain foreign policy. And then you're like, well, I heard it from Trey Gowdy. Well, I read it in the New York Post, and they told me about the Hunter Biden laptop. And, Marco Rubio told me, and then this person came on the news and told me, and then Ben Shapiro talked about it. So, and then PragerU said it. And so I'm getting the truth because I'm rejecting liberals because I'm listening to these 6 different news sources that mysteriously have the same foreign policy. Cool. Everybody's entitled to their foreign policy. They don't have to agree with me, but that's the role of New York Post. So with Tulsi Gabbard, she did multiple things. I'm going to go into more depth now because I found out even more, but I'll start with the first time she made the deep state upset. 2017, she mentioned that the United States was selling weapons to terrorist organizations in the Middle East. This was known as a conspiracy theory for 15 years. Anybody who did journalism was kind of coming to that conclusion that we were either selling weapons to rebel groups, but the rebel groups were working with the terrorists. And you could look into Hillary Clinton admitting that we sold weapons to rebel groups. And then, they ended up doing bad things. Like, this is all well documented when it comes to, different wars in the Middle East. Like, America has done that. And Hillary admitted to funding Wahhabi groups, essentially, who then turned into terrorists later. But Tulsi said that on CNN. They didn't want her to go to Syria, and she just flew to Syria without the U.S.'s permission, met with Assad, which is a crazy thing to do, then came back and had an interview with CNN and said, you're lying. We're selling weapons to terrorists. And that's what all the people there are saying. And I believe that's the truth. Like, that is the truth. Trump wasn't explicitly saying that, perhaps, but he was doing things to untangle that. And Tulsi, as a Democrat, and somebody well-connected, I guess, she turned on the deep state and basically said, you got to stop selling weapons to terrorists. So they've hated Tulsi Gabbard from that point, regardless of her political affiliation. Then you move to Russia and Ukraine. She was talking about biolabs in Ukraine. I just saw this crazy tweet about like her talking about Zelensky or Ukraine's like biolabs and how close they were to Russia or whatever. I didn't look into the whole thing, but she talked about that. Of course, Tulsi Gabbard is more on the side of like Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is strictly anti-war. He doesn't want to start war with Ukraine. He doesn't want to start war with Russia. I would say in the past, Tucker was different, but he said that he learned his lesson and he was lied to. And, he apologizes for being so wrong in like the 2000s, 2010s. But now he's a very anti-war, America first guy. And that's how Tulsi is. She doesn't want war with Russia. And you have to understand the John Brennans of the world. They don't want Tulsi Gabbard there, right? New York Post, they don't want Tulsi Gabbard there. I'm just letting people know before we move on, because I've talked about this already. You could think what you want. Like, people will say, well, Tulsi Gabbard's a Zionist and she supports this. Okay, and same with Matt Gaetz to some extent. But if you don't play ball 100%, people are upset. And that's what people don't understand. And that's, I understand everybody has an opinion and everybody's yelling on social media. That's fine. I'm just laying out the facts. That's why they're mad at Tulsi Gabbard. There's nuance to the situation. Yes, some people do things that you might not like, or they have certain foreign policies that you don't like. But if you don't 100% play ball, they get pissed off. Yeah, you could fly to Israel and support them, but if you don't support the anti-Semitism speech laws, you're getting in the way. Get out of the way, Matt Gaetz. Why don't we put somebody in there that does take lobbying money that'll say yes to that? This is how certain people think. And the same with Tulsi Gabbard. Does she play ball on some topics? Absolutely. I've watched certain interviews of her on Fox News, and I've thought to myself, ew, cringe. She sounds like Sean Hannity. There's been times where I'm like, oh, Tulsi is kind of lame on these topics. However, you got to just give her credit. It would be like saying that, like, a first baseman who's a really good first baseman, but he's a bad hitter, to be like, oh, he can't hit good because he doesn't play first base good. It's not the truth. Like, you got to call a spade, where it's like Tulsi, although on some topics she doesn't please me and other people, on other topics she very bravely took a huge stand and stuck the middle finger to the people trying to tell her no. Ukraine, Syria, Russia. That's what she did. Give her credit. That's why they don't like her. They don't want her there. They want somebody that plays ball 100%, not that plays ball 50%. I got a few more stories before I look at the chats and read the super chats. I want to read this tweet from the leader of the Senate or whatever, John Thune. He tweeted something and he broke the anti-Semitism speech laws that Republicans are going to try to pass when they get in power again, because both parties pass them. Chuck Schumer's passing them. But I just want to show you this tweet, because I want to be very clear for my show. I can't speak for everybody's show. For me, it's about America. For me, it's about our Constitution, our laws. And once those get infringed upon, now the party's really ticking me off. So I like to take it step by step, right? I'm not trying to like say everything all at once and confuse people. Let's talk about what he said and why it breaks the anti-Semitism hate speech laws that Republicans like him also pass. Let's read his tweet. He said, "To our allies in Israel and to the Jewish people around the world, my message to you is this: reinforcements are on the way. In 6 weeks, Republicans will reclaim the Senate majority, and we will make it clear that the United States stands squarely in Israel's corner." So he didn't just virtue signal to Israel. He said to Jewish people around the world, reinforcements are on the way. So he's suggesting that all Jewish people in the world care about Israel, and all Jewish people in the world want Israel to have weapons and reinforcements. Obviously, this isn't true. You notice there's a lot of anti-Zionist Jewish people in America. A lot of the biggest anti-Zionist protesters in America are Jewish. Jill Stein is Jewish. I know there's a guy named Dan Cohen who doesn't like Zionism, that he's Jewish. I'm just saying that, there are Jewish people that like Israel. I would say most of them. And then there is a lot of Jewish people, maybe not a lot, but a decent amount that are not fans of Israel. Here's what I'm talking about. I don't care who likes or doesn't like Israel. It doesn't matter to me. That's your decision. The anti-Semitism hate speech laws that Republicans are passing, that Chuck Schumer's trying to pass, that Donald Trump has passed, that Ron DeSantis has passed, that Kristi Noem passed in North Dakota, that Sarah Huckabee Sanders passed, that Governor Kemp passed, all of these speech laws that the Democrats and Republicans are passing, there's one of them that says you can't accuse Jewish people of having dual loyalty to their host nation and to Israel. So he broke that hate speech law there. He's suggesting as if all Jews in the world, don't worry, reinforcements are coming to Israel. Are you saying, John Thune, that Jewish people all around the world have loyalty to Israel? I don't think it's true, but if you say that, I don't care. Like, that's your opinion with your voice, but it breaks your own hate speech law. This is what Republicans don't understand. Ted Cruz said that Bloomberg owned the media, and they called him an anti-Semite. Of course, Bloomberg doesn't own the whole media, but he owns Bloomberg Media. And it's not anti-Semitic to say so, but it is anti-Semitic because one of the hate speech laws that Ted the Cuck Cruz passes all the time, and Ted the sellout cuck ugly Cruz constantly tricks people at CPAC and Turning Point USA and all these organizations where they let him be a rock star and nobody gives real journalism. He supports the hate speech rules. He supports the anti-Semitism rules. One of them says you can't say that Jewish people own banking, media, and have influence in politics, because, of course, the only way to prove that they don't is to pass speech laws in countries around the world to say that they do. It's like so obvious, but Ted the Cuck Cruz just keeps passing them through, and then he gets smeared as anti-Semitic by the press. Is he anti-Semitic? Yes, according to the definition he passed. Tom the Cuck Cotton. Tom Cotton is one of the most sold out, one of the most controlled people in Congress who gets Fox News. So you think he's like Trey Gowdy. Tom Cotton sucks. Tom Cotton got called anti-Semitic too because he's always talking about Soros prosecutors. Is talking about George Soros funding prosecutors anti-Semitic? Well, I mean, it's factual, but it is also anti-Semitic because George Soros is Jewish, and saying that he controls politics is against the anti-Semitism rules. Even the U.S. State Department has called pro-Israel India. India loves Israel, by the way. The U.S. State Department has called them anti-Semitic because they say that George Soros is meddling in their elections, and that's anti-Semitism according to the anti-Semitism laws that Republicans are passing for their donors. So I just find it. Trump got called anti-Semitic. He said that Israel used to own Congress. That's anti-Semitism. He said that Jews in America should vote for me or else they're dumb or whatever. That's anti-Semitic. Is it really anti-Semitic like what you would think? What you think doesn't matter because they're passing specific laws. So when John Thune says, don't worry, Israel and Jews around the world, reinforcements are coming to Israel, that's technically anti-Semitism according to his speech laws. So what's the solution to this? Stop passing speech laws in America, Republicans. We all know that you're doing it. We're all going to call it out, and you have to stop. The First Amendment doesn't say, well, this group needs special speech laws that say they don't own banking and they don't own media and they didn't kill Jesus and, they don't do this and they don't do that and they don't have dual loyalty and blah, blah, blah. How come in Israel they have to renounce their passport from another country, but in America we have dozens of people with dual passports and you get called anti-Semitic for pointing it out? How come? How come there's different rules? Is that hate speech to notice it? Stop with the bullshit. And I'm going to just go at, I'm not literally, but I'm just saying with journalism, etc. Every Republican that passes a speech law, I'm going to keep pointing out when you break your own speech laws, because when you pass stupid, exaggerated, anti-American, anti-First Amendment speech laws for Jewish people, Israel, and one religion, Judaism, you're going to break your own laws because hate speech is a thing that is subjective. Like, some people hate the truth, some people hate Trump, some people hate to work out, some people hate, eating grapes. It's like everybody hates something else. Some people hate the fact that certain ethnicities in America are committing statistically more violent crimes, so it's hate speech if you point it out. There's a lot of things that people hate, especially pattern recognition, but the First Amendment's pretty clear. It doesn't say that one group gets to have special boy rules over everyone else. And the irony of the Republicans who pass them breaking them constantly is not lost on me. I'll notice it every time and I'll point it out every time so they can know how they themselves are being anti-Semitic, despite the fact that they are bent over, funneling as much money and speech laws as they can to a foreign country. Let's look at the next one. Justin Trudeau, he said that he made mistakes and was exploited by bad actors on immigration. I listened to the speech and it went something like this. He was like, "Hi, I'm Justin Trudeau. We made some mistakes with immigration and we're going to put a cap on it. A cap like a Snapple can." No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, he made like a little speech and he said that they made a mistake. And I thought it was interesting for multiple reasons. And I got to stop using Twitter again because I think like people just act crazy on there, where I pointed something out and they're like, "Do you believe him?" Like, everyone gets everything twisted online where it's like, it's not even worth talking to people there. But no, of course I don't believe Justin Trudeau. No, I don't trust him. I don't think he's being authentic or anything. I just find it fascinating that a liberal politician admitted they were wrong on immigration. You can't find in America, maybe Eric Adams being the only one that I could think of, maybe John Fetterman or something, but you can't find mainstream liberal politicians as important as Justin Trudeau. He runs the whole country, he's admitting they were wrong on immigration, and he's not talking about illegal immigration. He's talking about legal immigration. So this kind of just shows you the power dynamic between, well, one, in America, even right-wingers support legal immigration, and they'll say, we want to, get rid of illegal immigration, but we want all the legal immigrants we can get. In Canada, they don't really have an illegal immigration problem. They have a legal immigration problem, and they're admitting, the liberals in Canada are admitting that the legal immigration problem is wrong. In America, you can only find a couple Democrats who will admit illegal immigration is wrong. And in America, you can't find that many mainstream Republicans that say that legal immigration also needs to be capped, like it is in, in Canada. I mean, I understand they're different countries with different dynamics. To my understanding, like, a lot of Indian people have been brought to Canada, and it's just like when you go there, you're like, whoa, it like almost feels like you're in India. I haven't been to Canada in a long time, so I can't speak on it. But from people that I know around there, they say that seems to be what's going on to some extent. And I don't know how it affects them or what, but in general, I don't know. I just thought it was fascinating. I'm like, he's apologizing. You never see American politicians apologize. Trump won't apologize for the vaccine. He keeps lying about it. Democrats won't apologize for anything. They just keep doubling down. It is like refreshing to see someone apologize, even if they don't mean it and they're being disingenuous. And it's also refreshing to see somebody say that immigration, like, we messed up. Because what people don't understand is, in this country in general, like, no one has a explicit right. Like, it's just like, at a certain point you could say, hey, we got to close the door for like 10 years or 20 years. It doesn't mean you hate everyone else, but logistically, like, Canada's looking at the logistics and they're like, we messed up. America, I'm not sure what the complete logistics are. I mean, I know we messed up with illegal immigration, but when it comes to legal immigration, there's a lot of flaws with the system. It's really hard to get a green card for good people. It takes years. It costs a lot of money. So on one hand, I think we need to make it easier for good people to get citizenship. But on another hand, like, it shouldn't just be an open free-for-all where we should really think about who we're bringing in and why. Because we don't, like, every country, it's not like I could just like go somewhere and be like, give me a citizenship, I get everything I want. That's not how it works. If I wanted to move to another country, it's their decision whether I could go there or not. They might say, we're full, we like you, but go home. And maybe in 10 years, we'll want you. And that's okay. That's not racist. That's just them running their country. So, the shift of immigration being seen as a mistake is massive just for cultural perception, especially for people that don't think, they just like go by what they're allowed to do, which is sadly a lot of people. I talked to G. Edward Griffin last week, and he said the concept that I've heard a bunch, where it's like, it's not 50% to 50%. It's like 10% are fighting over the 80%. That's a rough estimate, and most people kind of just blow at the wind. But I thought that was interesting. Let me know what you think in the comments. I got 2 more things to show, and then I'll read some. Tom Homan said that he warned mayors and governors review Title 8 USC 1324. It's a felony to harbor illegal aliens. Don't cross that line. So this guy seems pretty serious about it. He's essentially telling and putting sanctuary states on notice, saying you're going to break the law. Don't break the law. We'll see what happens. I mean, that one's pretty self-explanatory. I don't need to talk about it a lot. Democrats have been using this sanctuary city fake rule that they've made to harbor illegal aliens and break the law, and they have all sorts of weird ways of doing it. He says, don't do it. So seems pretty serious about it. We'll see if he follows through. Last one is Giorgia Meloni, the Prime Minister of Italy, says that Italy does not support U.S. President Biden's decision to allow Ukraine to strike inside Russia. I've seen a few things from her recently where she's really turned the corner. I think when it comes to Israel Palestine too, I'm just going off of like brief things that I've saw, but it looks like for the first couple of years, she seemed to be operating like a total puppet. She made all these promises. She's conservative, but in my view, from what I researched, she didn't really follow through in the first couple of years. Now that she's been there longer, it seems like she's kind of like breaking out of her shell and starting to reject, certain policies, etc., for her people. So we'll see what happens. We got until January 20th until Trump gets in, and it seems like any European country that puts pressure on Biden or says, hey, it's not us, that's probably for the better. I'm going to read a few comments now. That's the show today. So you get a super chat. I'll read all the super chats. I'll try to read some of the regular comments as well. Just to wrap it up, the liberal gay world order lives on. Rahm Emanuel's going to Japan, trying to make them gayer, which is just fascinating. Matt Gaetz, not sold out to the Israel lobby, not sold out to any lobby or most lobbies. I don't know how much lobbying money he takes, but just based off of his votes in operation, he's definitely a top 10, top 20 member of Congress. That's why they hate him. Tulsi, Syria, Russia, Ukraine, regardless of what people say, that's why they don't like her. And there are people that don't like her. It's not all total theater, like, oh, they just pretend to not like her, but they really do. No, they don't. There's levels to politics. There's people that want you to comply 100%. They want somebody like a John Bolton or a Marco Rubio, I want to talk about Dr. Oz too, actually. I forgot about that. A lot of people are looking into Dr. Oz. He's been promoting, I think, like transgender surgeries. He pushed the vaccine a little bit too hard. He's a nice, friendly doctor on television. A lot of people like him, but politically, I always thought it was a little strange when he was running for senator. It didn't make sense to me because, like, when you listen to people who run for office, like if you listen to like Royce White, who used to have a career in something else, he seems like he like cares and he wants to be there, right? Donald Trump, he sounded like he had a plan. He wanted to be there. When Dr. Oz ran for Pennsylvania, I've heard nice things about him personally, but it was like he didn't seem like he wanted to be there. Like when I listen to him in interviews and debates, like I'm like, why are you running for office? Because it just doesn't even seem like you have any sort of idea or like agenda. Like you don't seem that passionate about it. It just was very strange to me when he won and lost because he didn't seem that conservative. And he also didn't seem that interested. And Trump kind of placed him there. Now he's in charge of Medicare and Medicaid. The first thing that I thought when he got that position, and I'm not just saying this, I thought this beforehand too, the main position is HHS. So my fear, or at first, I'm not going to say I spent that much time fearing about it, but my fear was that Trump was not going to put RFK at HHS and FDA, and he was going to give him some BS position like he gave Dr. Oz. That's what I didn't want. Like if Trump would have said, RFK is the head of Medicare and Medicaid, and Dr. Oz gets to run HHS, I would have been like, oh, shoot. Trump gave all the power to Dr. Oz, and he gave RFK a non-existent position. I'm not that freaked out. I mean, I'm all for the journalism against Dr. Oz, but I like that. That's such a small position. The HHS is one of the most funded, if not the most funded government agencies. The HHS controls the FDA. The HHS controls the CDC. The HHS controls the NIH. Like the HHS is so far above Fauci, it's not even funny. The director of Medicare and Medicaid is such a low-level position. I'm not saying it's not important, and absolutely people should make sure that Dr. Oz doesn't do something sketchy, but I'm not freaking out about it because it's like if the roles were reversed, you'd hear me talking about it. I would say, Trump, you made the biggest mistake. put RFK at HHS, and get Dr. Oz out of there. But I don't even know what position that is. Medicare and Medicaid, it's below NIH, it's below CDC, it's below FDA. Like, you want one of those positions. You want the HHS. Medicare and Medicaid, it's just like throwing him a bone. Keep your eye on him, but to me, it's not like this craziest thing in the world where it's like, oh my gosh, this is so bad. It's like, I didn't even know that was a position. HHS is where you can actually change the government. And chances are that, RFK being there is massive. We got to get him in. Someone said them walking into a McDonald's, that's the joke. I think that my best guess is Trump's, for that whole picture on the plane after the UFC fight. Trump's biggest photo op was with McDonald's, because he's not RFK. He's more like, he drinks Diet Coke. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't really think about his diet that much. So I'm guessing they were trying to create another viral photo op, and RFK looked upset because it's like, what's a good photo op for Trump is a bad photo op for RFK. But, people can get mad at RFK for eating McDonald's or whatever, but dude, like, just let him get to the HHS and see what he does. Like, his job is not to like freak out at Trump and be like, don't eat McDonald's right now in front of me. Like, dude, he needs to just chill out for a couple months and get to the office. Because once he's at HHS, he'll have the power to do what he wants to do. I think Trump wanted the photo op. The Trump family thought it was funny. And RFK is like, oh, shoot, this is going to get me in trouble. But it's not really a big deal. Like, it's a big deal if he doesn't get in at HHS. Now it's a big deal. But I feel like people's expectations are just so out of whack, where it's like they want him to burn bridges with Trump over a McDonald's photo op. Like, no one can force you to eat McDonald's. So it's like, whether they put it there, he ate it. It's like, if he wants to eat a burger, I eat extremely healthy. I try not to eat McDonald's. Dude, if I'm on a private jet at 1 a.m., I might eat a McDonald's. Like, I've eaten McDonald's in the last 2 years, not 100 times, but the number's not zero. When I'm at a hotel, it's 1 a.m., nothing's open, I was out all night, I'll order fast food very rarely. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if people want to hate me for that, it's whatever. But it's like, when in doubt. I've been when I did a show, I forget where I was, but maybe Utah or something. I did a show, a music show. It's 1 a.m. Nothing's open. I haven't eaten all day. The only thing open is Taco Bell. I'm eating Taco Bell. It's not my proudest moment, but I'm not going to sleep hungry. I want something to eat. That's just. Someone said you're on RFK's nuts too. I'm really not. I just think that he's a huge improvement in HHS, but I appreciate your anger or whatever, because it kind of just reminds me of how not fun this is getting, because so many people are drawing such hard lines that it's like, you can't do any sort of analysis. Like, I just, earlier, if you go back, I told you what RFK was lying about when it came to a certain lobbying organization that he played dumb on. I just told you what I don't like about him and what I find him being disingenuous with. Am I not allowed to compliment people? Am I not allowed to be happy that he's running HHS? Am I not allowed to want him to be above Dr. Oz? Like, Dr. Oz is in a position that's so irrelevant. RFK is 100 times more powerful, 1,000 times more powerful at HHS. Do you want me to just be miserable all the time like you guys? It's like, I don't know what people want, but they want me to be them. I don't want to be you. I'm better than that. My analysis is better. My takes are better. I'm a friendlier person. I'm a more honest person. I don't want to be you. Okay. So go listen to someone else that tricks you and they're like mad all the time. It's not on his nuts to give them a compliment and also point out things you don't like. It's just how I treat people the way I want to be treated. So here's a spoiler alert to all these scumbags. Like, I want to talk about this too, because people that just figured out about Zionism like 3 months ago, now all of a sudden they're the gatekeepers of trutherism and they're freaking out about everybody. It's like, I voted for Trump in 2020 and I voted for Trump in 2024 and I voted in 2022. E. Michael Jones has written dozens of books on Zionism and Jewish things that are very edgy, way edgier than the stupid 4,000, follower anonymous account getting pissed on social media. He voted for Trump because he wants Trump to stop the Ukraine war. He pays taxes. He gets to E. Michael Jones gets to decide how he votes. All I'm saying is, like, these douchey accounts online that just found out about Zionism 3 months ago that think they like own the whole topic and they're yelling at everybody. Are you going to harass him? Who's talked about this for decades because he voted a way you don't want him to vote? Andrew Turba's another one. He likes Trump and he created Gab. He's really put himself out there. He's done a lot to, counter that narrative, especially. Are you gonna freak out at him because you have like some account online and you're the ultimate truther who cries about Zionism? Like, there's people that have done way more to talk about that topic and put it out there than you have, and they like Trump too. It's like, we understand who the Republican Party is, we understand who Trump is, but I don't see everything as completely black and white. Like, I see the nuance in it, and I also see like which side of the country that the truth is going to come through. Let's do an example. Like, if you're a truther, if you talk about pharmaceuticals, if you talk about Zion, like any topic, pick any topic that's a truther topic. Which side is going to listen to you more for the most part? I understand that the right has some blind spots, but let's say you talk about pharmaceuticals. Most of your following is going to be right wing because left wingers are brainwashed now. So they don't want to hear your criticism of Big Pharma. Trump supporters want to hear your criticism of Big Pharma. Trump supporters want to hear your pointing out things about the vaccine, et cetera. Like, the left, unfortunately, they're just not paying attention right now. So to me, as a strategic person, it's like, to me, the change in the right direction, almost all of it's going to come through the right. They agree with me more religiously. They agree with me more spiritually. My mindset of not playing the victim, they agree with more. They agree with like every policy. The Second Amendment's important to me. They do a better job prosecuting criminals. They're tougher on crime. Like, if I could list 1,000 topics and be like, which party is closer to what I want, it's the Republican Party. Are they perfect? Absolutely not. But it's like these douchey scumbags that are do-nothing losers. They think they're just going to like blackmail me, be like, we're going to come after you because you voted for Trump. Fuck you, you blackmail artist. I'll remember each and every person who did that. And, I'm not a coward. So watch your mouth. It's insane what these people are doing because certain people voted. It's like, I'll still do journalism. I'll still call out the Republican Party. I'll still do what I've always done. But with my taxpayer dollars, I choose to vote. If you don't vote, that's great. But you're not going to blackmail me into not voting because you're a midwit with a low IQ. I'm sorry. You want my vote? You got to pay my taxes. If you don't pay my taxes, shut the fuck up, you blackmailing scumbag. I'll remember each and every one of the people that did that. It's nuts, dude. It's like, if you don't vote, I don't bother you. I got friends who don't vote. I got family who doesn't vote. And then I got people who do vote. I don't get to decide who they vote for. But why do these people think they get to decide who I vote for? Well, if everyone doesn't vote, then the system's going to shatter. It's like saying if Willy Wonka put snozberries on the wall, you could lick the walls, but they're not made of snozberries. First of all, there's never going to be a time when 98% of people don't vote. It's not going to happen. Now, even in certain states, a majority of people didn't vote. What happened? Nothing. One of the parties won. Either the Democrats won or the Republicans win. Like, it's such a low IQ theory to think that not voting is going to solve the problem. Like, they think the system's going to shatter if everybody doesn't vote. It's not going to happen. Even if 99% of people didn't vote, one of the ruling powers would put themselves into power. And then we'd have to do what we're doing now. Why burn bridges with me that I agree with you on everything? Because I voted for Trump. So did people that put more. Go tell Michael Jones about Zionism. These fucking idiots that found out about it 3 months ago. Michael Jones has written 20 books about it. He's talked about it for 20, 30 years when you were probably a baby. And people are harassing him like, how dare you vote for Trump? It's his vote, bro. He strategically thinks that Trump will end the war in Ukraine. So do I. Fuck you. I think he will too. I know he will. I think that war will be done within a year. And then we'll see what happens with Israel. I mean, it could go a lot of different ways, but Democrats got tens of thousands of kids killed. It's not like, oh, the Democrats are fighting Zionism. What are you talking about? Tens of thousands of women and children were murdered under Biden. They're just passive aggressive about it. I'd rather somebody be blunt and direct about it than passive aggressive. And Trump, this is my opinion too. He's currently putting together, and I'm not saying it's perfect because it's not, but Trump is putting together the most transparent and accessible administration in modern history. This is a good thing. Like, if you're not a total scumbag, your ideas can come to the table. Like Elon, you can say what you want about him. He's built one of the more transparent social medias in modern history, and he's planning on having live streams. And like, Kamala, there's no access. They don't care about you. Literally, the closest you'll get to Kamala is they'll try to like investigate you and arrest you. Like, that's how bad her administration is. With Trump, there's a lot of discussion going on. There's a lot of connectivity going on where it's like there's a lot of transparency going on, more than other. I'm not saying it's perfect, but he's more transparent and more accessible than any other president. So if you have good ideas, you can join the information bubble and you can influence people. But it requires, in my opinion, having a good attitude, because if you're a bad person, people don't have to like you. Like there's some people that are so desperate for me to like them. And it's like, I don't like you. You're not a likable person. I don't like you. I want to, I just don't. And it's like, that's the self-awareness thing. I don't run around demanding that people like me. Ben Shapiro probably doesn't like me. That's okay. I understand. Like Peter Hotez blocked me. Like there's people, Scott Adams blocked me. I don't even care. I mean, he was wrong, but it's whatever. He has a right to not want to see me in his feed. I don't care. It's like, it's the people that have no self-awareness that are like, you have to like me and respect me and agree with me. You're not that smart. You're not that likable. You're not bringing anything to the table but bad vibes and regurgitated talking points that we all know in a douchier attitude without journalistic, there's nothing impressive there. Like Glenn Greenwald's impressive. Michael Tracy's impressive. Like, Tucker does interesting stuff. Like it's whatever. So, that's my unsolicited advice to people, where this is the most transparent and the most accessible administration in history. Do real journalism, but direct your journalism at the politicians. Direct your journalism at Dr. Oz. Direct your journalism at Donald Trump. Direct your journalism at the lobbying groups. Don't direct your journalism at and blackmail me because I voted. Like, fuck these people. Like, it's like they literally want to spend 3 years blackmailing me and talking shit to me because I voted. Like, that's your journalism? Fuck you. You're such a low-level, stupid midwit. Like, how is that going to change anything? Like, because I didn't vote. Okay, what if Kamala got in or Trump got in? One of them's getting in anyway. I vote in California. My vote doesn't even count. It doesn't even matter on a national scale. Locally, it does. Nationally, it doesn't. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I find that this is just my kind of interpretation of social media. A lot of people are fed up because after COVID, obviously, realizing that the Republicans did what they did, I get why people are fed up, but it's like, then how are you going to harness your energy and how are you going to do your journalism? Are you going to spend your time just like nipping at people's ankles over nothing? Or are we all going to direct that energy to the Republican Party? Because when they try to pass an anti-Semitism speech law, I've been talking about this since 2019. The people that are, not all of them, but some of them that are getting all bitchy with me, they didn't even figure this out until like a year or two ago. It's not a competition, but it's like, I've been consistently calling it out and I will consistently call it out. So do you want to join the movement of trying to save the First Amendment? Or do you want to bitch at people that ideologically agree with you, that are reaching a lot of people to raise awareness to this so we can stop it? Like, what's the point of that? I don't like, this is where I disagree with certain people where, I see a lot of like beefing, but it doesn't seem very strategic. It just seems very like feminine. Someone said, did you see High Impact still talking trash? Yeah, absolutely. But it's like, dude, this guy is so irrelevant. I debated him 2 years ago. I ran circles around him. Even his own audience is telling him that he lost the debate. He has no self-awareness. He DM'd me like a bunch of times, trying to get my attention, trying to ask for help on social media, trying to say he doesn't want to burn bridges. He wants to be friends. He's like a weird, scorned ex-girlfriend. It's so weird. It's like, ideologically, I agree with him on a lot of topics, but he's like a psycho ex-girlfriend. It's like creepy feminine energy where it's like, bro, privately, you're messaging me, like begging for, like, I don't care about you. I beat you in a debate. Everybody knows it. You were selling COVID masks in your shop. Like, I don't agree with you ideologically. Like, I wouldn't sell COVID masks. You did. That's whatever. But it's like, I don't like the guy's like, whatever. I was over it once we debated. Like, it was just like, whatever. He messaged me like 10 times. He's just like wanting to be friends, wanting help. Can you help me get my YouTube back? Can you do this? Can you do this? Let's be friends, blah, blah, blah. He's like a weird woman. It's so weird. His criticism of me is, it's just like, he wants my attention so bad. It's like, bro, fine. Do you have a wife or a girlfriend or something? Like, I want to talk to, like, it's just weird. So like, that guy, he wants to make his whole life about me and how not voting matters so much and how like, it's just like weird. It's like, bro, we had a 3-hour debate on that topic. That's why I blocked him. If I never debated him, then it would be weird. But we had a 3-hour debate on the topic. Go watch it. He looked like an idiot. He basically was like embarrassed afterwards because he looked so stupid. I literally shattered his ego on a live mainstream, and he looked like a mindless, like a kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, I broke his ego in half, and he didn't. And I'm like, you sell COVID masks on your store? And he's like, yeah, I'm a libertarian. There's nothing wrong with selling COVID masks. I was like, I don't know what ideology you're on, but I don't think you're very smart, and I don't agree with you. Like, I don't sell COVID masks. But he's like, I do. There's nothing wrong with that. It's like, okay, then go talk to your audience who thinks that it's cool to sell COVID masks because you're a libertarian. I think it's retarded, and I think you're an idiot. But if you think that that's really cool and smart and ethical, then talk to the people that agree with you, because it's not my audience. So it's like, It's 2.5 years later, and this guy's still bitching about me choosing to vote because he thinks that not voting shattering the system. He's low IQ. He's a feminine, weird drama queen, psycho ex-girlfriend, although like always begging for my attention, always want to be on my good side, and then publicly like lashes out like a psycho female because I don't give him enough attention or something. It's really creepy. It's really weird, and it makes no sense for me to talk about because it's like nobody cares about, like no one cares. And no, like the voting topic, we've had a 3-hour debate about it. Like, what am I going to spend the next 20 years debating with a grown man who wants attention over voting? I don't give a fuck. Don't vote. Create an anarchist group that tells people how not voting doesn't matter. Like, I don't care, dude. I don't, like, I'm 34 years old. That guy looks like he's 45 or 50. Go fucking find a hobby, bro. I don't want to debate in a circle with you for 10 years of my life. Like, I want kids. I want a wife. I want to work on journalism. Like, I find it so stupid and not interesting to talk in circles for 5 years about not voting or voting. But he wants to do that. He wants to just like drag, like be like a the dude is like a feminine parasite. It's so creepy. So God bless the guy. I wish him the best, but it's like he wants to spend the next 5 years talking about this topic that I find genuinely uninterested, that I already want to debate on. And he posts about me, nobody cares. And his own followers are like, bro, I like you, but Anomaly beat you in the debate. He's like, tell me how. If I lost the debate, then tell me how. It's like, you lost that. You lack self-awareness where you're like, you're begging. Like, I don't need to ask someone how I lost that debate because I didn't. And everybody knows that. But it's like, you know, you lost the debate. So you're asking your audience how you lost. Like, you look like you're like a mindless child. Like, that's what happens when your ego is bigger than your intellect. And when your ego is so big that your worldview is not as good as you think it is. I have friends who didn't vote. We never get bothered by it. Like Bryson Gray, I mentioned this. Bryson Gray didn't vote for religious reasons and personal reasons. Never once has he bothered me. Never once have I bothered him. Never once am I going to blame him for good things that happened during Trump. He's not going to blame me if Trump does bad things. My vote doesn't matter in California. So it's like the fact that this grown man is just like a parasitic female for like 5 years now, and he just can't stop talking about it. He's in this like weird, he's probably like has some sort of issue, and he's just like spiraling online to cope with it. So it's like, I wish the guy some health, because any sort of healthy or intelligent person would not spend 5 years arguing in circles about whether I choose to vote or not. I'm a taxpayer. It's my choice, not yours. Mac said Trump's defense secretary Pete Hegseth on video says he wants removing Al-Aqsa Mosque and building the Jewish Third Temple. All Trump's picks are Zionists. Probably not all, but most of them. Yeah, I saw the video of that. It's definitely the whole Christian Zionist thing is a whole nother rabbit hole. So yeah, I mean, I don't want them to do that personally. I don't think they should play God and try to play like role play Revelation, but that's, I don't know. I could talk about that for an hour. So I did see that though. Someone said only a communist would try to convince you not to vote. Here's the thing, like, I respect everyone's decision, but I do find, and not everybody's like this, I know a lot of non-voters that are normal. There's been this influx this election that I've seen more of people who don't vote. It's not just that they don't vote. Like, I don't care if you vote or not vote. I'll never bother you over it. But there's been an influx of people. I don't know who they're listening to or where they're getting their like mental training, but it's like they're literally lashing out like psychopaths because I voted. I was like, you've been a fan of mine since 2022. Some of these people, it's like they're getting mad all of a sudden. I voted in 2022. I voted in 2020, and I voted in 2018. Like, you liked all my reporting in 2020 and 2021. I voted in 2020 and I voted in 2018. Like, why didn't you get mad at me then? Like, it doesn't make any sense. So I'm not going to accuse them of being a communist for not voting, but they need to fuck off, dude. Like, some of these accounts, there's like anonymous accounts literally blackmailing me where it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're trying to force me to not vote or something? Like, fuck off, bro. I'm not forcing you to vote. You can't force me to not vote. I don't believe if every truther didn't vote, the system would be broken. I believe if every truther didn't vote, the Democrats would win every election, because truthers and libertarians and anarchists and conservatives and people that are into challenging big pharma, they all tend to be right wing. So it's like, I don't buy the theory that they're pushing, which is totally acceptable. But like, it's like they're wrong, but they're psychopaths about being wrong. I don't care that you're wrong. There's a lot of people that are wrong, but like, they're aggressively wrong, where they're like, anybody who's not wrong with me is the problem. Okay, then just get mad at everybody who voted. That's fine. And then it's one of these things where it's like, I like to live in conservative areas personally, even in California. But it's like when I move, I'm moving to a conservative area. So it's like I vote and I move where I vote because I want to live in those places. If you don't give a fuck, live in the jungle. But if it's like if you live in a Republican area and you're like, I don't care. Well, the people that do care why that's Republican. Like I want a Republican prosecutor. I want a Republican mayor. I want a Republican city council. That's what I want. If you don't, that's okay. But it's like, half these people that do that, they live in Republican areas. It's like the reason that these people, I've seen the local stuff. I talk to people in local politics. Democrats are objectively worse on every topic. It's not to say the Republicans are great, but it's like, I want that. If you don't, it's fine. But I don't like these people bothering me. It's like, you don't have to agree, but like the level that they're going to try to convince me that they're right is weird. Like, no, I like the Republican Party better. I want to live in a Republican county. I want to live in a Republican town or city. That's what I want to do. If you don't, okay. Let me see. Someone said, America's size is a blessing and a curse. Unity is rare. The division will continue to grow. Yeah, I mean, I hear you. That's definitely, there's a lot of ways to be divided in this country. I think there's left and right, there's black and white, there's religion, there's, truth or politics. Like I'm not a overly divisive person. I'm just trying to report reality. But, everybody, it reminds me, I've told this story once before, but I remember when I lived in Los Angeles, I had 4 roommates. One guy, he was okay, but he was like an alcoholic and he was a little ridiculous. He would complain about politics every day and he acted like he knew everything about politics, right? And I kept thinking to myself, if this guy was a politician, he'd be worse than the politicians. Like he's so aggressive about politics, but I was like, he'd make the worst politician. Fast forward to now, it's the same thing. It's like there's obviously massive problems with our politics, but some of the worst people in the truther community, they would make the worst politicians. Like, it's like the real change comes from within. You have to change yourself to change the world. And when you're in a healthy place, then you act differently. Like I know just from a personal experience, if I'm not mentally healthy, if I'm not physically healthy and I'm not spiritually healthy, it affects how I treat others. It affects my job. When I'm around, I'm a very friendly person, like because I'm happy, because I'm internally satisfied and I'm clear-minded. When I'm not a pleasant person to be around because I'm not comfortable. So it's like at the end of the day, you have to get comfortable. You have to get confident. You have to have self-awareness and you need to be mentally, physically, and spiritually happy and healthy. Once you get to that point, you probably don't even want to run for politics. But in general, it's like the people that are the least mentally and spiritually healthy and they're lashing out all the time, acting crazy, they're the ones that think they know so much better, where it's like, I guess, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, if I agree with you, but I can't even tolerate you because your attitude sucks, then I don't know how we're going to like work together. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people that I agree with that are tolerable just in their attitude. Like I view that as important. Of course, if there's 2 options on a voting booth and it's like Trump or Hillary, it's like, I'm going to vote for the one, even if I think his attitude's a little harsh or whatever. But in reality, it's like that matters. Like I'm going to hire somebody next year probably to work with me. And it's like, what's the number one thing I'm looking for? 2 things, a good attitude and somebody that's trustworthy. That matters to me more than how much they know. Like someone could come to a job interview and be like, I know everything about this and that, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, if I didn't like them as a person, I couldn't hire them. It's like, yeah, you're qualified, but like part of the job is being trustworthy and being tolerable. If we have to spend time and talk together, if you're hard to communicate with, if you're unpleasant to be around, nobody has to or want to be around you. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. Like friendship, business, like nothing is guaranteed. Like you get what you deserve, not what you want. And if you want it and you're not getting it, there's usually some sort of reason. Either it's being blocked, for a reason, or it's not right for you, one way or the other. So I don't view things like people think just because we agree politically that I like them or something. It's just like I don't know. It's like I can't, like, you agree with me on the vaccine, but I'm just reading your Twitter feed and it's like you just seem like angry and nasty all the time, and it's like you're not willing to really look at certain situations and be completely fair. You don't treat others the way you want to be treated. Like other people, they're lashing out all the time. It's like, you're going to get that in return now because you're doing it. You know, why are you acting that way? Why is there no grace to your approach? Like, you know, to each their own, but it's, yeah, it's interesting. This is just telling you guys, I took a 3-month break from Twitter because I was just so burnt out from like everybody arguing. For me too, it's like, I'm 35 now. I said I was 34, I think. I'm 35. Dude, I have a lot of things I want to do in business and life. Like, I don't have time for weird drama with other grown men. Like, it's really weird to me. Like, I don't even want drama with women, let alone like a man I've never even met. It's very odd. But social media kind of like feeds into that. Like, first of all, streamers are the extreme of that. Like, people that stream 24/7, like the Aiden Rosses and stuff. And, you know, they always need something to get people's attention. So now the streamers are incentivized to create some sort of drama or controversy or something crazy, because that's the only thing that people are going to care about. So they either need a huge guest, or they need to start a problem, or run in front of a car. It's becoming like an issue. One guy got in a car crash, like driving a McLaren or something, because it's like they're incentivized to crash the car. It's nuts. With that being said, it's like social media was like that to me. And I'm like, everybody's just complaining and lashing out. Like, I feel like if you spend too much time on X, you become mentally ill, and you become it really fucks up everything. I think it fucks up your blood pressure. Like, it's bad to be on the site for too long. So I took a break for 3 months, and then I came back and posted one video, and like multiple grown men started just like random beefs with me because I voted. And it was like, and then certain accounts were like doxing me, certain accounts were blackmailing me, other accounts were just crying. Like Brian, he wasn't doing those things, but he was crying. We debated about the topic before, and I was like, holy shit, like this is why I left Twitter. Like, there's a lot of great things about Twitter. You can access the world and get your stuff seen, but it's like, it's a really dark website. Like, people are ape shit. Then I had fans of mine that were fans for years be like, you're just trying to get a job with Candace Owens. That's not even true. Trump paid you money. That's also not true. Like, these truthers are like mentally ill psychopaths, and they're literally willing to lie about you in order to prove their point. If I'm wrong about voting, why do you have to say I'm getting paid by Trump? That's 100% a lie. Why are you trying to say I'm trying to get a job when I'm not trying to get a job? I run my own business. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And then the people that are fans, it's like, I've had Candace Owens on the show 4 years ago when you were a fan. Now, if I have her on the show again, you're going to say something. I already had her on the show 4 times. So it's like, the people are just nuts. Like, part of me, I want to do this, and I'm never going to back down. Other part of me says, fuck it. Let the mentally ill goblins have the social media and let me do something else. You know, it's like, if I do well enough where I have the option to just really like not do anything, I'm leaning towards it. Cause it's like, at a certain point, like, people, the energy that's like roasting on there, it's like the trutherism and people that think they're so smart. It's always the worst, angriest, and most broken people that are like the most psychotic and like crazy. But it's like, you got to treat others the way you want to be treated. Cause I know that these people I know that they're suffering. Like, I know that comes from misery loves company. And when people are suffering, they want to like share it with you and break you because they're broken. So I don't let it affect me. It's just, I have a choice. Like, I don't have to be on Twitter. You know, I don't have to post there. I don't have there's a lot of things I could do differently. It's just like, mentally, it's just like exhausting. Like, the types of things people say, like, this account's like, we got to go after this guy. It's like, who the fuck are you, bro? You're not even, it's like an anonymous account. You're not even showing your face. You're saying all this stuff. What are you mad at? And then he's got Jesus in the bio. It's like, you're mad at what? That I voted? You're mad that I voted. That's what you're mad at. You're going to blackmail me because I voted? Dude, these people are fucking psychopaths. Like, it's weird. How tall am I? I'm 6'3". Vegas 96 said, what's your thoughts about COVID and pharma and these dog vaccines? Rabies is non-existent, you said, and I see dogs die. I don't know about rabies. I'm not like educated on the topic to answer that super chat, but what are my thoughts on dog vaccines? Me personally, I'm against dog vaccines. I'm against cow vaccines. I don't want I'm not saying I eat dogs, but I don't want cows being vaccinated. Like, I don't want the food being vaccinated. Bill Gates saying we're going to make a vaccine to change your stomach lining so it doesn't create so much methane. I'm against all that stuff. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's like trying to play God to such a crazy extent that I find it very dark and very unnecessary. But I'm not a dog owner, and I'm not a cow owner at this point. But yeah, when I heard Bill Gates talk about vaccinating cows to switch their stomachs, It's disgusting. I'm so against it. And with dogs, it's like maybe certain medication help dogs, but think about this. How many people own dogs? If you can convince every dog owner, like a baby owner, like a mom when they have a baby, it's like, oh, they need 1, they need 2, they need 4, they need 7, they need 12. If you could now bring that to dogs, what they've done to baby humans, your dog needs 1, your dog needs 2. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. So haven't looked into them enough, but I'm guessing if I owned a dog that I would not be vaccinating the dog or the cow, or that's my guess, but I can't really speak on it. Let me see. Bill Gates has a special seat reserved for him in hell, somebody said. It's definitely a possibility. Someone said there's nothing wrong with vaccines. It's how the vaccines are made that's important. I'm not going to go out on a limb and say like a type of medication is bad or good. I don't make claims like that, but it's like, yeah, what's in it? Is there even a discussion around it? I think starting there, it's like, let's just talk about vaccines. They use the word as if it's a be all end all, where it's like they're all good, they're all perfect, and anybody who thinks otherwise is a conspiracy theorist. To me, just mentally, that's how I know like something's up, because it's like it would be like saying every pill is good. Okay, I guess for some people, but I don't believe that. So it's like nobody would be like, you need 7 pills because everybody needs 7 pills. Like, that's not normal. But with the injections, it is normal, where it's like, this is just what we do. And you need them all. Like, some people believe that and they get to take them. It's like people who take 7 pills. I don't take 7 pills. I don't take any pills. So, it's like, I understand like everybody has the right to do what they want. But like with vaccines, there's no conversation around it. At least with pills, you're like, yeah, I don't know about that. That has side effects. They say it in the commercials. With vaccines, it's just like a word that encompasses like 20 different things. And it's like, they're all yes. And anybody who questions them, no. Like, it's so obvious, like outside of what people think of certain shots and stuff. Just looking at it like that, it's obvious that something's going up. And then it's up to you to go as far as you want to go, to dive into the history of them, etc. Someone said Matt Gaetz doesn't take Israel money is very impressive. It's very rare. It's very rare, especially in the Republican Party. So it's, go Google Matt Gaetz anti-Semitic, and you can find all the times that they're calling him an anti-Semite. It's a lot because he disagrees with the hate speech laws. Someone said Obama would be giving instructions to the front man or front woman using an earpiece. I don't know. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Someone said Rupert Murdoch's New York Post calling dumping on Gaetz and Tulsi. You got it, Flaming Sword. You're on it. Someone said Matt Gaetz is compromised. They have info on him. I mean, they tried to get him 3 years ago. I mean, you could Google. I think it was like something with Scott Adams and Dilbert too. Like I'll read the headline. So they tried to get him 3 years ago and they didn't get him. So maybe they have something. But let me see. Matt Gaetz. Here's a headline. I'm just gonna read it. Politico. If you want to find out more about what's going on, read this article, okay? It's from 2021, okay? This is 3 years ago now. It said the tangled tale of the Israel consulate, the Dilbert cartoonist, and the Matt Gaetz case. Read that article, okay? And tell me what you think. So they've been trying to, like, there's something going on with the Dilbert cartoonist, Matt Gaetz, and the Israel consulate. That's the title of the Politico headline. I read that article years ago. I forget what it says, but I'll probably read it later, because the scandals that they're bringing up on him now, there was a whole scandal 3 years ago that they tried to get him out of Congress with, but it didn't work, to some extent. Someone said 2 types of people that advocate for not voting. The first are subversives trying to demoralize others into not voting. The other group is accelerationists who realize voting isn't helping. Someone said on my Twitter that they voted for Kamala. They're like an accelerationist. I don't think that way, but the thing is, if you act normally, I don't care. If you vote the other way to accelerate, okay. If you vote for Trump because you think he's the better option, I get it. If you don't vote at all because you're just disgusted by the system and you don't care, I get that too. Like I get all the sides of it. It's just your attitude and how you approach me with it, where it's like I'm respectful to other people based on their decision, but they don't share that same respect with me. Like they hate me because I voted. So it's like I get accelerationism, I get not voting, I get voting. I just don't understand, and I've had a thorough debate about it. I don't understand people that think that not voting solves all the problems. I think that's as dumb as thinking voting solves all the problems. Voting or not voting does not solve the problem. The problem will be solved when culture shifts and when people realize the game that politicians are doing with lobbying, with donor money, with subversion, etc. So I just, I've had that conversation. It's interesting to some extent, but I'm just over it. Someone said it's demoralizing to vote for someone you call the lesser of two evils. I don't get moralized or demoralized by voting. Like it doesn't moralize or demoralize me. Like I don't know. I'm not going to let somebody demoralize me. So if I was so disgusted by the Republican Party that I didn't want to vote, I would not vote and not get demoralized by it. I chose to vote. I wouldn't say it was the most moralizing part of my life, but I did it. And now that it's going in this direction, I like the fact that culture is swinging and conservatism is rising. I'm not an anarchist and I'm not a full-blown libertarian. I agree with libertarians on some principles, but I'm more Christian and conservative than a lot of these people, which, they have a right to their choice. And I have Christian friends who didn't vote. It's all good. It's just like, I like a few things that happened, and I definitely like RFK at HHS. Some people cannot. That's okay. I'm interested to see how it goes, but I don't let a voting booth moralize or demoralize me. Like it's not going to affect my belief in everything. Let's see. Someone said, let's all pray that Trump gets a good CDC director and that RFK Jr. gets through. It's going to be interesting to see who gets confirmed in that for sure. Someone said it's not the voting part which is demoralizing. It's the part where 70% of the cabinet is immediately filled with Zionists. I mean, if you're super demoralized by it, then it's like, what are you going to do about it? Either you can try to be productive and do fair and reasonable journalism, calling it out and trying to shift the party in the right direction. And the name of that game is to be convincing. Like if people are convinced by you, then it's like, okay, now we're moving in the right direction. But if you're just upset at it to the point where it's just falling on deaf ears, then it's not really changing anything. So, it's like, to me, I don't have high expectations. Like I wouldn't say I'm demoralized by that because I didn't expect Trump to hire 100% of good people. I had very low expectations for Trump. Matt Gaetz, Tulsi, and RFK. To me, that is better than I thought it would be. So I'm not at all demoralized by it. You don't get what you want, you get what you deserve. So if you want something that you're not getting, you have to understand why. The party is not where you are. The base is not where you are. It's not, you're not going to get JFK's Democrats when the Democrats are acting psychotic. So it's all about the culture shift. And when it comes to culture shift, it doesn't happen overnight. So it's like there's massive cultural shift gains happening now. Freaking out that things aren't happening when you want them to happen, like it's not going to change it anyway. So I just don't see the strategy of being sad by that. Like, what's the point of being? If I was so demoralized by his cabinet, I would just start making UFC videos and stop talking about politics. Like, it doesn't demoralize me. But I hear what you're saying. You could say you're disappointed by it because you maybe expected something different or you wanted something different. But then the name of the game is like, why isn't this happening? I want this to happen. Why is it not happening? Well, enough people don't agree with you yet. Why? There's a myriad of reasons, but it's like, okay, what are you going to do to get people to agree with you and see the light if you think you're right? That's the name of the game. Like I can't speak for others, but I knew the media was lying. I knew the media was negative. I knew they were nasty. I knew it was all pharmaceutical ads. So I wanted to create my own media source because I wanted to counter them on social media. I got 1 billion views, millions of followers, and I reached tens or hundreds of millions of people a week. I mean, it depends. This last week, I reached like 60 million people on Twitter. Like, I'm doing what I want to do, but I can't just throw a fit when everybody doesn't agree with me all the time. Like I pick and choose my spots, and I certain bridges are going to burn, but I'm not an idiot with it. I don't burn bridges with people that I agree with that are good allies. I do it with people that I know are just like completely sold out and doing things that are like passing speech laws and agreeing with them. But everybody can do what they want, but I just don't see I don't see the strategy of feeling demoralized by something that someone else is doing. Someone said a humble brag. Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm not here to do nothing. You know, if I was doing nothing, I'd just stop doing it. Like, I don't get the people that are like, I hate this, then go do something else. Like, you know, a lot of us see that we're winning, but it's happening slowly. It's not like, you know, like, it's not like San Francisco is going to clean itself up in a day. Maybe in 10 years it will, but in the meantime, you just don't have to go there. So I don't know. I see a lot of positive signs. I don't have like a negative view of all this stuff. I think it's moving in the right direction, but it's now a name of, are enough Republicans going to figure out what's going on? And the way to do that is to inform and educate people, but you also have to get people to like you and agree with you. So burn certain bridges, but don't burn certain bridges. Like, this is my issue with, I'm all for calling out Trump. I'm all for pointing out vaccine stuff, everything. But why burn bridges with people that literally agree with you? You don't want people that vote around you. You only want non-voters who agree with you. But there's literally, like, when I post about this stuff, there's probably like 50 million Trump voters who agree with you. And then there's like 50 million who don't. And then there's some who just have no idea. But it's like, you don't want any of them to listen to you or any of them to be around you because you just hate them because they voted. Then that's your ego talking, because you're not building a coalition to attack the speech laws or to counter Trump's cabinet. You're basically just building a coalition of miserable people that nobody likes. Like, so I just don't understand the strategy of it. Like, I don't care who didn't vote. If they agree with me on these topics and they're willing to call out the Republican Party, that's what we need. I don't care that people didn't vote. But you understand what I'm saying? It's like the people that care so much about that, I feel like they're burning the wrong bridges and they're creating like a little pity party that does nothing. And then they're mad that nothing gets done. How's it going to get done? You're not strategically even trying. $10 from Vegas. He said, why don't the people who criticize the system say vote local or run for local office? It's less corrupt, less for money, school board or council. Yeah, someone said it's nihilism. I agree. Yeah, I guess like hold on, this one guy's like freaking out. I gotta do something. But when it comes to certain people, like, they don't believe in the voting system at all. You know, hold on. This guy's like going nuts over here. We all right, buddy? How do I? This guy's all right. Sorry, somebody I was like freaking out on Facebook. The Percy guy. God bless him. Some people don't believe in voting at all. Like, some people think it's all fake. Then it's like, why would you show up to vote when you don't believe in it? Others, I don't know. Like, I can't really speak for other people because I don't know what, like, I can't wrap my head around what they're thinking. Like, why do they not tell people to vote locally or run locally? I don't know. I guess everyone, like, when we wake up in the morning, we all have a choice. Like, what do we want to do? What do we want to work on? What do we want to say? What do we want to build? Some people build companies. Some people build political movements. Some people build nonprofits. Some people run for local office, and some people don't do any of that stuff. You know, like, everyone has a choice of what they want to do. Some people do retreats. I can't really speak for other people, but for me, I vote locally. I don't run locally because I don't want to be in politics, but I do believe in local politics and I vote. So I can't get into the head of the non-voter because they make absolutely no sense to me. Not just that they don't vote, but it's just crazy to me that they're so mad at voters. Like, I don't understand that because I vote. So I can't tell you what they're thinking. Like, I don't get it. But you got to ask them, like, why don't they do this locally? Maybe they don't care. Maybe they don't want to. Maybe they don't believe in it. Maybe I can't tell you. It's not my worldview. So, let's see. Someone said, at the very least, Trump will appoint 2 new Supreme Court justices. That's enough to vote for him. The ones who didn't join the coalition during the 2024 election are scum. I'm not going to call people scum, but I see it the way you see it, in the sense of, like, I do think things matter. I don't know. I believe I give some of the most honest news analysis, and my numbers with no help or backing kind of prove that, because how am I able to reach this many people if enough people don't see it that way? Because I can point out where the Republican Party is failing. I can point out where they're controlled opposition, what they're not doing. But then also I call it like I see it, where it's like, I do believe the Supreme Court matters. Maybe not as much as I wish it mattered. They didn't do everything I wanted during COVID, but judges do matter, prosecutors do matter. You could look in New York City and Los Angeles. If you look at some of the most brutal murders or some of the worst things that have happened in these cities, these people committed 7, 8, 5 crimes. Like that, you wouldn't think it's this, but it is. Like the people that are committing all these crimes are usually like 4, 5, 6, 7 like time criminals. So it's like all you have to do is if someone commits a crime like 5 or 6 times, throw them in prison. Like they're not fit for society at that point. They mess up and they're doing violent crimes too much. That just happened in New York. The guy had multiple crimes beforehand, like 5, 6. LA, same thing. So it's like I do believe in judges and prosecutors. I'm not an anarchist. I get the theory. It's interesting. I'm not an anarchist. I don't agree. And I don't care that people do agree, but it's like I vote. I believe in judges. I believe in the Supreme Court. I believe in the Constitution. I believe in local politics. I believe in the DA. I believe in the city council. Like I believe it does make a difference. I know it makes a difference. So I vote. If people don't want to, it's on them. But I see it your way as well. Like if the Democrats controlled the entire Supreme Court, we would lose everything. And then all these anarchists wouldn't have certain freedoms and rights. That doesn't mean that the Republican Party is not going to take some away from you. Get what I'm saying? Like they're going to do some bad things, but it's like, I don't know. That's how I see it. But I like when people see it the other way. As long as they're respectful and cordial and not annoying, then it's like, G. Edward Griffith sees it differently than me, but the guy's a class act and he's just so pleasant to talk to. Like he can come on my show at any time and talk about it, but he's not a dickhead, like he's not a angry, nasty person. He's just chill. Carlos said, a bit off topic, what are your thoughts on Eric Prince's perspective and proposed strategies for addressing the situation in Venezuela? I haven't seen that. And I don't know much about Eric Prince. I mean, I know who he is, but I don't have like a really big stance on him because I haven't looked into it enough. So I have no idea what he said about Venezuela, and I'm not super familiar with him besides I know why he's famous and what he does. What's my opinion on LA becoming a sanctuary city? A sanctuary city doesn't make sense to me. Like that, I don't like the idea that they can harbor people that aren't here legally. Like it doesn't make sense. Like it's, yeah, I agree with the guy Trump hired personally. And then it's one of those things too, where it's like, if he does a great job, like are these people going to admit that he did a good job or no? Like say Kamala and Mayorkas would have left the border open for 4 more years and Trump does reverse and actually does a good job this time. Are these people ever going to admit that he did anything good or no? Is it all black and white and it doesn't matter? Another theory that I saw that I could talk about because I just saw it floating. People are saying that like there's biometrics now and they think that they're going to use the illegal immigration biometrics against the American citizens. On one hand, I think after COVID, like everybody needs to pay attention to everything because it's obvious that, like they've already abused their power within the last 5 years to a crazy extent. And the Republican Party was underwhelming. So I think it's smart to like think about these things as far as like, nothing's out of the realm. So I'm not mad that people are saying that, but they're saying it as if it's a fact. And this is just my thought about it. They already have so many ways to do these things. Like they already have tracking. I don't think they need a whole new system to do that. Like I think they could do it at any second. So it's like, you get what I'm saying? I don't see it that way, but I see why people are skeptical and they have every reason to be. I don't think like people will say like, oh, they're going to go to cashless money and then we're really screwed. It's like they can already trace everything. Like, if everything is traceable, everything is trackable, cell phones, bank statements, like they can, if you get cash, I guess you could like hide it somewhere, but it's like you make any sort of transaction, that person has a cell phone, you know what I'm saying? You're texting that person or communicating to some extent. I don't think they need all these extra things in order to do these things if they wanted to do it. So whether they deport people or not, people just have to pay attention to tyranny when it comes. When the Dreamer of coffee mugs, I'm moving soon and I'm going to really, I'm going to try to really build a serious thing. So I got a lot of things. I'm going to get people to help me because right now it's a time constraint with everything. I don't have time, but I'm putting all the pieces in place. I visualized it. Now I'm going to put all the pieces in place. So mugs, I should have them by next year. What are my thoughts on the convention of states? what is that like people breaking away or what? I haven't really looked into it. Convention estates. If you can explain it, I'd have more of an opinion on it. Will I ever do a meet and greet? Possibly. I mean, people are just crazy. So it's like people recognize me in person all the time. Like I've probably been recognized hundreds of times. I take pictures. I'm friendly. So I'd be down to do a meet and greet. I just want to have good security and planning and stuff because people are weird. So, I've met people at rallies that took a picture with me and were like huge fans, and now they're like posting my private information. Like there's like some really evil people out there because I voted, right? People that were huge fans of mine that took pictures of me in person at rallies. Now they're trying to publish my private information because I voted and they think I'm working for Trump, even though anybody that listens to me knows that's not true. So it's like, I'm so grateful for people and I'm so appreciative. And I know that most people are good people, but like psychopaths kind of ruin it for everybody where it's like, do I really want to go somewhere and be like, I'm going here? Not really. Not really. I don't like to announce where I'm going. I like to be strategic with it because unfortunately, I just don't trust people because there's so many psychopaths out there now. But I would be down for a meet and greet or an event. I would just have heavy security that, I would want to hurt anybody that tried to do anything weird. I missed your super chat, Carrie. My bad. Let me scroll up. Hold on. Carrie. Okay. No, I don't see it. Oh, Carrie. You're getting through to a lot of people. Ignore the turkeys. Oh, thank you, Carrie. Appreciate it. Sorry about that. Thanks for saying I missed your super chat because then I found it. Someone said, I'm a big fan. I usually agree with your perspective. I like to see you working with the team. I'm going to put a team together. I have a plan. I'm moving. I'm building more stuff. I'm going to invest in better cameras and stuff. I got a plan. I got people I'm going to work with. So I got to just build my own team. I realized in conservative media that every team that's there is like, you need to have a certain foreign policy or there's certain things you can't talk about or they don't want you there. So I always thought maybe I could like join another team, but I realized that it's a little more controlled in conservative media than I maybe thought it was years ago. So it's okay. I'm just going to build my own. I have the plan. I have the game plan, the strategy, the ideas. I know I just need people to work with. I'm doing it. Am I working with or dating Laura Loomer? No, I don't know. So I saw someone say that. No, I'm not. I've met Laura Loomer, but I've never worked with her. But I met her in 2017, maybe at a political event. Someone said, I hear ex-Timcast members are looking for work. LOL. Yeah, I'm not looking for those type of people right now. More like behind the scenes, like assistant or like production sort of stuff. So I'm not really looking for on-air talent right now, but I'm sure I could find it. What's my thoughts on dealing with China? I mean, I think America should work with them, but should have like a good fair deal. So I'm not as anti-China as everyone else. I mean, I wish we made more stuff in America, but I think China's a powerhouse and we just need to make sure that they respect us and do fair work with us. But it's like we do so much business with them. We just need to get good deals and perhaps like less cheap stuff here. I'm not really sure how to work that, but someone said, listen, your team needs me. Perhaps. Thoughts on Susie Wiles? Trump likes how she ran the campaign. She did other stuff in the past, but I'm really like apathetic on her. I see like people are tying certain things. I think her job right now is like chief of staff. So it's basically to manage Trump's campaign or staff. So we'll see if she does a good job or not. I'm not really, I don't think her role, like if she was the head of HHS, I'd be like, all right. But if she's the chief of staff, I don't really think she's doing that much when it comes to policy personally, but people are talking about Laura. Laura was nice to me in person, but like, I don't know. We didn't really, it was like, I think, you could find the video, like Michael Avenatti was there before he was in prison and she was like trying to film him. I remember that. It was called Politicon. And like Michael Avenatti was walking and people were like filming him and talking shit to him. Like that's kind of the extent what I remember. Oh, and then Tucker Carlson debated Cenk Uygur too. It was good. Tucker did really well, and Cenk Uygur looked like an idiot. Why is Biden in the Amazon? I don't know. He looks like he's dressed up like Crocodile Dundee. I have no idea. Why is he in the Amazon? Why is he dressed like that? I can't tell you. I'm not. That's above my pay grade. Like I wonder why. Just like you, I really don't know. Dan said you've opened my eyes to a lot that I've been blind to. Much respect. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate you. Thoughts on Project 2025 or 25? I don't think like it's someone who put an agenda together, but it's not Trump. So it's like it would be like if me and Bryson Gray came up with Agenda 2025 and said all the things that we wanted to do. I'm just giving you an example. Like I don't think it's that influential. But the thing is, some things on it are things conservatives want to do. It would be like if a bunch of Democrats made a website called Agenda 2030, and then they had all these Democrat policies where it's like everyone had to wear pronouns on their shirt and everyone had to do this. Of course, some things are going to be things that Democrats want to do, but it's like if it didn't come from Kamala Harris or Joe Biden and it came from like people like not really affiliated with them, then I like it is what it is. Like you could read Agenda 2025 and I'm sure you'd agree with a lot of things on there and you'd probably disagree with some things on there. But it like the truth is it's not like Trump didn't write it. So Trump's not going to do everything on it because it's not his worldview. It's someone else's worldview that overlaps with Trump to some extent, but not completely. I think Trump is more moderate than Project 2025. That's what I think. JK said, I appreciate your time and energy. I believe that jealousy drives a lot of bizarre behavior, the love, hate psychosis, the constant desire to be wanted or noticed. This usually comes back to jealousy. Thanks, bro. Enjoy. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate it. For sure. Obviously. It's just one of these things where it's like, I don't know. I got things I want to do. I want to run my business. I want to, I'm going to meet my wife eventually. And it's like the last thing I want to deal with is like grown men acting that way. It's just really weird to me where it's like, if it's your ex-girlfriend of 3 years and like she's mad at you or something, it's still annoying, but it's like, okay, I dated this girl for 3 years and she's mad at something, or like I was seeing this girl and we went on a few dates and now she's mad at me. I hate that. I hate drama. So it's like, I don't even like it when it's someone that I like hang out with. When it's a grown man that's older than me that I've never met, it's like, it's extra just like weird where it's like, dude, just stop. Like, it's just odd. Someone said, Duke said, so anyone criticizing Trump is jealous? No, that's just a straw man. There's dozens of people that criticize Trump, including myself, that I can tolerate. That Michael Tracy hates Republicans, but I like his Twitter feed because I think he's being honest. This is just a straw man. It's like if one person's annoying and cringe, then they're like, everybody is annoying and cringe. No, just you and a few other people. Like specific people are. Someone commented to me and they said, I didn't vote because of this, this, and this. And I was like, that's cool. Like, as long as you're not being weird about it, then it's not a big deal. You understand? And they were like, okay, like that's not like I said, Bryson didn't vote. He's constantly complaining about things. That's fine. it doesn't bother me. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes I agree with him. A lot of times, sometimes I disagree, but it's like, I get where he's coming from. And I don't like, it doesn't bother me. I don't care when other people have other opinions. It's not everyone who doesn't like Trump. No, I don't like a lot of things about Trump, and I'm going to be doing reporting against things that he's doing wrong. So it has nothing to do that. It's a certain type of energy and action that certain people are doing, like someone that I met in person at a rally trying to publish my private information. Is that because they're criticizing Trump? No, they met me at a rally and then they're trying to publish my information. Like that's demon behavior. And then I say that's demon behavior. And they're like, we're all demons because we don't like Trump. No, I'm not even talking. Like people think I'm talking about them when I'm not even talking about them. It's like, there's just multiple people being evil demons. Like it's like, imagine if you didn't vote and then I just started publishing your information because I said, oh, you should have voted for Trump. Like that's psychotic behavior, no matter who's doing it. That's evil. That's crazy stuff. That's what like the SPLC does. And, that's like what Jewish organizations are doing to people on Twitter who are criticizing Zionism and stuff. Like, that's not like, if people do that, I don't care what your political affiliation is. You're a demon. You know what I'm saying? And, oh, we're all demons because no. Are you doing that? Then no. It's like don't straw man it. Like everyone's doing that. I don't care. Am I moving to Florida to live with Patrick? Bet David, no. Someone said Ursula Haverback. Is she the one that was in prison for questioning World War II? I think so, right? In Germany. Someone said, "Who's doxing you?" That's Demonicus. I don't even want to talk about it because I know these people are hurting and I know that they just want attention. So it's like I'm gonna address this briefly and then never think about it again because they're doing it to get attention or they have like they're really bad people. I don't know, but it's like people dive into this world of like politics and then they become like very just like crazy. I can't really explain it because I'm always trying to think like I'm gonna try to treat others the way I want to be treated. And if I call out Ben Shapiro, which I do constantly, I try to do it with grace where it's like it's not a personal thing. And I know certain things you do that are good, but here's where I disagree with you and why, and here's why I think you're lying. And that's how I'd want somebody to treat me. I don't like the fact that you didn't vote. Here's why I think you should vote or whatever. But if you're not acting that way and you're treated like, these people don't want to be treated that way. If they were treated that way by the media, they'd be freaking out, but they're treating other people that way. So it's like, it's just basic. It's deeper than politics. It's just like what type of person you are and how do you act. But it's all good. It's part of the territory. It's just, it's weird because it's like certain people are mad at me over the topic of Zionism. Meanwhile, I've been smeared by international press over that topic years before they even knew about it. So it's like, I'm so in the game and I'm so on the field that I've already been viciously smeared on the topic that you're claiming that I'm not talking about when I've been talking about it for 5 years and I still talk about it. So it's like, not only are you wrong, but it's like, you're just as crazy as the media. You know what I'm saying? You're just as bad as them to me. It's like, you're worse because you're on my side doing this to me over something you don't even understand that you're misframing, claiming that I sold out. I didn't sell out. I didn't take any money. There's no financial reason for why I voted. I voted in 2020. I voted for Trump in 2020 because I just didn't want vaccine mandates. I hated what he did, but I was like, at least he won't mandate it. And I'm not saying that if he won, I was just going to roll over. I would have done what I'm doing now. It's just I vote. I voted then too. This is how dumb these people are. They're like, I voted in 2020 for Trump and you were on my dick 2020 to 2023. I voted in 2022 for Republicans. You liked me then. Now all of a sudden it seems like a little weird. It seems very odd, but it's part of it. On one hand, it bothers me a little bit. On another hand, I understand. I've had over 1 billion views. I have millions of followers. I'm incredibly successful. I reached 50 million people on Twitter this weekend. I get it. When you're out there that much, people are going to say stuff. It is what it is, but suffering from success. No, I'm just kidding. But Anomaly took the free donut. I did not take the free donut. I did not get the COVID vaccine, but yeah, it's like someone said people will accuse you of selling out for precious metals. Well, nobody really even did that. They're saying I take money from Trump. I don't take money from Trump. Nobody in the Trump campaign reached out to me to say anything. I made a decision and I explained it in the video. And I said, maybe he'll put RFK at HHS, and he did. So if RFK can combat the pharmaceutical industry, to me, that's a W. It's not everything I want, but I'm looking to move in the right direction. I'm not a baby where I get everything I want all the time. Like, that's not how things work. I understand, like, I want them and I'll keep working towards it, but I'm not going to like lash out and burn every bridge in the world because I didn't get everything I wanted yesterday. Like, I don't see things that way. It is what it is. When it comes to the precious metals, like, I only sell things that I believe in, that I would buy and that are ethical, and that company chooses to want to work with me, and I'm very grateful. And some people, I can't really speak for anyone, but it's like, if you like my show, you want my business to stay afloat. So things like that help tremendously because I do okay outside of it, but things are fluctuating a lot. Like, I have a lot of plans for next year. I keep saying that, but there's a lot of things that I know how to do, but I don't have the time to do. Like, things have changed where you really need to do a lot of stuff. You need to chop a lot of clips. You need to do this. You need to do that. And I simply just don't have the time. So it's like when I have sponsors and stuff, it's a way to keep the show afloat. And I promise you guys, anybody that watches me, because I don't want to give attention to people that don't even like me. Anybody that watches me over the last 6 years, like if you don't trust me or you believe I'll do that, that's on you. But like, I would never let someone come in and say, we'll sponsor this, but you have to stop talking about this, then I wouldn't take the money. Whether it was $1,000,000, $1,000, I'm not compromising what I'm saying. So when this precious metal company comes to me and says, "Hey, we want to work with you," they don't even mention what, like, I basically get to pick what episode it goes on because I'm trying to help drive traffic to them. So they don't care what I say. They've never told me not to say anything, or like, I don't operate that way. So if anyone wants to pretend like I am, they're just lying. They can make up things or say Trump paid me to do this. It's a lie. He did not. So if you got to lie in order to make a point, then that's on you. Someone said, it's easy to say you'd reject $1,000,000 when nobody's offering you $1,000,000. I would. I mean, the only way you could find out is if someone offered it to me, but I hear what you're saying, but I'm very strong in my convictions. And also, I'm not going to get into specifics, but I've had record label offers when I was in my early 20s. Not going to say how much or whatever, but like I was in the buildings. Like, I'm not going to say what label because I low key kind of forget and I don't want to be like wrong. I think it was Sony. I can't really remember though. But it's like I was in meetings. I had offers on the table of people that wanted to do stuff, but I never got to the full negotiation stage because it always was, we want to sign you to this record label, but we want you to do this, this, or this, or we're going to own this, this, and this, and you're going to have this percentage. And anytime I saw the percentage or listen to what they had in as far as my image to the world, and it wasn't who I was, I turned it down. So I'm not going to get into the specific numbers on it, but I've had offers on the table. I've had, deals that are not super small, and I've already said no. So I wouldn't say I've had one that was that big necessarily, but I would turn it down. You don't have to believe that I would, but if someone said, "Here's $1,000,000, you can't talk about the anti-Semitism speech laws," you could work on here, but you got to stop talking about that because our sponsors don't want that or whatever. I would turn it down. You don't have to believe me, but I would. I'm 100% sure. I have no doubt. I have zero doubt. Someone said Anomaly almost got invited to the Diddy party. I feel like everybody's just saying Diddy for everything. I mean, he obviously was up to weird stuff, but if you look up like who owns what record labels, like there's other strange characters that are not in trouble right now, that are molding the culture. They get to basically like decide what they put out and what not, and what they could sign a gangster rapper talking about drugs. They could sign a pop rapper talking about bubblegum, chewing bubblegum or something. Like there's a lot of really big power players. To me, Diddy was powerful, but he was like lower level in my opinion. To what, that will potentially be revealed someday, but I don't think he would, like, everybody's acting like he was the top dog. I don't think so. Someone said Trump held Diddy's 40th birthday party at Trump Towers. Most famous people have probably partied or met Diddy. He's been famous since the 1990s. He was working with Biggie Smalls before he died, which is odd. He was on Ellen. A lot of Russell Brand was in a movie with Diddy. But yeah, when I launch my plan and move, let us know. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to bore you guys, but basically it's just like I have ideas of a million things I could do. I just can't do them all. So I have a multi-level plan. Get more space, build a studio, invest in better stuff, work with people on different levels. Production, mostly editing, I think would help a lot. Certain finding me posts, etc. Like just that's pretty much the stuff. And then once I have people that are doing certain stuff, there's a lot of things. Like I almost finished a book that I never put out. I have courses that I've never released. I do social media consulting that I haven't even checked my email. I might have 10 business offers in there that I haven't even looked at because I'm busy. So it's basically just delegating certain roles to other people and then being able to like do big picture stuff more. I would do a meet and greet at some point and like a live thing. I would want it to be planned out, not just like random, like I show up somewhere. Trump held Diddy at the 40th Trump Plaza, not Trump Tower, someone said. I don't know. Let's see. It's not Biden, but the Bilderberg group who will decide when NATO goes to war with Russia. I don't know if they're the top player, but they're definitely up there. I think they have the Bilderberg group definitely has a lot of sway. Join forces with Jesse Lee Peterson. No, I mean, no, I don't dislike Jesse. Like, I've been on his show and stuff. I like his team. I like a lot of people he works with, but I wouldn't like join him. I think we're pretty separate characters where it wouldn't make sense. Like, I wouldn't want to work for him. I don't think he wants to work for me, but I think Jesse's funny. I think he's interesting. I'm just not. I'm building my own business. I'm not like joining someone's at this point. I tried to see what was out there, and the one company I thought that maybe could be a good fit, it wasn't a good fit. So I've got the message loud and clear. I got to build my own. I'm not looking for other. That's why it's funny too. Like, I had a woman that I was talking to, right? Super nice lady. Like, she was super big fan of the show. She got mad that I voted, and then she said, I'm trying to get a job with Candace Owens. And the reason I'm doing what I'm doing, how does voting for Trump get me a job at Candace Owens? Like, if I could have not voted for Trump and tried to get a job with Candace. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even understand what these people are talking about. Like, you think me voting and supporting Trump, not even supporting him, but saying I'm voting for him and this is why, but I'm still skeptical about some things. You think that's what Candace is looking for? I don't think Candace gives a shit whether I like Trump or not. Like, she's never once mentioned it to me. We barely talk. Like, I don't know where these people are getting these ideas from. Like, that's what I have to do to get a job with Candace. I could probably do the exact opposite and ask for a job, and I don't even know if she'd want to hire me. I have no idea because I've never even thought about it. I don't see it as a good fit personally. Like, I'd rather do my own thing at this point. But it's like that. I don't care that people disagree with what I'm saying. I don't care that they don't like but it's like one of my biggest fans turns into like somebody literally making up like lies about me. It's like, I'm doing this to get a job with Candace, and they're saying it as if they're 100% sure. And it's like, how could you must be a really disturbed person to be yelling these things and acting like you're so confident when you don't know. You're wrong. I know what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to build my own business. I'll do interviews with Candace. Maybe I'll go on her show. She's been on my show multiple times. I've been on her show. When she was at Daily Wire, I was on her show. I was on the panel. She's been on my show for years. Do I want a job with her? No. Have I been offered a job? No. Have I asked? No. Have I even really considered it? No. I'm pretty set at this point of building my own. I don't want to work for anybody at this point. It would be nice if it made sense, but I haven't. I've tried, or I've talked to certain people, and it's just not. I'm not interested at this point. You should do collaborations with Ian Carroll. Yeah, he can come on my show sometime. He's another one where he got so popular that everybody started turning against him and being like, "Oh, who is he?" I have no idea. But here's the thing. I see why he got popular. I've mentioned this before. With Ian Carroll, dude, I'm an honest person. Like, even if I like or don't like someone, with Ian, he makes great content. I know why he's become super popular. I like, some people are like, why is he blown past me? Because he's better than you. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I've been on the internet for 7 years. I see everything going around. When Candace blew up and when Candace was going viral, I knew she was going to be big. I didn't know how good she was going to be and how big she was going to be, but it's like, I can recognize talent in other people or why they're successful. Ian does some of the best Instagram reels or TikToks, like his in-depth, he does similar to what I do, where he just shows you the facts and then gets out of the way. He's not being douchey about it. He's not being over the top. He's not screaming at you. He's not yelling at you and blackmailing you. He's literally just like, here is this person. Here is this article. This is this. This is this. He does reporting that most people haven't seen and says, I'm not saying anything, but it's all right there. Like, that's great reporting, because in order to convince people, you don't yell at them. You don't shame them. You don't act like a weirdo. You just show them the truth and then get out of the way. Like, I get why Ian's become so successful. He makes great content. He's better. All the people that are jealous of Ian and like, why has he gotten so successful and I'm not successful? Because he's better than you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not in competition with Ian, so I don't know if he's bigger than me or not bigger than me. I literally have no idea. But it's like, I see why he's risen so quickly, because he makes the best short form analysis things. He's really good at it, you know? Another one would be like, say, like Made by Jim Bob. He got really successful with his artwork. Why? Remember when Jim Bob started coming out with his artwork? I know why he got super successful and super big, because his art was really good. It was like to the point, it was witty, and a picture says 1,000 words. Like, you know, it's like some people are good, but they don't do the work, or they don't make it palatable. It is what it is, but it's like I get why Ian blew up. And then I see a lot of the same people that are like, oh, I don't trust. It's like, you know, because he likes Trump a little bit more than other people. Like people, they can't fathom why people like Trump. I'm just going to say this, and I'm not co-signing everything they're doing or saying, but it's like Andrew Tate talks about Zionism all the time and criticizes Israel. He likes Trump. You going to talk shit to him? Go talk shit to him. Andrew Turba created Gab, and he made a physical or a internet platform that has been more instrumental in combating a lot of things than any of these people. He's put more of his life online than anybody. He likes Trump. Are you going to talk shit to him? E. Michael Jones has written dozens of books about it. He likes Trump. You're going to talk shit to him? What's the guy's name that owned Kim.com? Has said a lot of ballsy stuff recently. He's put a lot on the table. He's got a lot of stake in the game. He likes Trump. There's a lot of people that are, you know, skeptical of Zionism that like Trump because they see him as the better option. You know, it's not that rare of a thing. Like people got to stop acting like it's so crazy. They're like, I don't trust Ian because he likes Trump more. So do a lot of people that say the same thing as him. Like smart people understand why Trump is better, you know, and they can explain it if they want. I have, but you know, it's like, we don't owe anyone an explanation. Like, why does Andrew Tate criticize this stuff all the time, but he likes Donald Trump? Because Trump's a better leader, because Trump is more authentic. He's more straightforward, and he's also more accessible. He's more transparent, and there's more of a push behind him to go in the right direction than on the left. Like there's 100 reasons. He's better on the border. He's like, and then for these other topics, it's the same. Like Chuck Schumer and Biden pass the same speech laws as the right does. Like it's like a wash. Let me see. Anomaly. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry. Someone said Trump is better at faking it than anyone else. I mean, he's going to be in office, and people should spend their energy pushing the movement and the culture in the right direction. That's all I could really say. You know, like I'm not wallowing in my pity over this. There's nothing like that sad or depressing about it. But if people want to be sad and depressed and wallow in their pity, then that's fine. But a lot of us are going to be working and trying to guide their movement in the right direction. It's already getting closer than people realize, and a lot of people are realizing stuff more than a lot of people even know. It's just certain people, they want it right now, and it's just going to come with time. Someone said the good news is that Trump is president. The bad news is that Trump is president. I don't think it's bad news. I mean, I don't live in this world that other people live in. So it's like, if people want to be all sad and angry and stuff, that's fine. I'm excited, but I'm also, you know, I'm ready to work. It is what it is. I should start a company like Babylon Bee, call it Daily Whiner, and do your impersonations of Ben. That's pretty funny. I'm not really into satirical stuff. I mean, it's an interesting job. Babylon Bee makes a fortune, but I don't think my specialty is like satire news articles. That's a funny joke, though. Someone said, we know you originally preferred DeSantis, who's unfortunately just as owned by Trump. Here's the thing with DeSantis and Trump, though. Like, I do news analysis. So I'm analyzing things that DeSantis is saying, and he was making points that were very fair. He was talking about the COVID shot more clearly and more honestly than Trump, and Trump was lying about it. I'm just pointing these things out. I didn't vote in the primary. I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for DeSantis. I didn't feel one way or another. To be honest, I didn't care at that point because Trump was annoying me because he was lying so much. And DeSantis is who he is. Like, some things I agreed with, other things I know he's a little sneaky. But I was just pointing out that he was telling a lot more truth during the primary. And to me, like, I don't get why people can't understand that. Like, some people, they just want everything or nothing, where it's like, and I'm not going to change or really apologize for what I'm doing because it's working. It's effective. Like, a lot of the people that'll get mad at me 3 years later, a lot of them were inspired by me. They were awakened by me. I remember I debated a QAnon guy one time. He was like really into the Q stuff. And he came on my show and was just being like a dick kind of, but then he was like, you were the one who woke me up that Trump wasn't that bad. Now you hate me? Like, man to man, excuse my language, it's just like, fuck you, bro. You're a fucking bitch, excuse my language, but it's like, I brought you to the point where you like Trump, then you went full Q-tard, and now you're mad at me because you're Q-tarded, like, and that's my fault. Like, it's just like some of the people, like, you could do so much for them, and then they end up hating you because they like take it too far and fall down a different rabbit hole where it's like, I know there's 50 different rabbit holes for people to get stuck in on every topic. It's like you could be right about a topic and still fall into the wrong rabbit hole because you're just taking it into a place that it's not like you're not going anywhere, So it's like the disrespect from people that are like, you helped me get here, but now I hate you because I'm into Q. It's like, okay, so that's my fault now. Sorry about that. You remember that interview? He's a nice guy, but it's like, I don't know. It's just everybody goes their own path and stuff. I don't want to talk about this again for too long, but it is interesting to me. Like the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight, just a few stats for you guys. Apparently it is the most watched. It's the most watched fight of all time. It's the most watched sporting event of all time. Anomaly, do I listen to Pockets of the Future? I do not, but thank you for the super chat. I haven't heard of them, but God bless them. Yeah, the Jake Paul fight had over 100 million viewers, I think that Netflix said. More people bet on that fight than any sporting event ever. So it broke records in sports betting. It broke records in viewership. Probably broke a gate record, which is like the amount of people that paid to see it on the day of the stadium. I'm not really sure if it was or not, but it's like it's a joke boxing event, but that's what people want to see. And most people that bet on Mike Tyson, which was the dumbest. I could have told people 3 weeks ago, Mike Tyson's not winning. The odds were like 2-1. It should have been like 20-1. Mike Tyson was never going to win that fight. He looked horrible. And he just had a health scare that canceled the event. He had some ulcers or some health problems where like he almost ended up in the hospital. Like, dude, Mike Tyson, he's 58, but his body's like 78. Like he's not in fighting shape. Like that was pretty obvious to me. And then people were like, look at his clips of him fighting. All of them are chopped into clips. I'll give you a hint. Like I put up like soccer and basketball highlights sometimes. I try to put my highlights up in like 30 seconds, 20 seconds, because you only chop it quickly if you couldn't do stuff cool for 30 seconds. You understand what I'm saying? I have a juggling video where I'm juggling the soccer and I'm doing soccer tricks for 20 seconds. Then I cut it. I cut when I mess up. So I like to show as long as possible because that shows I don't need to cut a bunch of times. Like I actually can do it for a long period of time. All of his highlight videos, Mike Tyson's, were cut 1 second. He'd be like, cut. As somebody who edits videos, I know that means that Mike Tyson didn't have a 5-second clip where he looked good. If he had a 5-second clip that he looked good, they would have done 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds. But they were doing 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, which means that he only looks good for 1 second, which means he can't fight a boxing fight. Like, to me, I didn't even bet on that fight, but that's the easiest fight to ever get right. And 90% of people in the biggest sports betting thing of all time bet on Mike Tyson because they have this nostalgia of who he used to be when he was in his 20s. It's like, but now people are going to say like, oh, it's this, and Mike Tyson could have killed him, and it's rigged because he held back. It was rigged in the sense that Jake Paul didn't try to finish him because he could have killed him. Like, that's how it was rigged. Jake didn't finish him. He could have. Mike Tyson was not pretending to not be able to fight. He's old. He's like injured. He's just had a health scare, and he's not in that type of shape that people wanted him to be in. He might have looked strong, but his legs look like Roy Jones Jr. kept being like, his legs look terrible. Dude, his legs did look terrible. Like he looked like they were going to snap any second. Like you get all your power from your legs and your movements and stuff from your legs. His legs look like bent the wrong way from the start. Like he looked really injured and just messed up. And it's like, but my point is like everybody on this topic, they'll act like they're 100% sure about what they don't know that much about. Like they don't know much about boxing. They've never seen a fight. They don't know much about sports betting, but then they'll be like, that's how it's like everybody's so confident and so sure of things that they're not sure about. That's just like human nature. But you know, at the end of the day, they made a fortune on that. The sports bettors made a fortune. The Netflix made a fortune. the number one sporting event of all time is literally like one of the dumbest events of all time that should have never been sanctioned. There's the greatest competitors of all time. Even, Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather didn't have as many watches as that did. Like, of course it was cheaper to watch on Netflix, but still, it's just funny. Like, I don't know. It's all pretty interesting to me, but there's some people that'll be like, it's completely rigged. Then why didn't you bet on it that way? Like, why not bet and take advantage of it if you know the outcome? I knew Jake Paul was going to win, but I was like, I told people beforehand, I said, knockout if it's a real fight, decision, he's going to win if they're not hitting that hard. Like, I don't know. It was one of the worst fights I've ever seen in my life. I'm a huge boxing fan. I'm a huge combat sports fan. I watch every weekend pretty much. That was one of the worst fights I've ever seen in my life. It was terrible. I knew when Tyson walked out, I thought to myself, this fight should have never been sanctioned. I hate this fight. I hated it when they announced it. It's just such a bad fight. It's like Jake Paul in his prime, Mike Tyson when he's almost 60. It's a bad fight. It should have never been scheduled. And he's coming out, people are like, oh, he's going to kill Jake Paul. And I'm looking at it being like, I'm actually not excited now. Like, I'm going to watch it like everyone else, but I wasn't like, yeah, this is awesome. I was like, this is like my least favorite fight. Cause it's like an old guy fighting. Like, dude, Jake Paul could punch. He knocked out what's the guy's name from the UFC? He flatlined a UFC champion who is not a bad fighter. Boxing is a different sport than MMA, but I forget the guy's name. He was a champion for a while, but Jake like flatlined him. It could have been bad. Anomaly fight Tim Pool, but handicap making him wear a beanie over his eyes. Well, no, I'll do a sanctioned boxing match with Tim Pool, but if I start winning in the first round, he could take his skateboard and try to hit me with the skateboard, which is I should not allow, but I think that would be fair. Me and Tim Pool, but he gets a skateboard. That would actually be a pretty Tyrone Woodley. Thank you guys. That would probably be a pretty fair fight. Tim versus me. Tim gets a full-blown skateboard in his hand, and I get to just start with boxing gloves. Basically, he gets one chance at that point. If he can knock me out with the skateboard or do some like really serious damage with the skateboard, then, it could be bad. But if I could knock the skateboard out of his hands, it's game over. That would be a pretty even fight. But God bless Tim. I'm just playing around. But still, that would be funny. Stipe, that was kind of hard to watch too. He definitely looked old, but also John Jones beat him up for a round, so maybe that's why he looked slow. Like John Jones on top of you, just beating you. That could have took his morale and energy out. It's hard to tell. It's always easier to like say from the sidelines, like, oh, Stipe didn't look good, but it's like John did beat him up for the whole first round. Like that could be one of the reasons he didn't look good for sure. What is my opinion of the fascist narrative from specifically the streamer community and regular people on the left? I mean, I had a guy on my Facebook page just spamming that I sounded like a fascist or a Nazi. Like, I don't know. Like, what do I think about that? I think it's just like annoying, but I don't know. I mean, everybody has a word. Like, you could call them a communist. They can call you a fascist. I don't really have much thoughts about it. Like, I don't take these people seriously. They say a lot of things. So I think the history of like fascism, I don't think most people really like studied it or learned it. So it's like, I would say it's like right-wing authoritarianism. So it's like extreme. It's like when the right wing goes more authoritarian. My thought is this is my message to the left wing real quick. Then we can maybe get back to some other stuff. If you really don't want a fascist, if that's really what you don't want America to be a fascist, you have to calm down and stop sucking so hard. Because the thing is, like, when they said Trump was a fascist in 2016, Trump is like a liberal doing like prison reform. He didn't even do that much. Then you called him a fascist, and then he moves a little further to the right, but he's still a moderate. Trump, the only thing he did that really pisses him off a lot is the Roe versus Wade thing, but it brings it back to the states. A fascist would not bring it back to the states. That's like a moderate liberal approach. A fascist would say it's illegal in all 50 states and everybody has to listen to me. Trump doesn't really do that. So it's like in their pursuit of stopping a fascist, they're paving a way for an actual fascist in like 10 years. Trump is not that, but It's like they're so annoying and dumb and stupid that everything that they claim they don't want in Trump is what they'll get if they don't chill out and get better. Like Bill Clinton did not act like that. JFK didn't act like that. Even Hillary, I mean, she didn't win, but like Obama didn't act like that. Like whatever you guys are doing, like that's how you get a fascist. So it's like, it's almost like the Democrats want a fascist because they're paving the way for it by just being so stupid and insane. In order to stop the right wing from like rising, you have to put up some serious competition. If you're just yelling fascist on streams at moderate liberal Republicans, like that's not how you beat them. So I think what they're saying is dumb, but I also think they're almost like manifesting what they hate because they're just like so stupid. I don't know. It's a very bizarre behavior. The Overton window shifting. People are just tired of the nonsense. And I mean, I think in this country, like they've abused the word democracy, where when they say democracy, they mean like not a democracy. So everything's like inversion. It's like, we want a democracy in these countries. You don't really want a democracy in those countries. You want those countries to follow the American regime. That's not a democracy. So, democracy dies if Trump doesn't win. That's also not democracy. Although Elon said the same thing because of the Democrats. But when Elon explains it, he actually makes sense, though, where he says, due to demographics and illegal immigration and voting, like ballot voting, if Trump doesn't win this election, it's going to be really hard to ever win an election again. You don't have to agree with him, but it actually makes sense. Like it makes, like what he's saying makes sense. When the left just screams fascist and stuff, so he's a fascist, but you want to force mask people who don't get COVID vaccine. Like they're just a clown. They're not even worth discussing with because they're just so dumb. It's just dumbing down the argument. Like they're not countering the right with any sort of like awesome mentality. Like everything they have is like a downgrade to what you can get on the right. You're better off having a debate among two right wingers than you are talking to them or like Sam Harris. New merch for Christmas, not this year, but I do have a lot of beanies. So if you want a God bless beanie, a black or blue, I got that at dreamrare.com. Everything next year, I'm gonna do more. This year, I've been just so strained on time that it's like either I do my work or I don't. Like I don't have any time to do other stuff. But yeah, I got the blue beanies, the black beanies, and some other stuff. Do I think we could get Newsome out? He'll probably run for a national position eventually, so he might leave, but this state has other issues. As bad as he is, as bad as Gavin Newsom is, I think his replacement will probably be worse. If it's some like crazy liberal woman, it'll probably make him look better. Like it'll make him look like Eric Adams. He's horrible. Don't get me wrong, but he's trying to be more moderate now to run on a national stage. And like you look at like Karen Bass in LA, the lady's a clown. So I don't know who would replace him, but it's not going to be a Republican until people like get smarter in California. Someone said I bought the God bless hat. Well, thank you. I got like 10 more minutes in me, then I'm gonna take off. I appreciate everybody. Thanks for the super chats too. I'll be back soon, but yeah, like I said, I got a lot planned. Investing in myself, as they say. Someone said Trump is the last person on earth to get the memo that Fauci funded Wuhan and anomaly eats it the F up. What do you think I eat up now? Trump is the last person on earth to get the memo that Fauci funded Wuhan. See, here's the funny thing about people that get mad like you. 1, I don't eat that up. 2, I probably pointed it out earlier than everybody did. 3, there's a lot of people that don't even believe there is a virus, and they get mad when you even talk about Wuhan because they say that, like they would say that you're being controlled opposition because you're talking about Wuhan, and it doesn't matter because it doesn't even exist. So it's like, I'm all for everybody saying what they want. Like I'm all for people calling out Fauci. I'm all for people calling out Wuhan or the barracks guy in the North Carolina lab. I'm all for people saying they don't think the virus exists. Like that's your right to believe all those things. But even what you said, like you're trying to draw a hard line on this topic and be like, you're eating it up. You would get called controlled opposition by other truthers because they don't even think that Wuhan matters at all. They think it's a distraction from the fact that viruses have never been isolated. So it's like, you can get mad at me for that, but there's a bunch of people who are going to get mad at you for thinking that. So I don't eat up that at all. Like that's a lie. That's not like, I don't agree with that. But if you want to tell yourself that, then you can, but you're a prime example of just annoying people on the internet that just constantly cry about stuff. And this like truth or purity spiral, I think you guys should go on Twitter and argue with each other, because like you guys can just be like parasites on each other, and then like I'm gonna do my work. So, would I ever go on tour? Absolutely. In the right situation with the right security and the right management and stuff. Yeah. Someone said Mark Dice has been awesome. Trump claws sweaters. Okay. Got your Mark Dice promotion in there. Congrats. Daniel said you voted for the guy who pretends to not know Fauci. Okay, and you didn't vote. Congratulations, dude. You're so much better than everybody, dude. You're the man, dude. Your non-vote just changed the whole system. Every time you don't vote, it just shatters. It shatters like a broken mirror onto the ground. And when you pick up the pieces of the mirror and you rearrange them, it says, wow, you're so much better than voters, and your ideology is so smart. And for sure, if everybody thought like you, Democrats wouldn't take over the Supreme Court and take away your rights, and they wouldn't control every local municipality and destroy the country. It would just get better because everybody's so smart like you. Congrats, bro. You're the man. You're definitely the best, bro. That's what you needed to hear, right? You want someone to agree with you. You're just seeking validation from people that disagree with you. So, got you. Holly in the cat all caps, she said, this is like another super fan turning on me. Let's see. You've become a huge disappointment. You're all wrapped up in the fake two-party system. You could think that, and I'm just going to keep doing my job. So I don't get, like, who are you guys listening to just turn into like low energy vampires? Like what do you want someone to say? It's all fake. It's all fake. Ugh! Like that's all you want to hear. Go listen to someone say that. I've told you how the two-party system is fake and then how it isn't fake. Some of it matters, some of it doesn't. Some of it's never going to change. Some of it is going to change. The border policy is going to change. It is going to change. As soon as Trump gets in day one, it changes. That is a shift. If you want to go listen to some idiot who's half as smart as me say that doesn't matter, it's not going to change, go listen to them. If you think none of it matters, stop paying attention to anybody. You don't matter either. You don't matter. Your opinion doesn't matter. Your anger doesn't matter. Nothing you do is going to change the system if you believe that. So shut the fuck up and go listen to somebody else. It doesn't make any sense. On day one, the border policy is going to change. That is a legitimate change. Federal judges will change. That does impact people's life. If you want to pretend like it doesn't, then you're lying. I'm not a disappointment. You're an idiot. It's crazy. Somebody's tricking these people into just being like insufferable hacks. I don't care that you don't vote, but it's like, you're such a disappointment for pointing out things that I don't want to pay attention to because I'm in a bad mood. Okay, then go talk to your therapist. It's like, who cares? Self-importance has people in a loop, for sure. They think it's self-importance, it's ego, it's a bad attitude, it's emotionally spiraling about something that they just figured out about, that they just they can't wrap their head around, so they just cross their arms and yell. It's like, okay, the border policy will change day one. That will change. It's not exactly the same as what Kamala does. If you think it's literally all theater completely and you don't matter, then why even talk? Why even watch political analysis? I don't understand what you think you're accomplishing and how. And then you listen to what the solutions are of how they think they're going to accomplish it, and it doesn't make any sense. It's like QAnon. Like I liked Trump at a certain point, but I never believed QAnon because my IQ is not low. Like, I'm sorry, but it's like a dumb theory, but I get what they're doing, but it's like, I never appealed to me. And then the QAnon people would just lash out at you. And it's like, you don't believe what I believe because I'm smarter than you. You're not falling for the tricks I am. Because I don't believe Bill Barr's amazing because a message board on 4chan told me he was. Like, I'm not stupid. If you are, that's fine, but you don't have to be rude to me. It's like all the dumb people that are falling for this other stuff, they're the most angry and nasty. It's like they've been huge fans for 3 years, and now they're turning, and they're like, you're falling into the two-party system. I'm actually not. I'm actually not falling into the two-party system. I'm actually not buying it. I'm actually not believing everything. I'm pointing out things that are going to change. I'm pointing out things that aren't going to change, but I'm also correctly identifying that the positive change is going to come through the right wing. Go say all your ideas. Go say all your ideas to a liberal. See what they think. They don't give a shit about you. They don't care about you. They're not going to listen to you. All the change that you're talking about, the only people that even will give you the time of day are conservatives, libertarians, right-wingers. These are the people that align with you on 99% of stuff. Why are you going to burn a bridge with the people who are moving in that direction and pushing culture in that direction? Because you want to throw a fit. You say you miss the old me. What old me? I voted in 2020 for Trump. I voted in 2022 for Republicans. I voted in 2018 for Republicans. Nothing is drastically different now. I'm just being realistic. In 2020, the HHS director was a pharmaceutical executive. Now it's going to be RFK Jr., who pointed out the vaccine stuff to me in 2018. That's how I did the reporting in 2020. Fuck you, demons, for coming after me for that. Fuck you guys. I fucking hate you guys. Fuck you. Okay? Go listen to someone else. Go be miserable someone else. Go talk to your therapist. Get the fuck away from me. Like, I'm identifying the changes. If Trump hired a pharmaceutical lobbyist, I would say the same thing, but he hired RFK Jr., who's been calling out the pharmaceutical lobby for 15 years. I'm excited about it. Go be a fucking cockroach and a parasite on someone else's pages. There is no old me. You're just listening to stupid and evil people that are confusing you. So fuck off. I'm so tired of these people. It's like you guys are literally like parasites. You come, you're yelling. I miss what old me? Did Trump hire Alex Azar for HHS this time? Oh no, he hired RFK. That's incredible. We'll see what happens, but that's a huge accomplishment. And you fucking little demons just want to sit and bitch all the time. Go talk to your therapist, or go fucking talk to whoever wants to you to ruin their day like a fucking like parasite. Like, things are changing in the right direction. He's going to fix the border for the most part. That's going to change. And him hiring an actual critic of the pharmaceutical industry at HHS is historic. Matt Gaetz went over to El Salvador and was talking to that guy who completely changed the crime in that country. And he's going to be the attorney general, and he's not taking money from AIPAC, which is incredible to have an attorney general that's not been bought out by a foreign lobby. And you're sitting and bitching and moaning. Fuck you guys. That's my message to you. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Stop trying to fucking talk shit to me. I'm tired of you people. You're wrong. I'm right. You're negative. You're nasty. You're bitter. You're stupid. And you're listening to people who are not good people, and they're not honest. So it's not my fault. Trump's administration has shifted. I'm calling out what I like. I'm calling out what I don't like. I'm not a little miserable Nancy that sits and bitches all the time. If I was, I'd be like you, a nobody who accomplished nothing. But I've accomplished a lot because I don't have your attitude, because I don't think like you and I don't act like you. So instead of bitching about other people all the time, why don't you have some self-accountability and self-awareness and look at yourself in the mirror and be like, who the fuck am I and what am I doing? Because maybe you're an unimpressive, shitty person. Ever think of that? Back to the show. $5 super chat from M says the goy will prevail. That's an anti-Semitism offense number 17. So you gotta. I'm just reading super chats out here. And it's like with the Q people too. The Q people were blackmailing me. They were lashing out at me. They were acting like psychos during the pandemic because I said the lockdown was bad. As soon as everybody knew the lockdown was bad, 4 months later, these psychopaths were like, we always knew it was bad. And I was like, bro, you guys were just literally gatekeeping the lockdown because you thought Trump was arresting the pedos. It's the same with these people. If RFK starts crushing in the health department, if the border guy starts crushing, they're going to all be like, yeah, we're crushing. And it's like, no, you guys were fucking talking shit to everybody who voted. Like, get the fuck over yourself. I don't care if you voted or didn't vote. Or get over yourself. I don't care what. It's like there's nothing changing. I'm still doing the same reporting. I just am excited about certain cabinet picks. Like, RFK at HHS is a million times better than a pharmaceutical lobbyist. And I'm not going to pretend like that's not exciting, because there's a bunch of like lonely women and low energy fucking demons out here just crying and screeching all the time. Like, I don't get what you're even mad about. Like, go and if you don't like what I'm saying, go listen to who you like, but you might be wrong, you know? So I don't care. I'm not asking you to come here, but don't come here and be like, you changed. Nothing has changed. I don't like you. I don't like you. So I don't like what I don't get what you're not getting. Someone said, did all the Q cultists take the Trump vax? Probably not. They probably didn't take the vaccine, but they're just always playing like little tricks and stuff. You know, they're like, the lockdown's good. Wait, no, it's bad, but I always knew it was bad. I'm like, dude, literally, like, this one guy, I'm not going to say his name because I think he stopped posting and became like super Christian or something. But he was literally like blackmailing me in my DMs, and like, nothing he could do anyway. But I'm just like, what are you, dude? Are you like, he was like mentally disturbed because he's spending so much time online. And then 5 months later, he came out against Trump and was like, the QAnon thing's wrong. And I'm like, that guy was just blackmailing me 5 months ago because I said the lockdown was bad. And he said, shut up. Trump has a plan. Don't criticize Trump. It's the same vibes these people are giving me. It's like the same thing. They have the same energy where it's like, I don't like, what do you want? I don't understand. But then 5 months later, they're all like celebrating this stuff. If RFK gets into the HHS and he actually gets confirmed and he starts righting a lot of the wrongs, like if you look at, just listen to an RFK speech. If you look at the obesity in this country, a lot of the people complaining probably don't take care of themselves, shocker. But also, it's like, if you look at the obesity in this country, if you look at like the mental health, you look at all the pharmaceutical pills, everything, like this country is suffering so bad. And there's so many things going on that nobody talks about because it's not left versus right or Democrat versus Republican. And historically, the HHS has been run by pharmaceutical lobbyists, including last administration from Trump. Him putting RFK in at the HHS, this has the potential to do so much good for the country. And when all that good comes, if he is able to reform it and he is able to combat the pharmaceutical lobby, all these fucking anti-pharma truthers that are scumming out at me now, they're all going to take credit for it. They're going to be like, we did it. Things are moving in the right direction because of us. Fuck you guys. You know, you guys were so judgmental and so nasty to everybody who voted or saw the good in that. And then you guys are going to take all the credit for it like the Q-tards and say that you did it. It's like, go fuck yourself. So you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have a problem whether you not or not do or don't vote. But when you're acting this dark and scummy to people, and then if actual good things happen, what are you going to do then? Are you going to act like it never happened? Are you guys just going to be miserable the rest of your lives? What if RFK makes so much progress that he over time saves millions of lives because he's maneuvering just certain chemicals and certain pesticides, et cetera, and is able to combat the pharmaceutical industry and take their grasp away from a lot of the things they're doing? Like, are you not going to celebrate because you're going to say, oh, well, Trump's doing this? It's like, can you not compartmentalize different things going on? Or no credit whatsoever. None at all, right? Millions of people being saved because the food's better, but it doesn't matter because I'm pissed off on a message board online or I'm pissed off on Twitter. Okay, then find someone else miserable to like. And with this energy, it's like you're the least loyal people ever. You'll end up fighting with that person in 5 months over something else, and then you'll hate each other. So it's like you think you're making these great friends. Have I listened to Alan Watts? I have a book from Alan Watts that I've read in a little bit, but Alan Watt, yeah, a little bit. But I've listened to, I would say, like hour-long YouTube videos of him. I've read a book from him, so a bit, but I'm not like 100% tapped into everything he's ever done. Is the Kraken real? Sidney Powell's Kraken? I don't think so. Or Lynn Wood's Kraken? I don't think that was real, but they were trying. Someone said, did Q get a single thing right? Q said a lot of things. So it's like when you talk in mystery, then you get things right and you get things wrong. You know, like if you say, just wait till the big hammer dropped, like eventually something big's going to happen. And the Q people are going to say, well, he said the hammer was going to drop on the 14th. Like you put enough stuff out there, you're going to be right about stuff. But I think, you know, telling people to like trust Bill Barr, like that was all bullshit. It's just like a psyop to get people to like Trump a lot and not have any sort of like, you know, critical thinking about what he's doing right and wrong. But, you know, some people, they like that and it is what it is. My thing is this, like I used to debate the Q people all the time. If you respect me, then I'll respect you in the sense of like, I don't have to agree with you, but I debated Q people for years. I disagreed with them, but I'm like, I'm willing to debate what I think against what you think. But it's when people disrespect me, like you're wrong. Don't disrespect me. You're wrong and I still respect you. You're dumb and I still respect you. You're angry and I still respect you. You're nasty and I still respect you. Then when you disrespect me, it's like now we have a problem because it's like, I don't care who you're listening to. I don't care what you think. I don't care if you disagree. I don't care if you're more angry at Trump than I am. That's fine. But you're going to disrespect me over it and act like it's not cool that he put H's. What changed? I don't know. Trump putting somebody not owned by a foreign lobby at attorney general, that changed. Trump putting one of the most prolific anti-pharma speakers at the top of the health department in the government. This is like Bukele levels of revolutionary, like what he did in El Salvador. this has the potential to be, and if it doesn't, it is, we'll see what happens. Kamala wasn't going to do anything, but this has the potential to be like the most revolutionary appointee in modern history. Going from the pharmaceutical lobby to RFK Jr., who sued Monsanto Pharmaceuticals and called this stuff out for 15 years, that he's not at a small position. He's the head of the HHS. This has the potential to be the greatest cabinet pick of all time. I'm not saying it will be, but it has that sort of potential. I'm not going to sit in black pill like you guys are. I'm sorry. Like, that's not who I am. That's not how I think, So just respect my thoughts and my analysis, or don't, and just bitch at me all the time and lie about me and create a little weird coalition of crying about what I'm saying. And then you can agree with me in 3 months again when we're on the same topic. Like, what's the point? Duke said, Anomaly, do you still consider Trump a Trojan horse? I mean, on certain topics, I think so. On certain topics, he does the right thing, but only time will tell. And it only works when enough people roll over. So let me give you an example. If Trump is a Trojan horse for anti-Semitism speech laws, people need to figure it out. Because even if Kamala was in, Chuck Schumer's trying to pass them through the Senate. The Democrats are passing them too. Joe Biden's tried to pass them too. So this is not an issue that you can vote your way out of. You can't vote it out of this. You can't vote it out of that. Republicans are tricked on this topic because it's confusing, because they watch all this media that is Zionist that never will tell them this, because they prioritize the laws over the First Amendment. So this is a very confusing topic for Republicans to understand. But at the same time, it's like, whether Trump wins or not, he can only get away with this if nobody pays attention and counters it. So this is my point to people who vote or don't vote, or they're libertarian or whatever. If you know what I'm talking about, the only way to stop these speech laws, voting's not going to stop the speech laws. It's got to be people realizing it and pushing back against it. When Kamala does it, no one even notices that she does it. There's really not that much pushback, unless it gets so big that people have to talk about it once, then they move on. When Trump's in, he's more accessible and he's more transparent. I know there's people around him that know this stuff. Matt Gaetz being one of them. Matt Gaetz is the attorney general, and Trump put him there, even though he said that the anti-Semitism laws go against the Bible. Trump is not an ideologue. He is a guy who does bad things sometimes because he just operates based on who he likes, which is crazy. But like, this time he's hiring better people. I don't think Trump is ideological on this. He's just doing it because he's doing it. So yeah, he could still be a Trojan horse, but whether he is or isn't, to me, it determines on if people figure this stuff out. If people can't figure these topics out, it doesn't matter if Trump wins, if Kamala wins, if DeSantis wins, if Biden wins, if JD Vance wins. None of that matters. What matters is enough people figuring this out and being like, okay, we got to stop this. We have to say no. That's the only way it's going to change. So we'll see. If Trump ushers in a new virus and says we all have to lock down, I'll apologize. Here's where I'll be honest. I will apologize and say I was completely wrong, and I will never trust anything again if a new virus and a new lockdown happens to the point where it's like COVID and Trump is gatekeeping it. Then I will say, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Trump is a total Trojan horse and 100% a sellout. He has no value, and it's all to lead us in that direction. If he accomplishes some things, if he closes the border, if he ramps down the Ukraine war, if RFK gets to do some stuff, to me, it's a W. Like, Biden and what's her name? Kamala, they were not doing anything good in Israel and Palestine. Like, all the stuff happened on their watch. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, oh, they're so different. No, tens of thousands of women and children have been murdered while Biden's in president, and he just stands there like he shit his pants. He's not helping them on that topic. Trump has the ability to ramp that down in a sense as well, because they've done such a bad job. So, I will apologize if he ushers in a new virus or something like that. Anything else, I'm not sorry, because it is a better choice. That's the exception. With that being said, if they ramp down the Ukraine war and they ramp up the Israel war, and it gets worse and we get involved in wars over there that we shouldn't be in, that's alarming. That then it seems extra sneaky. But if Trump's able to finesse a deal there, only time will tell. But I do think that he is doing messed up stuff still, and I think it will stop when people realize it. And maybe I'm naive, and you could say that I am, but I do think that Trump likes to be liked. And when enough people want him to stop doing something, he will stop doing something. My issue with Trump supporters is they baby him on the vaccine topic. That's why he got away with it. And that's why he still lies about it, is because people baby him. People have to stop babying him on that topic and do real journalism and make him feel dumb for it. And then he'll change off it. But if you ask me, if Trump really wanted to, we'll see, time will tell. If Trump really wanted to pass the anti-Semitism speech laws, like he is doing it, but I'm saying like if it were his ideology, like if he were such a Trojan horse that his role was to do this and he was 100% aware and not just being an idiot, why would he put Matt Gaetz at Attorney General? Because Matt Gaetz does not believe, if it gets to the point of rising the ranks in the legal system, Matt Gaetz is going to probably shoot it down. He's one of the only congressmen who probably would shoot it down. Elise Stefanik would not shoot it down. Marco Rubio wouldn't shoot it down. Thomas Massie and Matt Gaetz are probably the only two that would. So Trump putting him at Attorney General shows me that Trump is not an ideologue. This is not an excuse for who Trump is or what he's done, but he's not as idealistic as people think he is. He's idealistic on tariffs. He's idealistic on foreign policy and talking to leaders. He's idealistic on border security to some extent, but he's even movable there. There, buildings and real estate, he's idealistic on. Everything else, he's just kind of winging it, which is good and bad. It's good because he's not that set on stuff, but it's bad because he's not set on the good thing either. I believe that if he was set on screwing us over to some massive extent again, why would he put RFK at HHS? He could have easily put a pharmaceutical lobbyist at HHS and people would have been like, damn it, but nobody would have really been able to do anything except for complain. And I don't know that his base would have even cared. I'm not really sure where people stand, but what the GOP and Trump does, to me, it's based off how much people care. So if the anti-Semitism speech laws get so unpopular that it becomes almost unpassable, then they'll have to stop doing them. But fighting with people who agree with you, I don't understand it. I really don't. What is that going to accomplish? Because you don't like the two-party system. So what? What's your solution then? Just complaining? I don't get the weirdest part about all of this is I don't take my vote that seriously, to the extent of let's just say I didn't vote and I said, screw the two-party system. This is still what I think, but I don't believe in it at all, which I've never really been that way. I've always voted in the election since 2016, or 2018. It wouldn't change. Trump would have won the election. I have one vote in California. I didn't sway the election. California went blue. And even in my local elections, it did matter. But, I would say, I think the Democrat is going to win in my county. But in general, it's why spend so much time talking about this concept? I don't understand it. I could have literally just said, I didn't vote. It would have been the same as if I did vote on a national scale. And then you'd like me because I didn't. It doesn't make any strategic sense. I don't understand. The people that are harping on that stuff, and then they get jealous of Ian Carroll. They're like, why is he so bad? Why is he getting so popular? Because he does better journalism than you, and he doesn't just sit in corners yelling in circles. That's why he got popular, because he did actual valuable journalism, and he didn't just bitch at everybody all the time. Spoiler alert, bitching at everybody and picking circular 5-year debates over voting, it doesn't make you popular. You're going to get a crowd of very negative, bitchy people. It's like being the most libertarian, anarchist libertarian. You go to an anarchy fest and everybody's arguing with each other because everyone's such an individual and they can't agree on everything. Cool. And I'm sure it's great too. Some anarchy fests are fun. I'm just saying it's I don't there's a reason other people are getting popular. It's because they make good content and they're not annoying. Try it and I bet you'll do well too. Someone said, Andy Frisella said, stop watching if you didn't vote. I miss watching him. Some people on the voting side feel that way too. They think it's, they're very serious about it, and that's their opinion as well. I mean, I don't say that to people, but at the same time, I voted, so I don't know. To each their own. Vince said on Facebook, he said, I'm a Trump supporter, but I totally agree. When he does stupid stuff, he needs to be called out, like catering to Fauci, Operation Warp Speed. Appreciate you. And at this point, there's more sway in that direction. A lot of people, and I'm not saying it's right, but during a primary, they get really tribal and they really don't want anybody to talk about Trump because they want him to win the election. During an election, people really don't want to hear any criticisms because they just want him to win an election. After the election's over, there's no more excuses. So it's like if he starts doing weird pharmaceutical stuff, we have the numbers. Like more than half of Trump supporters. I posted the Operation Warp Speed thing about Trump talking about it. Whitney Webb retweeted it. Some people who didn't vote retweeted it. Trump supporters tweeted it. People who love Trump said, I hate this about him. This is my least favorite part. So the coalition of people who know what we're talking about, it's all here. It's just people need to stop arguing over nothing because we all agree on this topic. And if you're a libertarian or an anarchist or a non-voter or whatever, I don't care. You're going to need, there's how many people voted for Trump? 76, 80 million or something. It's like, you want to shun 80 million people because of their vote? What if 50 million people agree with you? What if 50 million people are ready for your information and they voted for Trump, but they like what you're saying and they want to, move in the direction with you? No, you don't. You're just going to shit on them forever because they did. Like, you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't make any strategic sense. I don't understand it. And I know why the people doing it are not that popular, because they have bad attitudes. And the one person I know that didn't vote that has a better attitude, that's actually a more likable person and does better work, he has more followers and gains more traction on social media because he's better and he's nice. You know what I'm saying? Like there's someone who didn't vote that I feel like is a lot nicer than the other people who didn't vote. And what do you know? He's doing way better than them. I wonder why. Because he's better. Like better people get better results. Like, yeah, I got kicked off of TikTok. That sucks. Some people got kicked off social media, and then it's like, you got to just do well. But it's like, if you got kicked off other social media, you're on Twitter, but nobody cares about you on Twitter. Maybe you suck, like not because of the censorship, but it's like, there are people that are doing good, at least on one social media, even if you're not, it's probably your attitude and your personality, in my view, because I've been deleted off of a social media. It sucks. But then that's not an excuse for X. I haven't been kicked off X. I'm doing good on there. Yeah, 76 million votes. That, like, you want these people. Maybe out of that 76 million, 40 million agree with you. You don't want any of those 40 million. You just want to yell at them and say, you've changed and I hate you. And you're going to feel stupid about acting this way in like 3 months. It's such a dumb place to be stuck. Now with the Q stuff, people believe in Q still, but nobody like spurgs out over it anymore. Like that was such a dumb moment during the lockdowns where it's like, I feel like even Q people are like, all right, that was dumb. Like they won't admit it publicly, but it's like, what's the point of what we were doing? It doesn't even make sense. So someone said Trump got booed over the vax, for sure. But journalists need to do a better job of when they interview him to ask real questions. But I've never gotten an interview. If I got an interview, I'd do a good interview, but I'm sure people would still find something to be upset about. Is Anomaly going to censor his comment section when government-run YouTube threatens him to do just that? Are you suggesting that YouTube is going to threaten me to censor your comments? It's a fascinating theory. I'll tell you one thing that's similar to that, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily a threat. I had a video I did on monkeypox or something on Instagram, got like 1 million views, and then it got fact checked and shut down. Right. So I'm very petty. And when people do that to me, I'm pretty petty. So I was like, all right, why did I get fact checked? I looked up the organization. It was some nonpartisan fact checker in France. I emailed the organization. I said, hey, who do you guys think you are, essentially, to cover up my video? Like, who are you? I don't even know who you are. You get priority on my page over my video. I'm right. I'm not even wrong about what I said. Nothing about this is not factual. So I emailed them, and then they emailed me back, and they said, while you may not have technically made a mistake, there are people in the comment section saying messed up stuff. So part of the reason they fact checked me on Instagram was because they determined that people were lying in my comment section. And one of the comments is somebody named Huey Media. Huey Media said something that I didn't say, and they blamed me for his comment. Did I delete his comment? No. I literally just emailed them back and I said, you guys are nuts. You guys are going to censor my video because people in the comment section have their own opinions. So no, I don't censor people in the comments because any social media tells me to. Although I have to say on Instagram, that was happening from the fact checkers, and I didn't delete one comment because they told me to. I told them they're a disgrace for blaming me for comments. Like, could I go comment something on CNN and then you shut their video down because of my comment? That doesn't even make sense. So no, I wouldn't do that. I block people and when they're being psychotic or super, super annoying, like not when they're contributing to the conversation or, you know, even the one chick earlier I didn't block, but it's like people are just weird. It's like they're super fans of mine. They're in every single chat. They've literally been here for like 3 years. Everyone being like, "Oh my gosh, I love the whole show." And then someone tricks them. They watch one YouTube video of somebody complaining about me or something, and then all of a sudden they're like, "You changed so much." Well, how? Did Trump not change by putting RFK at HHS? I'm not asking you to stop doing journalism on him, but like, does no one deserve any credit? I'm a strategic voter. I'm sorry. I look at stuff and I say 4 more years of the border open. That is going to set our country back 50 years. If Trump can actually do a good job on that, to me, that's like a 20-year reversal and has massive impact on a lot of different things. Is it the be all end all? No. But do I think he's going to do it with Tom Homan? It looks like it. Matt Gaetz at Attorney General. I like that a lot more than Merrick Garland. I like Tulsi Gabbard more than who's been there, and I like I like RFK a lot. It's like I like those things. And the thing is too, I'll say to people as well, there's people that have been targeted by Biden's Attorney General, like in his version of the deep state that he rigs a little bit more in his favor than Trump would. Trump didn't do a great job, but like a lot of people have noticed a difference. So if you're just sitting there complaining, I understand it. Everybody's entitled to their vote and their perspective. What do you think benefits you? And if you think not voting benefits you, I will never care. That's fine. But there are some people that are going to get pardoned from prison when Trump wins. There are people with court cases because of January 6th that are very likely to get a pardon. So it's like, are you going to sit and bitch to them and say like, oh, it doesn't matter? It's like, it matters to them. It matters to their family. There's border towns in Yuma, Arizona. I've spoken at a school in Yuma, Arizona. There's border towns that they really care if Trump wins or not because it affects their city more than it affects you. So it's like voting is your choice, but not voting and bitching at people that actually have real life consequences to election. A lot of it is rigged and the two-party system is real, but it's not 100% like nothing changes. Things change. There will be dozens of people that don't go to prison because Biden didn't win. There's going to be dozens of border towns that are going to be a lot more safe because Biden didn't win. There's people like myself that were essentially targeted by the Biden administration. I mean, in some ways they were targeting me as a journalist because I just think they were using certain events to go after people and try to, basically scare them into not talking about certain stuff like COVID lockdowns. I believe that I was targeted personally. Well, if you want to really know what I really think I was targeted on Facebook, and I think they deleted some of my posts, and I think that they demonetized me at certain points, and I think that they did it on a direct request from the government. I don't have proof of that, but that's what I think. I think the government reached out to Facebook and told them to shut some of my videos down. I think that certain billionaires, and perhaps, based on articles I read, asked Facebook to delete videos that I made as well. So I think I was directly targeted by certain people. And I think when it comes to, Biden's intelligence apparatus or attorney general apparatus, I think that they targeted me and tried to scare me from reporting about COVID lockdowns, which if you watch my reporting, I never wavered for a second, but they attempted to basically be like, we're watching or, watch what's going on here. Like, because I think they used what happened with all the Trump supporters as a way to basically get all anti-COVID lockdown people in trouble. And then the ones that they didn't get in trouble, they were trying to do 6 degrees of separation and just at least try to scare somebody into being like, that's not, it's like with the Gretchen Whitmer plot, like that whole Fed, I mean, that was under Trump. So that just shows that he didn't do as good of a job as he should have done. But it's like, oh, there's people trying to do this. And then you read the Daily Beast article, and a lot of them were feds trying to set up Trump supporters, but they're trying to set up Trump supporters in order to send the message to everybody, like, don't talk about the lockdowns or you're like this person. Like, they're trying to scare you with legal warfare. So for me in general, like, I'm not bragging, but I'm not a small fry. I have 1.7 million views on followers on Facebook. I'm one of the bigger Facebook pages. I reach 50 million people sometimes a week on Twitter. I have hundreds of thousands of followers on Instagram, and I was one of the most outspoken and earliest people on lockdowns. I'm very identifiable. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got hundreds of millions of views speaking against the pharmaceutical industry and the lockdowns. They know who I am. Okay. With that being said, there's stakes for me in this election as well, where it's like, do I think Trump is amazing? No. Am I ever going to think he was great? No, but do I think there's going to be a difference between who he hires and how they use to what they choose to weaponize? Absolutely. I think my chances of being targeted like I was after Trump lost the election are going to be a lot smaller than before. So it's like, I know people that are facing court cases and stuff because it's like there's real life consequences. I don't really, the guy for, what's his name? The Silk Road guy, Ross Ulbright. I don't really know much about that, but Trump's going to pardon that guy. Are you going to just bitch at his family and say, oh, it doesn't matter this election? It matters to them because their son's going to come home for the first time in 10 years. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yes, the two-party system is real. Yes, it deserves to be called out. Yes, people shouldn't go easy on Trump if he does messed up stuff, but to sit and act like you're going to bitch at Yuma, Arizona for wanting border security, you're going to bitch at families who are, and people like myself, where my chances of being targeted by the government go up drastically if Biden won. Like literally, I noticed a shift. As bad as it was during COVID, as soon as Trump lost, you can immediately tell a difference. Like they basically lined it up. If it was bad before, it got 20 times worse. And they're like, yeah, we're going to try to shut this down. And I believe I know what it is. I don't think it was just Trump supporters. I think they used Trump supporters, set them up. Trump supporters, no offense, were dumb enough to fall for it. And then they're trying to use it to stop the backlash from lockdowns because they have data. Like they know who's against lockdowns, who's not going to get the vaccine, who's not. So they didn't want people who were against lockdowns and mask mandates. And if they couldn't censor you completely, then it's like maybe they could scare you or set you up. You know how many anti-lockdown protesters probably got set up at the Capitol by going to that event and thinking they were going to some Trump rally? Next thing you know, they're in prison and they're in a lawsuit. Now, what does that do? If they get arrested, they get arrested. If they don't get arrested, do you know how much time it takes to fight these lawsuits against the government when you were at an event? Now they're not out protesting because they're afraid. They're afraid to be out protesting, or they're afraid to talk about anything because they're in a lawsuit with the government trying to throw them in prison. So it's like the whole January 6th and the whole Trump thing was like a massive setup to lure, in my opinion, not just Trump supporters, but people who are against the lockdown. And then once Biden got in, he had an excuse to start threatening and targeting everybody. And the lockdowns and the vaccine mandates were rolling in. So now they gutted the anti-mandate movement to some extent. And now they're rolling it out with all the organizers got tricked by Trump, So it's just like there are real life consequences to elections. If people want to pretend like they're not on the field. You know what I'm saying? They don't have maybe they are, maybe they aren't. But it's like, I know people that have done way, way more in a lot of these communities that they're complaining about that are glad that Trump won. I always bring him up because I think it's valid. I don't know what people think about Andrew Torba here from Gab, but Andrew Torba created a social media company called Gab. He decided to stand by the First Amendment. He doesn't bow to the anti-Semitism laws. He doesn't bow to liberal Google laws and Apple laws. What happened to Andrew Torba? His app got taken off the App Store. He was so ethical and so First Amendment with his app, he's not even allowed to be in the App Store, which means he goes even further than Elon Musk. In the last couple of years, he's been a very outspoken critic of the relationship between America and Zionism. He's been smeared as anti-Semitic 100 times. He's done more, not just with his voice, but I would say with his platform to combat the topic that everybody gets mad at me over, even though I've talked about it a lot too. So this is just my question to people. Like, are you mad at Andrew Torba of Gab.com? Do you think he's a sellout because he prefers Donald Trump? If that's the topic that you care so much about, Zionism, is Andrew Torba a sellout because he likes Trump? Like, where do you think you're going with this? Like, you're lashing out at people who have done way more in the thing that you think you're doing because you what, post on X about it and reach like 5 people? Like, Kim.com, like I said, he said a lot of stuff recently, like a lot of edgy stuff to a lot of people. He likes Trump too. You're mad at him? Like, where do you think you're going with this stuff? I don't understand. Like, there's strategic reasons that people like Trump more. And, a lot of people have more stake in the game than the average person getting mad. Like, they know what it's like to deal with the Biden administration. They know what it's like for them to crack down on them. They know the difference. Trump is not perfect, and no one's saying he is, but there are going to be differences. And people who don't admit that, you're not a truther. You're just a midwit. A midwit is somebody that's not that intelligent that thinks that they're like Sam Harris is a midwit, you know? He acts like he's smart, but he's like very low tier intelligence. It's like just he's a very dishonest person, very full of himself, but not as great as he thinks he is. And he's always wrong about so much stuff. Like that's what saying nothing changes in this election. Like it's not true. A lot of things won't change. The speech laws won't stop. The wars may or may not stop. Like time will tell. Judges will change. Supreme Court judges will change. Border will change. Policies will change. Things will change. The culture is shifting in the right direction. So what line are you drawing and why? And how is it helping? It's not, you know, some midwit YouTubers tricked a lot of midwit people into thinking that they're right when they're wrong. So, you know, it is what it is. Someone said they would pay you to take the vaccine. I can't be bought with that. They did try to pay people to take the vaccine. Like they gave them free stuff and money. You know, we've already been through that. I'm not caving. I never even took a COVID test. That was my line in the sand. I'm not shoving a test up my nose. The damage that it could have done to my nose canal, who knows? But I never found out because it's like, I'm not a slave. Like that's how I felt during COVID. I'm not a slave. I'm not an animal. You're not shoving that up my nose. I'm not sick. Get away from me. You know, like that's my line in the sand. Other people didn't draw that line, but I did. Like it's a personal thing. You're not touching me. It's like I'm a very nice person, but like if you're like get off me. You know what I'm saying? Like stop. Like you're not shoving something up my nose. I'm sorry. You're not doing that. You want to do it like 5 times? No, never happened. Never would. The Q-tip up the nose was disgusting. I want to make this point too, then we can move on to more interesting stuff. But it's like I don't allow anyone to bully me. Like it doesn't matter if it's the federal government, it doesn't matter if it's the Democrats, it doesn't matter if it's truthers who didn't vote or QAnon people or Trump supporters or DeSantis supporters. At some point, everyone tries to lie about me, everyone tries to mislead about me, and everyone tries to bully me into thinking like they're thinking. Not only am I not going to sell out, but I'm also not going to be bullied by anyone. But if you're trying to do that to me, to me, you look like the media. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't discriminate where it's like, yeah, the media sucks, but it's like, you're doing the same thing to me as the media and you're lying about me and you're getting aggressive about it and you're wrong. So it's like, I dislike these people just as much as I dislike the media because they're doing the same thing. They're just like new age midwits. Did I watch The Line in the Sand? Not yet. Sorry. Is that the James O'Keefe one? I'm sorry about that. Let me say In the Sand movie. Or no? Are you talking about the U.S. Marine one? I guess there's a 2009 movie and then there's the James O'Keefe one. Okay, yeah. I have not seen it yet. Will I hold Trump accountable? How will I hold Trump accountable? Well, I'm not going to act like I'm more important than I am. I'm not like his handler. I don't even think Trump listens to anybody around him anyway. So I'm going to do the journalism I did do. I can't change everything in this world, but when I walk around, I've been recognized like hundreds of times. Okay. And most of the time people will say, you were the only one telling me the truth during COVID. You inspired me. You helped me, this and that. I can't change everything. I couldn't stop Trump or the federal government, but I could impact certain people's lives in a positive direction. And I've got glorious feedback from that in a multitude of ways. So it's like, I'm not acting like I could stop the system on a dime. I don't have the ego of the non-voters. They think they matter more than they do. I don't. I matter about as much as I do matter, which is I can influence a lot of things, but I can't completely change on a dime the entire system, nor would I really like, it's not feasible. So I'm going to do reporting. And in 2019, I started talking about a lot of this stuff and not a lot of people understood. Now, a lot of people understand. So I've already seen the shift in the right direction and I plan on keeping it going in the right direction. You know, like when the time is that enough people will reach critical mass to actually make a difference in the Republican Party on it. I don't know when that year is going to come, but I'll tell you what, it's a lot closer than it was in 2019. It's a lot closer than it was in 2020. RFK at HHS is a lot better than the Trump's administration in 2020. So I see this all as moving in the right direction. Yeah, you're not going to get 100% patriots that have no allegiance. And like, that's not happening. This is not a Marvel movie where you just get everything you want. Like, if it's moving in the right direction, I'm grateful for that, but at the same time that the work is not done. So I'm not, what can I do to hold Trump accountable? I could do as much as I can with my influence and my audience. But in my opinion, that requires me to be honest. Like, this is something that people really need to realize. And I'm not trying to be a dick about it, but it's like, the reason I talk about people saying stuff to me is because these are things I'm 100% certain of. If you say something about my life and you don't even know me, you've never met me, I know the truth about that. Like, I live my life. You're just guessing. So if you say something to me and I know you're 100% wrong, but you're acting in 100% certainty, that means that you're not a trustworthy person. You're willing to lie confidently and be 100% wrong. So my job, just like anybody in this position, is to be honest, where it's like, just because you're against the vaccine, it doesn't mean that you get a pass for everything else and you're such a good person. Like, you still, if you want to, the truth is the truth. The truth is not, I know the truth about the earth and this and that, so then I could just talk shit and be a dickhead on everything else and be wrong because I'm a truther in this department. That's not what the truth is. Like, you have to be accurate and you have to be factual and you have to be honest. So when I do reporting with Trump, I'm always trying to do all those things. I'm at competition with myself. I want to be accurate. I want to be honest. I want to be truthful. In some positions, I want to be graceful. In other positions, I don't want to be, and I want to be forceful to some extent. But it's like, that's my job. So it's like, will I hold Trump accountable? Sure. But I also need to hold myself accountable, just like everyone does. And if you miss that part, then you're really not doing anything. And at this part, I've seen now with his new picks, I've seen proof that Trump is willing to change and move in a different direction. That tells me that, you can have an influence on it. So when it comes to who he picks, etc., I've seen certain ideas and certain posts, like, things move very quickly, especially in this world. So it's like, if you put the right thing out there in the right way and it's honest and it's clear and it makes sense to most normal people, things will start shifting in that right direction. People might not give you credit and be like, you're the one who said this or you're the one who did this, but everybody's watching social media. Everyone's following. We're all in the same zeitgeist. So it's like, that's my duty. If I'm going to do this, is to do good work. Good work means honest, factual, accurate, helpful, in some cases funny, entertaining, to make people not miserable. But I feel like a lot of people skip that category and all they do is point the finger at others and they never point the finger at themselves. And these are the people that end up lying. They end up being overconfident about certain topics where they're not really that confident, where it's like, the election's the perfect example. Things will change and things won't change, but some will and some won't. That's the truth. The truth is not nothing will change at all. That's not true. That's factually not true. That's not true for certain people in certain communities. That's not true for certain people that are going to get pardoned and certain people that were, Merrick Garland was going after. Like, that will change. Okay. That will change. So just be careful of what you're saying to who, because you might act like you know what you're talking about, but you might not. And you might be being a dick and doing something to someone else that you wouldn't want done to you. It's annoying. So I'll do my job, but it's like, I personally believe that Trump's administration, with social media, with Elon Musk, with their strategy, with his new appointments, although it's not perfect and it deserves scrutiny, it's the most transparent and accessible administration ever. Kamala, you're not accessing her unless you're like John Legend. You're not accessing Kamala Harris unless you have a big podcast or you're freaking Oprah. There's no accessibility. Trump, his team, these are accessible people. These are more transparent people. They're not perfect, but it's the most accessible and most transparent administration in modern history. This is progress. I'm sorry if this bothers people. I'm not an anarchist. I know some people are, where they're like, the only way to do this is to do that. And I get that theory. I respect it, but I'm not an anarchist. I'm intelligent. I've researched a lot. I've read a lot of books. I've thought of these things. It's not like you're telling me something I've never thought of before in that department. I'm just not an anarchist. I don't believe in anarchy. I believe it will lead to the strongest force on the ground winning anyway. So I wouldn't say I'm a nationalist, but I think that a nation should have a culture and identity, and like, America is a nation. I believe in a military. I believe in a police force. I do think taxes are a scam and it could be done in a better direction, but like, I'm not someone who just like believes in nothing. I believe in prosecutors. I know some people don't believe in those stuff, and that's okay, but I agree with the guy in the comments who said anarchy works for 2 seconds. It works when it's a bunch of like scrawny white dudes in New Hampshire, talking to themselves about it at a conference. But as second as the hood comes in, as second as cartels come in foreign countries and people can exploit your weakness, you're going to get got by someone way stronger than you, whether it's Mexico, China, gangs, like, and unless you have the strongest militia in the world, which would probably just be a military. So it's like, I don't think anarchy works. I think it's naive. I think it's like when people are like, I love the jungle. I like the jungle too, and I listen to jungle sounds at peace. But the reason I listen to jungle sounds to chill out is because I'm not from a jungle. If you were born in a jungle, there's lions. It's not peaceful. It's a place that is the stakes are high. There's a lot of beasts and warrior. Like it's not as nice as listening on your Calm app to like rainforest sounds. Being in a rainforest is a whole different experience. So, I believe in the Constitution. I think the First Amendment and the Second Amendment are incredible. I think the founding fathers were awesome. I think they were smarter than everybody who thinks they're dumb. I believe in structure. I'm a Christian. I believe in moral law. I don't believe in no law. I think moral law is valid. I think thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill. These are great rules. I think having a force to enforce them is okay. So, that will bother some people too, but that's just how I think. So, some people are like, who cares if the government's corrupt? Because they don't even exist at all. It's like in your head or something with your, like, to me, that seems very like childish. Like I get the concept of it for sure, but it's like, who cares if they're transparent and accessible and they're changing things the right direction and they're reforming the HHS? Because in reality, there should be none of that. Yeah, and in reality, I should be able to eat bananas every day and run around and play soccer. But unfortunately, that's not the world we live in. And in order to get to a world more similar to that, like it's going to take a certain way. Like it's not coming from like ignoring it all. But unless you ignore it all and go off grid, then you're cool. But I don't like the people that think that. They're like, I don't care what anyone does because if they don't abolish every government agency at once, then they're not doing anything. It's like, that's not true. Progress can be made without abolishing every government agency. But the anarchists and like the purists and the midwit truthers, they just say like, if he's not going to abolish it all, then it doesn't matter to me. And it's like, I don't know. To me, it's like talking to like a child, like it's like there's adults, there's intelligent people, there's wise speakers that you listen to. And then there's midwits that I would never listen to because they're dumber than me, like that. I'm not trying to be rude, but that's just how I think about that stuff. So it's like, if I can't get everything I want and the government doesn't, if the government didn't exist, a foreign country would conquer you in a second and then you'd live under their rule. Like that's what would happen, like in this day and age, like that's no military, no police, no law, no this, that, no, that's what would happen. So you could pretend that something else would happen, but you're never going to find out because we're never getting rid of our military. They're never going to abolish every government agency. They might abolish a few. But it's like, waiting for that to happen to me is such a dumb, corny, like, that's like cornball stuff in my opinion. But some people probably think that and they're bothered. That's just what I think. Owen said, nuance is apparently a superpower for sure. So what's the point? What's the point of what? I don't get what you're saying. Someone said the voters do not have legal recourse to hold elected officials accountable. I mean, people got to get on the same page, but it's hard to do because people are such individuals. That's why I do believe in groups, and I like individualism is great to be creative and to be your identity, but I think at the end of the day, families and groups are what gets stuff done. So individualistic people tend to be harder to group. I want to talk about this with G. Edward Griffin because I think he was talking about it a little bit, but I didn't have time to we didn't have much time. I get what he's saying and I agree with him because he says that every problem comes from a collective and individualism is the solution. I would love to have a friendly conversation and debate with him on that because I kind of disagree where on a personal level, I get what you're saying, but this is the truth. And I'm not saying like him because I think he's a very chill guy. Like I love G. Edward Griffin, but a lot of people of that mindset, this is not being hateful. It's just the truth. People that are more into individualism, they're less into hierarchy. So it's like you could say, no, I'm an individualist, but I'm against collectivism, but I do believe in a hierarchy. Like I do want there to be some sort of hierarchy that we all agree on. The problem is individualistic people that don't believe in collectivism tend to be people that are not super into hierarchy, and they're not going to agree on it because it's like they don't like that structure, and it's hard to get in groups. Like libertarians are the perfect example. I like libertarians, but if you get a libertarian conference, it's going to be hard to get anybody to do anything. Libertarians, more than anybody, love to argue. They love to debate. They love to disagree. They love to be, contradictory or whatever it's called, contrarian. So it's like, I'm not saying that everyone's bad. I like a lot of libertarian policy. It's the truth is, and libertarians, talk to any good libertarian. They'll tell you it's so hard to get anything done in our party. It doesn't work. Like we can't ever agree on anything, and it sucks. So it's like, I think some things are more idealistic than they are feasible. And I think even in this country, like when things were maybe functioning on a more libertarian based level, there were still Christian rules and moral rules. Like they cover up a lot of the history that's not politically correct. But when America was liberty based, it was libertarian when it came to taxes. It was libertarian when it came to personal property and the freedom of speech and the right to bear arms. It was extremely libertarian in all these topics, but it did have like a Christian moral, national kind of moral code that was backed by law. I believe, like, I think that is the way to go. Like I'm a Christian. I'm not asking you to be, but it's like, I don't think the founding documents worked without that. People will say they would, but they didn't. And a lot of founding fathers, they said that. They're like, this only works with moral and religious people. If you don't have moral and religious people, it doesn't work. How many non-religious libertarian anarchists do you know that are like, it doesn't matter this and that? It's like, well, I don't know. I think the founding fathers were more logical about it, because libertarianism only works when you can collectivize in some sort of way and also, have some sort of strong moral religious foundation. But I'll talk to G. Edward about that, because I know we slightly disagree on that, and in a healthy way. G. Edward's such a pleasant guy that it'll be a fun conversation. Someone said, I think he was comparing and contrasting collectivism and groupthink. Absolutely. I'm not trying to put words in his mouth. I'm just saying I want to hear what he says, because that's going to be the interesting convo. I don't personally believe that all collectivism is bad. That's his theory, where he says, no, I'm not saying that nobody makes groups, but like collectivism is all bad. Like any ism, it's like nationalism, it's all bad. And it's like, personally, I don't think it is. I think a nation is fine. I don't think all collectivism is bad. I think bad collectivism is bad. And I don't think all individualism is good. A good individual is a good individual. A bad individual is a bad individual. You could debate about how they got there, but it's like, a good group can be a great group. It could be the best group, or it could be the worst group. So it depends on the moral code. But I'm a Christian. G. Edward is not. I'm okay with nation. Like we'll have the conversation, because I want him to be able to speak for himself. But I get what he's saying, but I still do personally slightly disagree. But we'll see. It'll be a fun kind of, usually we don't really have debates and stuff, but I think it's time for that one. Someone said our forefathers were Freemason, and Freemasonry is based on Islam. I mean, you could say I don't know that they were Islamic or affiliated with Islam, but the founding fathers, the document is better than anything any other country has ever made. Like the Constitution, it puts a gap between the government and you. Like there are politicians today that want to take more than they can take, and the Constitution is stopping them today, including some Supreme Court justice like Ketanji Jackson Brown. They made a document so strong, and they knew that politicians were going to take it. That's why they made it. They said, politicians, don't trust them. They're going to try to take this. Focus on that. Say what you want about the founding fathers. It's a great document. Anybody that criticizes them, you could never make as good of a document that lasts 350 years or 300 years or however long it's lasted, 250 years, 280 years. I don't know. I'm not doing the math right now, but somebody could tell me in the comments. I think it's like 250, but whatever. Like that's a great document. I'm not against the founding fathers. Someone said, would love for you to have Ron Paul on to explain libertarian. G. Edward agrees with Ron Paul on individualism. It's about volunteering and making the choice. I agree. Like, I think we agree on a lot of that stuff, where like taxation is theft because you're not agreeing on it. I don't disagree. But at the same time, I guess I agree on a lot of that, but when it comes to murder and theft and certain things, like I don't care whether people agree or not. It's like if you agree, disagree, like sure, but this is the law. Like I'm for a strong moral law, probably perhaps stronger than them. But taxation is theft. I think it's unnecessary, and it's become, you know, G. Edward made a brilliant point about voluntary taxes. I think things would get done with voluntary taxes. I'm just the type of person where, and maybe this doesn't conflict with their worldview. I would only know if I talk to them. Like one thing that's my pet peeve that some people do and they don't understand is like just respect of people's stuff. Where, for example, if you go in someone's house and they say, take your shoes off, it's not about what you want to do. It's about respecting their house. You take your shoes off and you follow their rules, right? I was raised very respectfully and I'm very respectful. And it bothers me because most people are not as respectful as I am. And, some could say I'm like neurotic or something. That could be a criticism of myself. But really, it irks me when people are rude. Like I just can't stand it. So like if someone comes over my house, it's like, it's my house. So you got to follow the rules. In America, yeah, I'm all for people agreeing this and that, but we have to have a strong foundation of rules, moral rules. Like I set rules because they make sense and I'm not willing to compromise them for anybody. So as long as there's a strong set of moral rules, then with taxation and other stuff, I'm fine for voluntary, that theory, etc. But I think there needs to be like strong rules that are enforceable. Not stealing your taxation money and sending it to Ukraine, but like, you can't steal, you can't do this, you can't do that. I like countries like Japan, not everything about them, but I like how clean they are. I'm not mad at Saudi Arabia for their theft laws, and I'm not mad at Singapore for their trash laws. I don't mind that. These are extreme laws that even most Republicans don't agree with. You shouldn't be trashing the country. Why is America trashed? Because people are disgusting and there's no rules against it. Like it's not enforced. If you enforced that, if you trashed the streets of Los Angeles that you got in trouble, the streets would be clean. It's that simple. Like, and why should you trash a street? If you do it by mistake, I think they should have a little bit of mercy. But if you're purposely trashing stuff, you need to go. If you steal stuff in Dubai or Saudi Arabia, they don't take it lightly because you're committing theft. It doesn't matter how rich or poor you are. You shouldn't steal from someone else that you know or don't know. Like theft is immoral for a reason. It's in the Bible. It's obvious. So I like strong rule, follow the rules, the right rules, the moral rules. And then when it comes to taxation and all this other stuff, it's like, sure, state rights, sure. But if the country is filled with crime and it's disgusting, it sucks for everybody. If it's clean and nice and safe, it's awesome. I like Bukele. They call him an authoritarian. I like him. I like him a lot. I think he did a great job in El Salvador, and I think he's one of the best leaders in modern history. How did he do it? He looked at the problem and he solved it. That's, it's fine with me personally. It's like he did it like morally. It's like, am I going to give the criminals and the gangs more freedom, or am I going to make the country safe for everybody else? Make the country safe for everybody else. Perfect. Now it's an actual travelable place. But some people, they say, I don't want rules and laws and, it's too much. Not for me, but I'm not a politician. That's just my personal opinion, citizen opinion. Someone said no shoes in my house is standard also. I like the rule, but if someone doesn't have the rule, I usually take my shoes off anyway, just to be polite because I'm used to it. But it's like, if they told me to take my shoes off and I didn't, then it's like, get out of the house. Like, who do you think you are? Like, that's just how I think. Epic rant, I'm out. Stay blessed. Thank you, Norm. I appreciate you. Why would people freak out about you publicly supporting Trump? You're conflating voting for Trump and supporting everything he's ever done. I voted for Trump. I never publicly supported and said, hey, it's awesome what he did with lockdowns, like, or force. He didn't force vaccines, but he did fund the vaccine and he's complicit. But I'm just saying, it's just like, you're conflating the two. You not voting didn't stop Donald Trump from getting in office. Me voting didn't change that outcome. Why do you guys want to argue about it for 5 years? I don't understand it. Supporting everything he's done and supporting individual things he's done and not liking other things he's done are two different things. So Let me ask you, my guy, since you're so much better than me in your own head, of course not in reality, but in your own head you are. One of my biggest problems with Trump was his vaccine stuff that I'm still willing to call him out when he lies about, like I did 3 days ago. However, from putting a pharmaceutical lobbyist at HHS to RFK Jr., what do you think of that, Mr. Smarter Than Everybody? Is that not impressive to you? Putting perhaps the most outspoken activist of pharmaceutical industry for the last 20 years at the top of the health agency? Is that not progress? Is that not worthy of a compliment? Is that not exciting to some extent? You got to throw all of it out with the bathwater and say, no, because he did this, then none of that's good. It doesn't matter at all. Like, what do you think? Let me know. None of you guys are pumped about that? Not at all? I'll wait for the comment. I guess I don't see need Senate confirmation. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm gonna wait. It's probably on a delay, but I don't know if that person's even gonna answer or not. Someone said I voted for him. I'm still critical of him. That's I don't know. I guess people want to spend the next 5 years talking about this. I find it wildly uninteresting. Voting for him and supporting everything he's done are two different things. I didn't say I support everything he's ever said or everything he's going to do. I said I'm voting for Trump. Here's why. It makes strategic sense to me for this reason. If you want to exaggerate and say that that now means I support everything he does, you could tell midwits that agree with you because you're not going to get intelligent or people that are productive. Did I watch the Lex Javier Milei interview? No, Lex Friedman interviewed him. I can't listen to Lex Friedman anymore. I just can't do it. I can't subject myself to his like monotone plant energy, but I wish him well. I just can't do it. But I'm sure it was a good interview. Someone said, "Mate, you're arguing with peanuts full of opinions with no." I just don't get what they're saying, but it's okay. Someone said, "I'm behind you, but you never answered the question. What gives you the right to tell another man he can control another man?" This is the circular anarchist logic where it's like, you guys are going to talk about this for 10 years and get it. I've never said another man can control another man. But here's the thing, like, if you don't want to be controlled by the US government to any extent, like to zero extent, you don't want to at all be, you don't have to be here. There's other countries he can fly to and you could fly to. Why don't you leave? I'm not saying another, like, whether I vote or not vote, someone's going to be in office and there are rules and laws. I'm not one of these delusional people that's like, no man can ever tell me what to do. That's like beta behavior. It's like, if I'm in another man's house, he can tell me what to do. If I have to go to a stadium and they have certain rules in order to let me in the stadium, I have to follow another man's rules or else I could go elsewhere. Why not go elsewhere? That's what I don't understand. I'm not of the idea of like, no man can ever tell another man what to do or not to do. It's like, what are you getting to? Like, where does this argument go? So not voting, now no one can tell you what to do. Do you not pay income taxes? If you don't pay income taxes, then okay, you're really bucking the system. But if you pay income tax, I'm not telling you to pay income tax. I don't want to pay income tax, but they make you. I don't agree with it, but it's like, you're not voting your way out of that right now. Maybe it could be on the ballot one day if people get smarter, but it's not right now. And it's like, if you're really, there are more liberty-based societies to some extent. Like, I don't know, America in some ways is great, other ways it's not, but like, you could move to another country, and then tell the people there, like, why are you guys voting? Do you agree that another man can consent to me? And they're going to be like, essay, we don't give a shit. Like, go to Mexico and tell Mexicans, like, start yelling at Mexicans who vote and be like, you're voting for the guy who's going to control me. It's just like such a dumb argument. I don't like, it's just like running, like, you could do this for the rest of your life and nothing's going to change because it's not a solution or an argument going anywhere. Like, it's like, I don't, like, there's probably places off the grid that you could move if you really are completely allergic to the concept that any man could tell you what to do or something. But I know that that is like a theory of a certain, like there is a certain philosophy of that. I understand it. I've read The Law by Frederick Bastiat. I understand the idea of plunder. I think taxation is plunder, but I don't blame people who voted or didn't vote for my taxation. I don't think the vote or the not vote is why I'm getting taxed. Like both parties are going to tax me. So like I wouldn't argue with you and blame you for me getting taxed. So like you thinking that me voting is going to change whether a guy does or doesn't tell you what to do, it's such like midwit psychology. And it's like it's like arguing with like a liberal about gender where it's like you can spend 5 years and you're in the same spot and nothing's changed. Like I'm into solutions and stuff. I'm not into like hypotheticals that don't exist. I'm into where are we and how do we get to a spot that's better that I think is more ethical. I'm not like hypothetically how could this guy do what he did? Like I don't, you know, like where's this going? Someone said no one agrees with another person 100%, not even a spouse agrees on everything. Primaries were a rough time for sure. Someone said the leftists are always speaking in collectivist terms when discussing diverse communities. I tune them out now because there's just nothing valuable in left-wing conversations. So I don't like, are they doing that? I have no idea. I can't listen to people that have no value. I like value. There's no value in these liberal conversations. Like there was like Ben Shapiro, Barry Weiss, and Sam Harris talking in circles. It's like, dude, I'd rather watch paint dry or play a video game than listen to those three have discussions about identity. And like, it's like, you know, it's like there's some things that I just can't do. Why are people telling me RFK's controlled opposition? I mean, there's certain topics that he's definitely super sneaky on, but my hope is that he just does what he knows with the food supply. So, you know, his foreign policy in some cases is great. In other cases, he's clearly lying, but let's just see what he does with the food supply. I mean, that's his goal. That's his mission. That's what he's good at. He's done a great job. I've heard in the truther community, though, like there's people, I know people that love RFK Jr. and say he's the greatest pharmaceutical advocate of all time against them. And then there's other people that they say like, oh, he's not, he's filing fake lawsuits to make sure nobody else can sue. My personal experience is like, I don't like there's certain rabbit holes in communities I'm just not a full part of. I do my own thing. Even the Trump world, like I'm affiliated with that to some extent, but I've never been like knee deep in it because I got to just be myself and do my own thing. When you get too much into certain truther communities, they have no loyalty. Half of them think you're the greatest thing. Half of them think you're controlled opposition. Half of them say you sold out. Half of them appreciate you for suing Monsanto. It's like you can't please certain people that draw crazy hard lines. So it's like I could point out what I like and don't like about RFK. And the jury's out as far as what he'll be able to do and not to do. But I've seen interviews where I've seen him lying. And then I've, you know, when it comes to the food supply, he seems very genuine to the point. And for like, he's just telling straight facts. So I don't see why we wouldn't want him at the HHS. But, you know, everyone's got something to say. And I think the purity spiral, it's getting unproductive because people are picking fights with at certain times with certain people that just don't make sense. Like if RFK was supporting a hate speech law, you know, and he's like pushing it, now it's time to call out RFK. But it's like when he's having trouble getting confirmed to fix the food supply, like what is nagging about another topic of him going to do? I don't understand it, but let's see. Someone said, just because you don't vote doesn't make them above others. If anything, you put yourself in a position of being in a worse position. Well, so I guess I'm trying to like figure it out. Some people think not voting is the moral solution because anyone that votes is letting the government do things to them. It's very like, it's very beta. It's very childish. It's like, you're voting, so you're hurting me. It's like, whether you show up or don't show up, like those things are going to be done and they're only going to stop when you leave the country, which you can do at any point, would be awesome. Or you got to like completely stop. And then, you know, if you don't pay taxes, they could come for you and try to throw you in prison. You got to make that decision as an adult. Are you going to go like John McAfee and go on the run? Or are you going to try to beat the system and potentially be thrown in prison? Is it fair that they could throw you in prison for not paying taxes? Depends who you ask, but it's like, that's what they could do. So it's like, I get what you're saying, but it's like, I don't live in this fantasy reality. Like, you know, and here's another thing too, is a lot of these people that think that way, not all of them, they're not Christians. Like, Christians believe in heaven. Christians believe in God. If you don't believe in God and you don't believe in heaven, that's on you. Like, I get people that don't believe in God and they think it's the Big Bang or whatever, and there's nothing's real. Sure. Okay, whatever. But at the same time, it's like, you're seeking perfection in a political system that's never going to be perfect. You want the perfect solution that doesn't exist now. It's not going to exist in 2 years. And the closest that we're going to get is we're going to get closer to it, but we're never going to get to that perfect point. Like, it's never going to happen. So why would I spend my whole life pretending like it's other people's fault that it's not here when it's not that, like, especially people that agree with you. Like, if there were enough people like me, we'd get rid of income tax, but like, enough people like me don't exist. So income tax is still here. But it's like, I'm not seeking perfection in a political system because people aren't perfect. The people that bitch the most about the political system are usually the shittiest people. They would be the shittiest leaders, make the shittiest politicians, and they're just not good people. So it's like, everyone else has to be perfect except for you, right? You're a piece of shit, but everybody else has to be perfect. It's not going to be perfect. Yeah, we should get rid of income tax. We should dial back the police state and all these things, but I'm looking for progress, and I'm looking to, achieve results. I'm not looking to throw a fit and yell at people who voted because I'm going to make some weird like thing in my head that they're the reason that other men are ruling over me because they allow it to happen. Like, it's midwit, beta, dumb stuff for me. Like, it's just a dumb ideology, but everybody's entitled to their ideology. It's just, I just think it's like goofy, it's a goofy ideology. If I really didn't want any part in the American system, I wanted no part in it. Not just like, I'm critical of the things I don't want. I don't want a vaccine. I don't want a thing shoved up my nose. There's a lot of things I don't like, right, that I want to change. But if I 100% said, I don't want another man ruling over me, I don't consent to this, I don't want this, it's your fault for the voters, I would do my research, look around the world, and find the place that has the least rules and the least men ruling over me, and I would move there if that's what I truly wanted. I wouldn't sit in the United States of America, one of the biggest governments in the world, and sit and bitch at voters. Like, it's just such a goofy beta thing to do. If you really mean what you say and you don't want other men ruling over you and you're mad at voters that consent, go find the least controlled country in the world, move there, and then bitch at the people there. And then instead of talking to Americans like they're trash cans, you could talk to people in Iceland or Greenland or wherever you go and talk to them like they're pieces of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do that in America? Nobody cares if you're here or not. Why not go to a country with a way smaller government that has way less rules and laws, and then you could start bitching at the citizens of that country about how their vote makes other men rule over you. Like, it's just such a corny, goofy, beta male thing to do. Like, I don't think that way. If I thought that way, I would walk the walk and I would literally move. Like, I would leave the country. I'm American. I like the Constitution. I like the founding documents. I'm a Christian. I believe in law and order. I'm going to stay in the country and try to change it for the better. I'm not an anarchist. I'm not a grown man who thinks that other men are hurting me because they it's other men's fault for voting. That's so dumb. Even if you think that other men are ruling over you, if everyone didn't vote, the men would still rule over you. It's not like they're going to be like, oh, nobody voted? Oh, let's give the keys to the castle to that guy on Twitter who's annoying. He can run the country now. That's not going to happen, dipshit. Like, it's so obvious. It's such a stupid ideology. 0 voters go, no one's leaving the White House. None of the intelligence community is like, oh, nobody voted for me. I guess I'm just going to pack my bags and leave. Like, it's like, what are you, like a 5-year-old? You got the IQ of like someone that's 15? It's just so dumb. It's like, yeah, that would be great if everyone didn't want to pay taxes or something, and then something could change, but everyone not voting literally also wouldn't change it. So like, you don't want men to rule over you, but you're going to spend the next 10 years of your life bitching at people on social media who voted. It's the dumbest, most beta thing ever. Leave the country if you don't want it, bitch at other people. And then it's like, if you're going to be here, focus on getting people to agree with your ideals, because the not voting element of that literally won't change it. Like, I'm sure that if we're going to get back to a liberty-based society, it's not going to be through bitching at voters, and it's not going to be from not voting, because the elites will still just put themselves in office for sure. They're not leaving because you shattered the paradigm. We are shattering the paradigm of the media. We're shattering the social media paradigm. We're winning culturally. We're waking people up. Start to build coalitions and build bridges with the right people, not burn them all down because you're mad at people who voted. It's just the dumbest ideology ever. Someone said, I'm not moving. I refuse to vote. Giving my consent to hypocrites in politics. No politics with law number 1. We either fix troubles who are hurting, we don't. you don't have to, that's cool. You don't have to vote, but I would just say, just don't bitch at people who vote. Because if people didn't vote, you wouldn't get your freedom back. So stop bitching at people who vote. That's all I'm saying. You don't have to vote. But it's like, if you literally are going to spend the rest of your life thinking that voters are the reason that these men rule over you, it's such a midwit, low IQ ideology. Like, it's just dumb. It's dumb. So like, stand up for what you believe in, but like, stop bitching at voters. They're not your issue. They're not keeping the system alive. That's a dumb ideology. That's a dumb theory. It's so dumb. I get dumber every time I have to talk about it. And I plan on never talking about it again after this and moving on. But the people that believe in it, they just can't drop it. Someone said nobody watches the 3 main channels anymore. That's a win. There's a lot of huge wins coming on, but when the wins come on, it's like, what are you going to do with it? I'm excited. I think a lot of things are going in the right direction. I'm not pessimistic at all. Someone said, yes, I never thought I'd see a day where so many people wake up. There's so many great trends. There's so much good stuff going on. Do I feel guilty for anything Trump did? Do I feel guilty for anything he did? No, of course not. Because first of all, I didn't vote for him in 2016. So everything he did from 2016 to 2020, I didn't even vote for him. I voted third party in 2016, personally. 2018, I voted all Republican. 2020, he lost, and I voted for him. But no, because I don't get this world that you live in where it's like, say you voted for the wrong person, or you voted for a politician and they did something wrong and you called it out. You're doing what you can. I don't live in the world that you guys live in, where it's like, if you I didn't vote for Trump in 2016. So literally nothing he did made me feel guilty. When he did messed up stuff, I felt betrayed. I felt annoyed. I felt embarrassed that he was so whack during COVID. But why would I feel guilty for what he did? Like, it doesn't, like, you guys, your perception is so skewed where it's like, you want to blame everyone for what everyone else is doing. This is the system we live in. There's 2 options. So, I mean, you could blame Democrats for the borders being open, I guess. And then you could blame Trump supporters for bad things that Trump does. But are you going to give him credit for the good things that he does? I don't know. I don't live in that reality. But if you guys want to spend there, you can. Someone said, why are you bitching at non-voters? Because I had someone dox me, multiple accounts blackmail me, and then other accounts that I'd already beaten them in a debate 3 years ago just constantly beg for my attention and cry publicly about what I'm saying, when in private they were literally just like begging for my friendship and support and help and all this stuff, and I didn't give them that much attention, and now they're like yearning on social media like a woman. So that's why. If I wasn't blackmailed by multiple accounts, if I wasn't doxxed, if I wasn't being constantly harassed by people that are midwits, then I probably wouldn't even think about non-voters at all, because I don't care whether you vote or not vote. So if you're asking why, it's because not all, but some of the non-voters went full-blown like Q-tard psychopath on me the past week, including multiple people making up fake accusations of why I voted and stuff. So that's why. That's the exact reason why. Specific people, not everybody, but there's been like multiple people that have either made up a complete fake reality that doesn't exist, doxed my private information, which is psychotic and demonic, and then just other people, like the one guy that wants attention really bad. He didn't do anything like that. He's just like a scorned ex-girlfriend. It's just weird, where it's like he wants to spend the next 20 years talking about consenting and not consenting and voting and not voting. And I find it a very boring debate that I already won. So that's why I'm responding. I would have never once thought about non-voters or said a word about it if that wasn't the reaction I got from a lot of people. David said, voted for Trump proudly. I mean, I think he's the better option. And if Trump does something so radically bad that it's literally worse than Kamala or on the same level as Biden this time, I'll apologize. I have no problem. I will apologize if Trump does something radically horrible that's on the level of the COVID lockdowns. I will say, I'm sorry. It's all fake. We're set up. It literally doesn't matter. People got to figure out that it doesn't matter. But if that doesn't happen and Trump makes some gains and he makes America better and he doesn't do the COVID lockdown and he actually lets RFK do stuff, I'm not apologizing. And I'm not going to apologize for bad things that he does, because it's like, I can't control everything that he does. But I've identified that I think he's better than Kamala. And so has 80 million people. So, 80 million people have decided that. Let's see what happens. Let's give him a shot, but also do journalism when he's not doing the right thing. That's what I think. Someone said you didn't vote for him in 2016 and didn't care about how he moved during his presidency. So what you made change your mind? Well, in 2016, I knew I lived in a swing state, and I knew I lived in a state that was deep blue. I knew with 100% certainty that my vote didn't matter, like on a national scale. So I was like, what is the most strategic? This is why I'm a strategic voter too. This year, I didn't like any third party people, but in California, voting for Trump or Hillary doesn't matter. I was never going to write Hillary's name on a piece of paper because I despised Hillary Clinton. But I said, if Jill Stein or Gary Johnson gets to, I think it's 5 or 15%, I'm not sure the percentage, they get to be on the debate stage. So I voted for Jill Stein. But it was a strategic vote, and it was a protest vote. I didn't like Hillary. I didn't like what she did. I wanted them to know that I didn't support them. But also, like if I lived in a swing state, I would have thought, should I vote for Trump or should I vote third party? But I didn't live in a swing state, so I'm not thinking how I would think in a swing state. I was like, I'm going to vote for Jill Stein. Maybe she'll get 5 or 15%. I wanted to be on the debate stage to break up the two-party system and have more interesting conversations. Then it didn't matter, but I didn't really take my vote that seriously. 2020, I voted for Trump because I knew that the Democrats were going to mandate the product on military and push it even harder than Trump. And that was basically my vote, unfortunately, but he was annoying to me. Then he got even worse after office. Like he actually got worse after, like he wasn't being that crazy until he lost the election. Then he just started going around saying his vaccine saved the world. That was disgusting. But yeah, it's like that was a strategic vote as well, although it didn't matter. I just wanted to give a vote against the Democrats. But it's like California, I'm not taking my national vote that seriously. It doesn't matter. Like I don't live in Arizona. I don't live in a swing state. So, but with that, what you were saying, where you're like, okay, so you didn't vote, so you didn't care what he did. I didn't say I didn't care what he did. Like I did journalism, but I don't think if you vote or don't, like, say a Democrat who voted for Kamala Harris or that voted for Biden, if they start doing great journalism for the country, why am I going to bitch at them? I don't understand like the dynamic. Like they're doing Glenn Greenwald, liberal, good journalism. Michael Tracy, liberal, good journalism. I don't bitch at them because of their political ideology. It's like they do good work. I appreciate good work. I like greatness. I like great people, great athletes, great music, great performances, great journalism. And it's like the people that do great, they're like, why is Ian Carroll getting so popular and I'm not? Because he's great and you're not. Like, that's why you're not as good as you think you are. You're not great. He does great clips. He's really good at putting them together. That's why he got more popular than you. It's simple. It's like, so if people do great journalism like Glenn Greenwald or Michael Tracy, I don't even care that they're Democrats. If they're Democrats, like it's irrelevant to me because I don't blame everybody for voting. Like it's a multi-part process. So yeah, if people do great journalism, I would never even think to ask them who they voted for because I don't care. I don't even care if they didn't vote or voted for a third party. It doesn't matter to me. But it's people that aren't great that are constantly crying. Like you don't do good work. That's why no one likes you. It's nothing to do with like, oh, it's like you're just not that good. Like do great journalism, people will like it. People will share it. People will respect you. Do like circular, bitchy, like low energy stuff, and you're going to get those results. You're going to get a bunch of individualistic people who think they're going to beat up the system by not casting a vote. Someone said Trump's Supreme Court picks, they're below average for sure, but they're better than Democrat Supreme Court picks. So I'm not thrilled with his last Supreme Court picks, but Ketanji Jackson Brown is 20 times worse. And if you went through every voting, like she votes almost the opposite of what I'd want every time. So I hear you. They deserve some scrutiny, but I still think Republicans are better on that topic. Raz said, I've decided that we should vote red in blue states so we can get the majority vote on a national level. I like that states are turning red. Like I consider that progress. It's just a two-part system to me. And
Do I have black beanies left? Yeah, a bunch. If you go to dreamrare.com, I got a bunch of black beanies. So you want God bless beanies? I got you. There's dozens of them. Thanks for asking. Someone said I voted for Jill Stein in 2016. I should have voted for Trump. If I was where I am now, I would have voted for Trump, but I don't regret that because it's like it doesn't matter that much to me. Like everything happens for a reason, and then you just move forward. It's not. I don't spend time regretting my vote. That's not how I live my life. Time Nod Tide said, if Trump uses biometrics against us, that's your fault for supporting him. If you want to blame me for that, if Trump does that, sure. If that makes you feel better, fine. Here's my question. Do you think that Kamala wouldn't do it and Trump is going to do it because he's the border guy, so he's going to do the biometrics, he's going to use them for illegals, then he's going to use them against you? It's possible. You could blame me if you want for that. That's fine. They're using them at airports now. Is that also Trump's fault that they're using biometrics like everywhere? You know, everybody scans their face on their phone now. Like they have all our information now. They don't need to do these things to do that. But if he does turn the whole system against us and starts like rounding people up with biometrics, you can blame me and I'll apologize. Sure. Because that means he's even worse than Kamala Harris. But if that doesn't happen, do you ever stop freaking out about it or no? Because they could do that tomorrow. Like they could use biometrics right now. The thing is, though, for them, you can only do so much and everything kind of collapses. So as much as people fear them, I don't fear these people. Are you a Christian? Can I ask you? Not that I'm going to judge you, but it's like, I fear God. I don't fear Kamala Harris. I don't fear the police state. Like these are not things that scare me. Like I'll deal with all these worldly things as they come because I have to, but it's like, I don't spend my life fearing them. Even with the lockdown, I didn't fear it. I just acted accordingly and did what I had to do. You know, like I'm not afraid. I'm not going to like spend any energy freaking out about that stuff. But someone said Trump can convince the Patriots to ask for it. When it comes to illegal immigration, though, like here's the thing. Like if you want to send people back, you got to find them and get them out. How are you going to do that? So, you know, I get what you're saying, but it's like if you're in this country illegally, you don't have the rights that we have. We should have the freedom to not get spied on. We should have the freedom to not be harassed and hounded and biometrics used against us. I don't believe that illegal immigrants have that right. If I broke into a country, I don't get citizen rights. So I don't think they have those rights. I don't care what they do. You know, if it's ethical and it's moral, like I don't have a huge issue with that. And I don't think personally, if they do that for illegal immigrants, I don't think it's like now they have the technology to do it against Americans. They already have the technology. They already have it against you right now. They already have your biometrics. They already have all that stuff. So it's like if they wanted to do it tomorrow, they could do it to you without using them on illegal immigrants. Like you could think that, and I'm not opposed to that theory because it's definitely interesting and it's nothing's out of the realm when it's like a futuristic possibility. But I guess I just don't like. I'm not afraid of that because it's like, oh, if they do it to illegals, then they're going to do it to us. They could do it to us tomorrow. They locked us down in 2020 and they didn't even need biometrics for it. They just needed people to comply and listen to them. So they have that stuff ready. And if they start doing it to illegals, people are going to be freaking out trying to stop Trump from deporting people. Like, oh my gosh, it's going to happen to us too. They don't need to do it to illegals to do it to us. And they don't need to put in a new system to have the system for us. They have a social security. They have cell phones. They have technology. If they have a picture of you, they have your biometrics. They have your data. They have your facial recognition. Like they have a lot of this stuff already. I mean, I guess to some extent they could make it even more, you know, they could have even more on you, but I would say they could do it pretty easily right now if they wanted to. Do I think warp speed stopped 10 years of lockdown? Said Dale. No, I 100% believe that's a Trump supporter cope to say that warp speed stopped the lockdowns. If you look at where the vaccine came out and what opened and closed, there is no there's only a made up Trump supporter or Q correlation because they want to give Trump credit for something he did bad. And this is what drives people crazy. When he does great things, I give him credit. When he does bad things, I call it out. people trying to say that bad things that Trump does are good things is why so many more people don't like Trump, because they don't trust Trump supporters to call him out. When he rushed out the vaccine, California didn't open. A lot of states didn't open. What opened New York and California was the competition from Florida and Texas. It was freedom and the competition of the states that opened these states. It was not the vaccine. The vaccine was the head fake. And if you say, I need to be locked down for 7 months in order to get a vaccine to be free, then you're not free. Like you're incentivizing them to do it again, because you're justifying what they did in this weird Trump way that you would never do. If Kamala did it, if Biden did it, if Hillary Clinton did it, you would never say it saved the world. But for Trump, you do. You guys got to stop doing that. I know, but like that was the worst. That was the worst theory that brainwashed Trump supporters into thinking the vaccine saved us from a 10-year lockdown. There's no evidence of that. There's no proof. It's the dumbest theory ever. Like, you think that we would have been locked down for 10 years. You wouldn't have wanted to do anything. Texas wouldn't have wanted to move. Florida wouldn't have. Yeah, you all would have just stayed locked down for 10 years. It doesn't even make sense. The vaccine came out and California stayed locked down for another year or two. The only reason they opened was because they lost businesses and trillions of dollars of finances to Texas and Florida. Like, the whole state was going to go under if they didn't open. You got to open at some point or else your state's going to fail. That's why they opened, not because Trump rushed a vaccine. That you guys got to stop doing that, because it's like, that's why I get why people hate Trump, because it's like, when you guys say that type of stuff, it's like, how are we ever going to fix anything if you guys are delusional? Be like, his vaccine saved us from a 10-year lockdown. On what planet would you have stayed locked down for 10 years? Or would anyone have stayed locked down? It wouldn't have worked. And in my view, the reason the mandates really fell were because the compliance rate fell. The first vaccine had 70% compliance. You had a lot stricter mandates. Once the second and third booster only had 20%, 20% is not enough to run a society. You can't have events with 20% of the population, but 80% you can, 70% you can. So I think they played themselves with the booster shots and just did it as a cash grab. Like, how long can we drag this out? How much money can we make? But there's going to be give and take where, like, eventually it's going to fall apart. With no vaccine, lockdowns would have fallen apart way before 10 years, way before 3 years. I think the vaccine only served to shut down other states longer that believed that a vaccine was going to set them free. So I think that's my least favorite theory in all of MAGA worlds. And it's why so many truthers like despise MAGA, because they're like, dude, these people are delusional. But yeah, no, I don't think there's any evidence for that. And this kind of shows you too, in my view, like on the right and in the Trump worlds, it shows you how people get brainwashed, because it's like when the left, they all repeat the same talking points, right? And if you listen to like Gavin Newsom debate Ron DeSantis, his talking points don't make sense, but you could see how people believe them, because they're so like, la, 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 the doctors say this. And then they brainwash everybody and everyone's like, that's what we all think, but they don't actually know why they think it. With Trump, like, you get David Harris Jr., this, that, like all these Trump supporters say, oh, Trump saved the world from a lockdown because they like, and then everybody just starts repeating it. But like any intelligent person that's not like, doesn't have their head up Trump's ass is like, how did, like, there's no data, no metrics, no anything. Like you look at when they put the mandates down, when certain states opened up, there's no correlation to the vaccine. The only correlation is a lot of red states were staying put until the vaccine came out. And you could argue that if there was no forced vaccine, that they would have just opened earlier. It's not like you needed that in order to be set free. That's what they said to make money. You know what I'm saying? Scare the shit out of people, lock them down, give them a vaccine, tell them they're going to be free. And then the Democrats are like, nah, actually, you're not free. Anyway, we want to push it a little further. They opened because of the competition of the states. No way Republicans would have stayed locked down for 10 years. Like, none of this at all would have happened. It's literally just a lie told a million times in a circle around Trump supporters who sniff his ass. And then they just all just start repeating it. And they don't have conversations and debate with people who disagree with them. Like, I had David Harris on and he was like, I'm Christian, I can't talk about Trump. It's like, but you criticize Democrats and rhinos all day. But if Trump does something you disagree with morally, you can't talk about it because your Christianity prevents you. But you're mysteriously not that Christian when it comes to like rhinos and other bad people. I get it. Like, he likes Trump, you know, he's in that sphere, so he can't really say anything. But, you know, it's just like, these are the games that certain people play, which is why a lot of people don't like Trump. But I just don't know why people are getting so upset at me. Like, I can't like him more than Kamala, but also call things out. No, that's not possible. I got to just, what if I just threw a fit, not voted, and just complained? Like, what would that even do? I don't understand how that would be different than what I'm doing. It wouldn't really change anything. But I would say this too, because there's different types of people that talk about stuff. And some people are like totally black pilled where they're like, it doesn't matter. It's all fake. It's all fake. Fair. I understand that talking point because I think a lot of it's fake. I don't think that way. So it's like, I guess certain people, they want me to believe that it's all that, but I've never really believed that. If I believed that nothing mattered at all, ever, I never would have made a video. See, that's like the difference. It's like, I'm not overly self-important where it's like, I matter so much. I know how much I matter and I know how much I'm doing and I know how much I think I'm doing. If I thought that there was no point, then I don't know why I would even make a video. I'd probably just live off the grid and just completely ignore everybody like an Amish person. And that would be awesome. But like, I do believe that things matter. And I do believe that there is nuance to the situation. I don't think it's like completely all 100% like scripted where like I have no say in anything. And here's another thing too. I could speak on this because I've done it. I've come from nothing, no help, no ties to anything, no handouts, no anything, turning things down. I've seen what doing things can bring to you. You know what I'm saying? Like I've put a lot out there. I've gotten a lot of views. I've made a name for myself. And it brings certain people towards you, people that are successful in other industries, people that are athletes, entertainers that agree with you, that are real people that are like, holy crap, there's somebody telling the truth. And then I get certain opportunities that I never would have got based off of my mindset, my attitude, and my work. You know, they think my work is great. I think they're great at what they do. And then we kind of connect because we like what each other do. If I get these opportunities, right, as somebody who doesn't take money, who doesn't do this, who doesn't do that, and you see me somewhere at a UFC event, or you see me ringside at a boxing event, or you see me with like a celebrity that whatever, then all of a sudden everybody in this community will be like, you're in on it. You're this, you're that. And it's like, I'm not. But also what people don't understand is like when you say it's all a show, nothing matters, you're basically relegating yourself to a pawn. You're like, I'm irrelevant. They run my world and I'm just a side character and they're the main characters. Like, I don't think that way. And that's why I've gotten certain things, because I don't think I'm a side character on earth and I'm just a pawn and I'm a nobody and these people are going to step all over me. It's like, I'm going to try to be great. I'm going to speak the truth. I'm going to try to do good reporting. And in doing so, you get great results and you get connected to the people that you should get connected to, and you get rejected by the people that you should get rejected to. Like, life works in that sort of way. But it's like, if you ever see me get an actual opportunity to actually make change or actually show up somewhere, what are all the truthers going to say? They're all going to turn on me. Like, it's like being a punk band. And when you're a punk band, they don't want you to be successful. It's like Green Day. All the punk bands hated them because when you're punk, you're supposed to be broke. When you're punk, your teeth are supposed to fall out. When you're punk, you're supposed to scream and drink beer. And like, you're just supposed to basically play punk music till you die. You're never supposed to be successful. Once they got successful, everyone got mad at them. It's the same thing with truthers. It's like, they manifest their own uselessness, where it's like they think that all of that area is completely out of their role and it's all kabuki theater and there's literally nothing they could do about it. And then if anybody ever gets to the point where they can actually do something about it, they just turn on that person and hate that person and say that person sold out and that person's in on it too. It's like, a lot of it is theater, but everything's not theater. Like, there are people around that are not totally compromised. There are people that have influential positions that are good people and they're trying their best, people like Thomas Massey and others. So, you know, a lot of politicians are weird. I'm not a big like politician fan, but I don't see it as like, it's all this unattainable, nothing matters and it's all fake. It's like, then get off the internet. You know, that's not how it really works. I don't believe it works that way. Maybe I'll be proven wrong at a certain point, because I do think a lot of things are set up. Like, a lot of media stations are, you can only do this and that. And I've said all that. I've always been honest about it, but I just think that a lot of people in the world of looking at how things work, it's their own attitude and their own pessimism and their own like annoyingness that relegate them to a lower position. And then they sit and complain that they're there. But it's like, you don't get things that you want just because you want them. That's not how the world works. So it's just like, it's an interesting dynamic to everything, because you realize, at least that I did, at first you're like, it's the liberals, right? It's the left wing. They're crazy. They're insane. Then you say it's the media. The media sucks. They're insane. They're evil. They'll try to dox you and do all this stuff if you ever speak the truth on a social media network. Right. But then when you start realizing, getting into it, and they're like, dude, some of these rabbit hole truthers are just as bad as the media. Like, they're just as evil. They're like possessed with this really nasty energy. And they're so full of confidence that they're right and everyone else is wrong, that they're willing to 100% lie about something that they don't know what they're talking about and hurt somebody else that's a good person in order to achieve this purity test that's not even real, because they're not even right. So it's like, the more you realize, where it's like, yeah, the media sucks, the left sucks, there's a lot of Republicans and rhinos who suck, but there's also people in the Q community that were like psychopaths. There's people in the truth or non-voter community. Some are cool. A lot of them are just scumbags. So it's like, you do all this stuff, and then it's like, what do you want in this world? It's like, you can't seek validation from people that are not gonna ever give it to you. So it's like, you got to just do what's right, because there's always going to be someone turning against you. That's why I think, people realize what really matters: family, friends. You know what I'm saying? These are the people who like you. All these other people, it's all temporary. Regent said people aren't doing well mentally. I agree. Timed Non-Tail said, you sold out freedom for security, my friend. You could tell yourself whatever you want, bro, but it's not true. Someone said, I'm thinking you should react less to negative comments, bro. I'm dipping because you talk in circles. Check you later. Well, this is a 4-hour live stream, so if you stay tuned for 4 hours, this is not going to be the most concise news report. I do these sometimes just to do them, but I have plans and strategies for the next year to do way more concise content, have editors, etc., and have a really, I'm going to have a really formatted system that I'm going to work with next year. So for people that want that, it's coming. For people that are going to miss this, and they're going to be like, I miss when you used to talk to us, I miss when you used to just hang out and talk about stuff, that's going to go away eventually. And the people like that are going to be happy, and then other people are going to be upset, but it is what it is. JK said, we got a call and came back from the station. You're still going. I really appreciate your willingness to participate in open dialogue and discussion. Another tip. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate you. You're the man. I appreciate it. And it makes going long worth it. So appreciate that big time. Someone said some people have lost their minds. I know they have. And I know the feeling, because I took a 3-month break from Twitter and I felt way better. And I had to detox, because it's just like the tension of just constantly seeing text and people arguing and accusing you of things on it's like, it's not healthy. It's not healthy. It's not productive. It's a horrible reality to be stuck in, right? I came back. I'm doing it for like 30 days just to see what happens. Like, my numbers are well, but I'm noticing that feeling coming on to me again, where it's like it causes massive stress and tension to you, where if people are yelling at you, they're also internally yelling at themselves. Like, I don't act that way towards anybody. And also I never act that way, but if I am acting that way towards person, it probably means I'm in my room, like sweating, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, going nuts, where it's like, during COVID, the Q people were driving me crazy, but I had nothing to do. So I was on Twitter all the time. And it was like really getting to me, where it's like, if you hang out with someone who's miserable for long enough, you'll be miserable. If you hang out with somebody who's crazy and wants your attention long enough, you'll go crazy. So it's like, I've had that. I know the people that are doing the most on Twitter. I'm not just saying this to be rude, because not every critique is mental illness, but there's tens of millions of people that are mentally ill on social media. The people that use social media the most and are there all the time, not everybody, but a lot of the people, they're mentally unwell. They're suffering, because it's like, how could you not suffer? If you give a human being, what do you want to do today? Do you want to go for a walk? Do you want to hang out with your friends or family? Or do you want to just sit on Twitter and argue with people you disagree with and yell at them and get in fights and get stressed out? Nobody's choosing the last one. So if anybody's there, I'm just being honest with people. It's like, to me, I have a mission that I'm doing, but also it's like, I run a business. And it's not that I'll ever compromise my values, but it's like, if I didn't need Twitter for my business, I would literally never use it. Like, I'm so over, like, it was fun for a while. I did it for fun, etc. Social media is cool. I don't have fun on Twitter anymore. I like screenshotting and sharing to, Facebook or whatever for, like, picture posts, because that's part of my work too. But in general, it's like, if I made enough somewhere else, like, I would just completely abandon Twitter at a certain point. Like, it's not fun for me. It's definitely like cool and interesting in some ways, but I'd rather be on a beach somewhere with no cell phone. But that's not the world I live in, and I got to work, and I got to, keep doing what I'm doing. But that, like, I like what I'm doing. And when I take a break, I'm really excited to get back. But once I get back in and then I start working a lot, I'm like, this really sucks. Like, people are really messed up. And it's like the people that think they're fighting the elites are just as crazy as the elites. Like they're going insane, and they're like willing to go to crazy lengths to smear your character over nothing. So it's like, I might take another break from Twitter again, because it's like I'll build my business model without Twitter. Like I don't enjoy it. I don't like the comments and like people's attitudes. It's just like, it's just constant mental illness. It's just constant jealousy. It's just constant like lashing out psychotically in ways that don't even make sense. It's just a constant barrage of people that think they're smarter than they are, better than they are. And it's like, why would any human being want to subject themselves to that? I guess to do political activism, but geez, this guy craps on a loop. Get on the caffeine, get off the caffeine, man. I actually didn't drink coffee today, but thanks, bro. I know you're just being like sarcastic, but that's another thing. It's like, you don't like what I'm saying, so you're accusing me of being on caffeine. I didn't actually even drink any caffeine today. I had 0. So I wish I was as confident as you are about being wrong about something. Someone said you can't please everyone. Yeah, and I'm not trying to, but it's just like, what, you got to ask yourself a question, like, what's worth it? What amount of stress and what amount of mental unwell people, like what amount is worth you on the social media? Do you just have to limit it? Do you want to get off it completely? Like I'm just being honest. Like I would never spend that much. And this is how I've been able to be successful. I would never spend that much time doing what these people are doing. It's a crazy waste of time. I came on social media with a mission to succeed and actually like get results. And I did that. So it's like, now that I do that, I'm doing that. Like I wouldn't just spend hours just yelling at people. Like that seems crazy, but I get it. Everybody has something to do, but it's like, what I'd rather build a business model at this point without Twitter or using, or like having someone else use it or something, because it's just like, yeah, I got in it for the first time like 2 weeks ago. It was cool for a second, but I made one video and I had like 4 different like jealous loser truthers be like, you're wrong, I'm right. And it's like, you guys are such like, you guys live on the social media website. You literally like fuel off of just arguing with people, but you're not even intelligent. It's like you're stuck in a loop of a dumb person's mindset. It's like, and now you're mad at me for it. It's like, I get it, I've talked about this before, but I know like there's a lot of people on Twitter that'll be like, I'm shadow banned. And it's like, I saw your tweet. So how are you shadow banned? And also I do social media. Like everything is now shadow banned. Everybody like lies about that for attention. It's like, well, I got a lot of views on this website, but not this website. That's not called shadow banning. I got, 500,000 views on the same thing on Instagram. And then I post it on my Facebook and it gets 30,000 views. I'm not being shadow banned, even though I have more followers on Facebook. I'm not being shadow banned. There's different algorithms on different websites that go for different things at different times. So even though I have less followers on Instagram and I get more views on a video, I'm not being shadow banned on Facebook. It's just they are not showing that type of content right now. It's not how it works. So, it's like everybody just I notice the people that they complain a lot. This is why I accuse them of being jealous, because they're so desperate for more attention and more reach. And then they get mad at people with more attention and more reach than them, but they're not even honest about why it's happening. Where it's like, I don't have to lie about being shadow banned or censored. I'll tell you when I am being censored, when I am being deleted, when I am being demonetized. And then I'll tell you when I'm not, when there's just different strategies that work better. Like David Icke is like the worst one on that. I like David Icke, but every day I'm being shadow banned. Bro, I see all your tweets and they get a lot. He's old. He doesn't know how social media works. Every tweet doesn't uniformly get the same amount of views. Go look on my Facebook. I post 20 memes. One of them will reach 300,000 people. One of them will reach 30,000 people. That's not shadow banning. That's just the algorithm doesn't favor every post exactly the same. And if something catches on, it starts going. So it's like, I'm very much more aware, I think, than a lot of people realize, where I could see the truth in somebody and I could see the lies, where like they're acting like they're this purist of, they're so much more honest than everybody else. But then I see them lying every day, where it's like, why do you need to lie about something that you're uneducated about? And then that shows me that they're like, they don't know how social media works and they're not interested in learning. They're just interested in playing the victim, because there's a benefit to being like, I got more views on this website than that. That proves I'm being shadow banned. It doesn't prove you're being shadow banned. That's not how the websites work. That's not how the algorithms work. I'm not saying they're fair on every website, but if I post a Jake Paul video, on Facebook and it got 200,000 views talking about the fight. 200,000 views. It's my most viewed video of the month on Facebook, and I'm just messing around for fun. I posted on, here, it gets 10,000 views. It's not necessarily shadow banning. It's just like some things work well on some platforms and some don't. Like YouTube is more rigged than some websites, but I just find it hilarious that like all these guys that are always like lashing out at other people, they're like, why am I not being seen more? How come people aren't paying attention to me? It's got to be someone else. And it's like, how come I'm seeing all the posts then? It's not shadow banning. I'll stop talking about that soon because I brought it up a few times. It's just one of my pet peeves. Timed Non-Tied said, Trump and his supporters hurt billions of people's mental health. That's part of your fault for supporting him too. Voting and supporting are two different things. You not voting for Trump didn't stop any of that and didn't go back in time. I didn't vote for Trump in 2016 either. So, bro, you're one of those people. Like, you've been here for 3 hours crying and complaining. Are you hurting? Like, do you not have friends or family? I understand. I get lonely sometimes too because I'm working, and I like when I spend too much time online, I become like mentally unwell. Are you okay, bro? Are you all right, my guy? Like, do you have anything else that you'd enjoy doing, or do you enjoy sitting here and just trying to blame voters for what Trump does because you didn't vote and he would have won anyway, whether you voted or didn't vote? Like, something's wrong with you. You know what I'm saying? And you could lie to everybody, but you got to heal yourself. And then once you heal yourself, you're not going to want to sit here for 3 hours complaining in the comment section. So change yourself to change the world and help yourself, bro. Because everybody, you're screaming, I'm broken and hurt. Like, everyone hears it, and it's like we feel bad for you. Let's see. Someone said YouTube, Watchmen popping up. I had visions, judgments coming up. I don't know what you're talking about. Concern trolling. It's true, though. Everybody hurts. Someone saying sometimes. All right. This has been long enough. 4 hours. I don't know that I'm going to do a live stream for the next couple of days. We'll see, but I'll probably see people on Sunday or Monday or so. Appreciate you guys. I don't always go this long. It's pretty rare. So there's pros and cons to both. To people that like the shorter ones, I would say, they're easy to digest. They're short. I have a lot of reels and shorter podcasts. The longer ones, I have more time to just go over stuff, answer questions, and kind of go back and forth. I like doing it. I know it's maybe not the like smartest business method, but once in a while I like going long and just kind of chatting with people. But I think in the new year, I'm going to have a lot more of a strategic kind of rollout of everything. So enjoy it while you can if you like it. If not, I guess you could just sit in the comments and complain for 5 hours. And then when this goes off, God knows, like, what do you do after this? Do you go to a different live stream and complain to somebody? Like, I'm just curious, like, what's your day look like? Because for me, I don't do that. So I'm like, now that I'm going to click the off button, like, where do you go? Do you go listen to music you enjoy? Do you go for a walk? Do you listen to another influencer that you're going to blame for everything Trump does? Like, that can't be fun for you, my guy. I'm just being honest. God bless. I'm out. Dream Rare beanies are available at dreamrare.com. We got a bunch if you want black ones or blue ones. Appreciate you.
Hey, what's going on, my friends? Just a few ways to stay in touch and support if you'd like to. The first way is dreamrare.com. We have blue beanies, black beanies, pink hats, other colored hats, freedom versus tyranny shirts, stay blessed long sleeve, God is great long sleeve, and lots of more cool items coming soon. Dreamrare.com. Check out the shop to support. Everything's made in the United States. Handpicked by me. Patreon.com/raretalk for $5 a month. You can help support me, support the show. If you haven't noticed, unlike other channels, I don't work with very many sponsors, sometimes none at all. And part of the way I'm able to do that is with the dreamrare.com shop and patreon.com/raretalk. So thank you guys for keeping this show free, unimpeded, uninterrupted. I'm forever grateful. My free email list is stayintouchwithme.com. So check the links below in the description or just type in on any browser, Stay in Touch with Me.